Fnatic, they might be gunning for it once again. They find themselves solidly at the top of the pack in the European LCS, but Misfits are coming to challenge that title.
Alfari doesn't want any eyes on ROCCAT. Early gank here, 235.
Gonna have flash up and available, instantly uses it, dodges out the cocoon. He'll be walking out of that one, but not with all of his summoner spells.
Maxwell is up here.
Okay, Twist advance, goes on to the Elise, gets the smash out. Now Alfari, he's throwing the standard. No, not enough. Flash followed by Maxlor. Still gonna be first blood, picked up by Max. And now Soaz under tower and Mininard. Not much else he can do.
Now he's waited so long with the follow-up gank to not fall behind in experience that now Alfari's flash is back up.
He might need it. Oh, there it is. The cocoon sinks the fangs in. He goes Demacia, and the standard comes down too late.
Before Rift Rivals, it was 1.5 only. That's a very low number. Actually, we do see a potential tower dive here, Pyra.
Well, Soaz, he could be in trouble caught up on that route, and he's pinballed around. Power of Evil even spends the petrifying gauge.
So right there.
Here come the Kittens, pushing Fnatic back, but Caps is looking to intercept right now. Oh, they throw the Cataclysm on top of him. Shockwave doesn't connect as well as he wants, and Maxlor is able to get the finishing blow. Soaz in the back, looking for a Meganar, but he's not transformed just yet, and Hansama keeps pushing him back. Misfits have foiled the Fnatic plan for now, and instead he opts to flash, as Alfari was nearly there, but abort mission for Misfits.
Yeah, Ignite did not want to stay and risk anything. Maxlor
flash and dash on in, and he throws down the Kittens. Maxlor is caught out. Caps, Shockwave pulling in 3, but Power of Evil stepping forward to finish the shot with a Twin Fang. He takes down his opposite number.
No one really wanted to follow through here.
Does though. He's gonna have Mega in just a moment, but he gets a 3-man Gnar, but Ignar instantly swallowing up the Caitlyn once again. He has been clutch at getting that protection on. However, he can't protect Alfari, and the Kittens are coming a little bit too late.
It would be cool at this point, with 35 minutes into the game almost. The Baron has not died even once. The Gargoyles, Storm Plates on Misfits have not been used. There actually might be a fight here, but good old time Kench.
All right, Ignar, he does get the save off. Teleport coming in a little bit late. Ignar does get his gray health on. The rest of Misfits immobilizing. And no fight. I feel like it's the scaling trap. It's like, guys, we have the late game no matter what we do. We just cannot fight just yet. And then they look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's 35 minutes.
Look at the source flank.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Hold on, he's almost got Mega himself. There's a nice stun here. Soaz, Power of Evil's got to watch himself. Oh, a big Gnar throws them all back. There's flashes flying. And in come the Kittens once again. And now the Jarvan's in front, but a Shockwave pulls in too. Maxlor a little low. Alfari taken down by Reckless. And Fnatic, they jumped on this one. And Misfits, they were out 3 members just like that.
Yeah, Fnatic just punished Misfits for sitting there and looking at them. Power of Evil, he stepped forward, he got tagged by the Braum, and then suddenly Soaz appears. They might even try and kill Ignar.
He's got no more gray health. They're going to shred through him like it was Swiss cheese. There's holes all through it. Fnatic, they're tearing through the base of Misfits now, and it looks like we thought we were going to have one big fight, but it was one big catch in Fnatic's favor that looks like it might end it here. And once again, this team just looks a cut above the competition as they take a 1-0 lead of the series. Kane in the mid lane for Caps, who's having a giggle to start things off, and Fnatic 1-0 on this series. Looking to close it out with some style points.
I mean, I almost only see you going for the tanky form, the Rast form, but depending on the build as well.
Talk about that one in a little bit later because Alfari, he flashed out. It was followed through by Broxa and Soaz, and they are wailing on him as he tries to get back to the tower.
Ladies and gentlemen, nice behind Broxa right now.
Flashes up, and he gets the knock-up onto the spider. Maxlor coming in with the flail. In comes Power, and as Broxa comes right back down, he unleashes the power. PoE picks up his first kill of the game. Now Caps trying to shadow step out. He has to dash forward. Maxlor bumps him up. Permafrost is on. Still they go for the dive, flashing now as he gets away from Ignar.
Having hard engage that can force a fight in the mid lane is a good way to stop the split push.
We're not quite at that point in the game just yet as Caps
is
stepping forward.
That's the
looking
talent
for Maxlor, jumps into him, and Soaz is here along with Broxa. They brought more friends to the party, and Gnar into the wall means Broxa is going to be able to secure the first kill of the fight. Maxlor isolated, no friends here, just the tower as Caps goes in. Some slashes, and he goes a-reaping as he picks up a kill on a Max.
Misfits wants to fight. They're actually TPing in now. Ignar behind Fnatic as well. This might be a good opening for Misfits.
See if they can do it. Looking for Broxa, Reckless, Jezus. Doesn't really matter. The chains were on, but Ignar flashes. He gets a knockback.
Lantern.
Here comes Hansam. The Lantern is down. Gonna take it, but they get the Cataclysm into the Ash Arrow, and they've got 2 locked in the pit, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel. 2 quick kills for Misfits.
Longer range. Also, the slow is now full 2 seconds. Skills a bit more from AD, and that's how diving.
Oh, drop in the pit, but Alfari's got the Umbral Trespass on top of him. Broxa He manages to get a bite out of that health bar, and that's going to be free time up top in the tower. Rift Herald down bot for Misfits, but it's a consolation prize. Fnatic are doing double.
Engage mid lane is the best way for Misfits to stop it.
Ash arrows on. Oh, they throw everything in the kitchen sink at Reckless, so they turn it at an 80 carry.
All right, have Jesses with the lantern ready every time and stay safe.
Yeah, this is not a fun game if you're in
No,
We're about to find out again. Oh, it's half his health bar. Just like that, the Umbral trespasses on, but Maxlor is here. The babysitter can't keep the baby alive.
God damn it,
Caps is getting another kill, but he might give his life for it as the rest of Misfits have reacted. No, he's going to flash. He's going to shadow step, and would you believe it? Caps is going to get out.
Oh my God. 5-on-5 team fighting. Misfits.
More than we can say for Hansama, though.
Yeah, Hansama dying every time.
Oh,
nice engage.
Bullet comes out. Okay, Ash Arrow to follow through. That's round 2. Now Broxah comes back down. Maxlor taking the front line, and they stopped up Soaz, but Hansama getting deleted. It's Soaz with the finishing blow, and now Fnatic are looking for a coup de grace themselves. Yanking on back. Power of Evil, that's 2 carries dropped in the blink of an eye.
Just a threat of Caps being around.
He's on 1v3 pushing him back right now. This is an easy tower take.
What a performance. Like, what a fun game for Fnatic here. Yeah. With this Kane mid lane from Caps.
Style points all around. Fnatic making it happen. At 24 minutes, they've broken into the base. That's 1 inhibitor down. They will be able to grab number 2, and they're looking in primo position to close this series out. With 2 downed inhibitors, they need to rush, make everything count, and in goes the Ash Arrow. It's onto Soaz, but he's able to get away from it. Hansama, Ignar dropped incredibly low, and Fnatic are collapsing around, deleting Power of Evil. Hansama's already dead, Reckless with the double kill, and Misfits are nowhere to be found. Good night. At the end of the day, there goes the ace, and Fnatic say, yes, we can!
Reckless looks at Caps.
That's the second time that's happened.
Second time it happened now.
There is a budding bromance on this team. I love it.
Look, Deficio said mid laners are going to be wanting to play this. I'm here with Sankux. Have you played much of Kane in the middle lane? Is he your flavor of mid laner?
I mean, I played a couple of solo games. Some of them were a bit int, a bit running down, dying a lot. But I mean, some games were good as well. Well, maybe I will play next week.
Maybe, looking at this performance. We're going to break down a couple of key mechanics here for Kane, specifically in the middle lane and why it made him at least a decent pick. Running first through the Deathfire Touch mastery that was taken, we were talking a little bit before the game, and Mickey actually postulated that it's to do with stacking up the blue form a lot quicker. And when we look at some of the replays, Senkux, talk me through this, the interaction Deathfire Touch actually extending the combat duration, and these orbs, you get more of them.
Yeah, it's pretty much like every W you hit in lane, because you pretty much play range matchups all the time. So for every W you hit, you will actually get more stacks with the Deathfire Touch procs. I'm not sure if I like it too much, because it's not that good AD scaling anymore. After Jhin was really broken, Riot chose to nerf it. So it's really to stack it up faster, but he didn't even get it that fast in the game.
Yeah, it was a little bit later than we were expecting, but that Blade's reach, you could see charging it up quickly. Other things that we saw Caps utilizing, a little bit of added sustain in the laning phase, using that shadow step. You just dodge into a wall and you can regenerate some of your health. We can take a look at that as it comes through, because that's something that is a little bit underestimated, the fact that Caps can kind of just heal himself up every now and again.
Yeah, it's 100 HP for every time you go in a wall in rank 1, and it's also really good to dodge ganks with, because every jungle would be like, yeah, he's up at the wall, now we can get him, and then he's like, nope, I'm running out. So that's a really broken spell in general, I think.
And another thing specific to the Syndra matchup that you were noting is the reaping / the Q you can use to dodge Syndra's Q. We saw a couple of times that actually was
yeah, and pretty much the whole laning phase, he didn't really get that poked because he had Thorn Shield, and then he just used his Q every time Syndra tried to W for the slow or QE for the damage. So in general, I think he has a really good lane into Syndra, and also makes him able to roam like this.
Yeah, this is the roam that we saw, and this is where really the Kane pick takes over. You can get right up into the top lane, actually try and snowball that Gnar pick that ended up getting Soaz the player of the series. So difficult to deal with these roaming champions. I know you like the Aurelion Sol, the Kassadin, these roaming champions. How strong is Kane compared to the likes of an Aurelion Sol?
I mean, he's the same kind of speed at getting to the side lane. They can both go over walls, so I'm not sure. Like, I mean, early game it's probably a bit stronger with Kane. He has a bit more damage when he gets Dustbag and Yumos. He's really annoying for especially AD carries. You saw Hansama getting caught off quite a bit in the game. So as a roam champion, it's really strong. As a lane 1v1 champ, I'm not too sure. He needs to upgrade before he's really strong, I think.
And speaking of that upgrade, you mentioned Hans Sammer as well. We saw the blue form, the Shadow Assassin, full lethality build come through. And how satisfying is it when you find an AD carry in a side lane as we take a look at the rest of the replays from the game? How satisfying is this going to be? You're playing a full assassin mode and Hans Sammer just strays up in lane.
Yeah, you have Moby Boots, you have your E on the Shadow Assassin, which is way longer now and way faster. So it's pretty satisfying when you find an Ashe, an immobile AD carry, fail flashing into a wall while you have ult up on her anyway. So, I mean, in general, I'm not sure what Misfits is doing with this side lane pushing Ashe versus Kayn, but Caps definitely got fed on it.
What was your overall thoughts of like the game as a whole from Caps? Is this likely to happen every time we see Kayn in the mid lane?
It should not go as it did in this game. It kind of snowballed out of hand, I think. I think the Shadow Assassin form is really strong, especially for solo queue, because people are way more split up in a way. But I think in the competitive games, people should learn how not to just go instant side lane and die with your AD carry all the time.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment of AD carries in the current meta. You can see just how well Caps did on the Kayn pick in Game 2. One question that I think a lot of people have, one of the unique things about Kayn is the ability to take the red form, Rust. Is there any time you think that might be viable from a mid lane role, or is it all about that assassination potential?
I mean, if you're against really tanky members, the red form is usually better. It's also better for jungle when you're a bit more tanky, but when you go this full squishy one-shot build, Moby Boots and Dustbait and Youmu's first, you really like the blue one because the W is really strong and really fast and you can move while you do it, and your passive is really OP if you get onto these squishy targets.
We saw that happen so many times in that game. We figured if we're going to break the meta and you're going to see Kayn in the middle lane, we'd at least tell you a few things that you can utilize on how to maybe not lose your games instantly. But Caps and Fnatic, they're rolling hot here in the summer split.
Splyce taking on H2K. Now they're going to be ganked here by Trashy.
Jarvan's strength early on is great. Gank potential with the EQ combo.
Exhaust is coming down. Shay's got the flash already dropped it. The entrance comes out. Knock-up is to follow. 150 HP. Trashy takes a tower shot. Gives up first blood. It's done. It's over. Nuclear and Shay are on the board. Nuclear flashes forward. That's going to be a double kill. He even stops to auto the minion. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and Nuclear's got two.
Holy fuck, you guys are smurfing as fuck?
In a disadvantageous matchup, and we'll have to expand on that in a second. There's a knock-up as Kobe and Mickey are running for their lives. Body slam flash comes out. Nuclear's gonna hop over the wall, and Mickey's the easy target. Flash and exhaust still available to him. Not gonna use either. And that's the fourth easily picked up kill here for H2K. Or in this case, Jarvan put down a Cataclysm and done. So, flash, quickness. Che is the target. Mickey's not done yet. Blast Cone's gonna be available. Oh, so well done! Mickey, that was beautiful.
That means that Splyce will get antsy and are likely to full on engage.
Well, there's no tower left to defend. Tower's taken down. Senkux is going to get jumped backwards. A little bit of a flash and dash there from Mickey, using Rakan's kit, but H2K get an easy kill on Wonder. They get another tower.
Even on a defensive stance in their own jungle so that they won't get baited. Here's the engage we were talking about. This is very dangerous under the mid lane tower. Whoa.
Oh, that was opportunistic and it did not work. Nuclear's on a killing spree. Barrel knocks Copy to safety as the summoner heal puts some additional distance. Equalizer slows down Splyce, and that's a good knockup. The shockwave is decent. Trey's already down, but the hammer comes down, and that's Febby getting another, his third of the game. Oda1 roasts Wonder as Nuclear's on a rampage. He jumps forward. Now the inhibitor turret is the focus, and H2K are breaking open the base. Senkux is going to need a gigantic shockwave to turn this around. Knockup comes down. Good damage onto Oda1. He goes golden as Baron is secured. Teleport completes from Wonder on the side lane as the barrel splits up Splyce. Febby with the double dunk. Hammer to the skies, and H2K turn their attention to the rest of the lane.
Demacian standard not really flying proud.
No, not this time round. Che still finds a death sentence onto Mickey. Fate's Call saves his life, and then that manages to save Kobe for just a few more seconds.
Nuclear still alive.
Still alive on the back end with that rapid fire cannon and static shift. Trades his life with Senkux. Jankos gets the shutdown goal as Featherman fires from behind. 4 members of Splice down. What a fantastic performance. It all started with Nuclear and Che outplaying on the bottom lane. And as a team, H2K rallied behind their leaders and shut down Splice in game 1. And it might happen again. I will continue that in a moment as Tower First Blood is picked up. Senkux gets knocked to the side by the barrel. Still has Flash available, holding on to it. Justice Punch may get needed, flashes away. Jankos follows up, and Senkux maybe a little too greedy with that flash. Can H2K escape this fight? Nature's Grasp from Trashes is a perfect place to throw it down. All of H2K are locked up. Hero's Entrance comes down, and Splice are running for a little bit of their lives. Mickey and Jankos now trying to trade back and forth. It's Mickey that goes down first. H2K yet to lose a member until Che goes down. Senkux in the back end has shut down Nuclear. Oda Wonder is overheating. Scarl is still alive. Wonder's riding into safety. And Splice get themselves 3.
Oh, very close team fight out of both teams there. You can see Splice engage and then bring in Wonder. Kobe was untouched.
Wow, there we go. Wonder's going to use Scarl as the barrel takes down Kled. H2K lose 4, Splice lose 2.
It is Frontline and Crowd Control. But look, Kobe caught out now.
Kobe's going to get deaded if there's more damage to follow. The flash and heals bought enough time. Damage reduction from Hero's Entrance delayed the inevitable. Nature's Grasp comes down, catches out H2K. Splice are caught up, but they've got no real damage to follow. Wonder has lost Scarl, and the winds of war will not blow in Splice's favor.
He was taken out first, means that Splice actually come out ahead.
Oh, Oda Wonder's getting dove here. The Duran taunt comes out, and Wonder's tanking all the damage with Scarl. H2K have picked up 16 Dragons to 1 for Splice, and 8 Barons to 0.
Now we got to focus on this.
Wonder is trying to win the first 2017 game for Splice against H2K. Will this be the fight that turns it round? Shockwave is sidestepped as Kobe's got himself a double. Che's able to escape with his life as the tower forces Splice away. Senkux goes down, but his teleport still remains. 1 for 2 in favor of Splice. And they're making strides in game 2.
The ultimate early, like we've seen a couple of times. It's difficult for Splice to start the fight, but Wonder goes in.
All right, bear trap on a rope. That tags up Oda Wonder. The hourglass we talked about a little while ago. Defensive flash from Wonder. Scarl has already been popped. Here comes Jankos. Wonder's the target of the heroic entrance, but he's taken down by Nuclear. Now Splice are running for their lives. The Pillar of Ice slows down the retreat, and Senkux gets shut down. Maxlaw with a smile on his face as he's waiting to take to the stage. Splice, they lose the fight, and now they might lose the battle. And also preventing Splice from getting this comp to work.
Oh, here comes another fight. Splice looking to go.
Nuclear's the target with points and click, just as I'm praising H2K. Defensive flash from Nuclear. He's now under threat from Wonder. Defensive equalizer comes down, and they've lost the AD carry. H2K in full retreat. Kobe's taking a lot of damage and down to 50% HP. Che and Jankos trying to back away. Wonder's waddling forward without Scarl, trying to build up that rage bar. Kobe flashes forward, gets a couple autos before the Pillar of Ice zones him away. Odo comes out of Hourglass, and Wonder's taken down. Senkux is going low, and Kobe is running for his life. H2K have won. Oh, the Pillar of Ice, and Kobe is roasted alive by H2K.
And even the experience favors H2K here. Their levels ahead of what Splice are bringing. Maokai ultimate again. Charge comes in. Last chance for Splice.
All right, let's see. No CC connected just yet. It's only on the front line. Trashies inside the fight.
That's a great
knocker. Entrance comes down. Where is Kobe? Kobe's trying to put the damage down, but he can't burn through quickly enough. Jankos still got 1,000 hit points. Odo jumps forward, flashes back, gets a kill, gets out. Kobe takes a gigantic burst of damage before he's forced to flash. Odo won there with a double kill. Senkux manages to sidestep a trap, only to get shot in the back of the head by Nuclear. It was a drawn-out game 2, but H2K are dominating Splice for the 8th time in the 2017 season. H2K greater than Splice.
this game date in the spring split that ROCCAT started their resurgence. They went 2-1 versus Origin, 2-0 over Vitality. They beat Fnatic 2-1. They beat the Giants 2-0, 2-0 over Misfits, and 2-1 over G2. Now they beat the Unicorns of Love.
Is this the start of a winning spree? We'll have to wait and see. But ROCCAT today will take the 2-1.
How much is this the start of another resurgence for ROCCAT based off what we've seen over this series?
Exile trying to get his way away, uses the barrier early on, but he's pushed back, and that's first blood to ROCCAT. Exile flashes early, Pyjamas there. There's the stun though. Wall jump, grapple. Pyjamas says, oh no, you don't. Samix takes a chunk. Chachi there as well. He jumps onto Hyun, and there's the unleashed power. He's sang low. Pyjamas got a kill. And perhaps this is Unicorns losing a fight in the mid lane. I can't believe my eyes. I don't want to hype them up too much yet, Stress. But is this the ROCCAT revival that we all wanted to see?
I do not think it. Enemy team have no macro, but they're gonna play to force. Like, we want to fully commit to the 1-2-1. We want to only play for picks. Like, just use Ashe arrows, use Shen ultis, use our Tom ultis.
That is the next port of call.
It's going to land onto Vander as steal back at Featherstorm to dodge it away, and the Flay's not going to be there either. With Shook picking up kill number 1. Joko, Ragnar rocking, but his steal back, that's caught by Prophet, and he gets a kill himself. Now Nuke Duck going to pull in too with the shockwave, but it does not do nearly enough damage. NIP chasing Vitality through the jungle, and these guys are looking real dead right now.
Welcome to Berlin for a Saturday filled with action in the LCS. ROCCAT are still in the fight for playoffs after a great series against Unicorns 11. Today, they're going to look to take another victory as they face off against Ninjas and Pyjamas. You see Betsy, you see ROCCAT on your screen there, ready to go. Got some makeup going on as well. And there's Prophet. Peace? I don't think so, man. Today, it's going to be all about war. It's going to be all about conflict, maybe even in that top lane. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Andrew Vedius Day, James Tress O'Leary. How are you guys doing?
I'm wonderful. Thank you, my friend. How are you?
Good. Great.
Better now that he's not poking you in the face.
Much better.
Look, are you focused? Are you ready for broadcast?
I'm super vigilant. I
there you go. See, then I feel like it was worth it.
Definitely worth it.
Now it's a morning ritual before we start the broadcast. Well, yesterday, Misfits Gaming, they woke up the monster as Caps dominated on the Rift with the Shadow Reaper Kayn.
And it was a really exciting game. We perhaps weren't expecting to see the Kayn in the middle lane, apart from one man to my right that was on Twitter, picks to watch, talking about the strength of Kayn. Very exciting game out of Fnatic.
I was always a believer. I always had this feeling that he would become this mid lane assassin. I didn't realize that it would be Caps to bring out the god himself and demonstrate the potential of Zed's biggest fanboy.
Yeah, I figure if you take enough shots, eventually you'll hit a target.
Exactly.
But good job, Vedius. Good job. You can see some fantastic numbers for Caps coming in there. Definitely. Is this something we're going to see more of as the week progresses? Is mid lane Kayn now a thing in the meta?
It's very difficult to say because he's in a very similar position to Zed. He wants to be roaming around the map a lot during the early game. He relies a lot on getting that early snowball. And I think that right now, the only team that can make that early snowball happen properly is Fnatic. So if we're going to see it more, it will be more from Caps himself.
Yeah, interesting to find out. Well, H2K also picked up a win over Splice, and that means that they're putting pressure on both Splice and the Unicorns of Love here in Group B. Something to look at as we move forward.
And you look at H2K, a very important win to secure the top spot in Group B currently. Of course, 7-3. They were a whole bunch of teams tied at 6-3. Unicorns will have the opportunity to maybe even the score up as they play on later today. But those Group B standings, I feel, have a couple of twists and turns left in the last few weeks of the split.
And this is a big deal for H2K as well because they were in that quarterfinal last split. They ended up getting knocked out by Fnatic. So being able to get that bye and have a little bit more security, I'm sure is something they'd love to get.
Definitely a major factor. Well, we can see if Unicorns of Love are going to catch up today. As Stress mentioned earlier in our second series, it is going to be Unicorns of Love versus the Mysterious Monkeys. So interesting schedule to have. I feel like second matchup, definitely Unicorns of Love favorite, but the first matchup, much closer. However, with 2 series left in the week, we want to know what you want to highlight. You guys can head on over to Twitter and hit us up with your big plays at LOL Esports using the hashtag EULCS. Vedius, I can guess what you might go for, but tell. Okay,
it's
yeah,
Kayn plays.
All right,
why would you be surprised? It's Kayn plays.
Not surprised at all.
Kayn.
For me, Not quite the Kane. I actually was seeing the clips from H2K. The Febivan Jace performance was pretty good as well. I think there was a few important shock blasts that were connecting. I thought he had a great job.
All right. Kane, shock blast. Well, let us know what you think. Once again, Twitter at LL Esports is the place. But now we are going to focus in on our first series. And ROCCAT, their team, amazing win streak when we look at spring. You know, almost led them to playoffs, weren't quite able to get there. This time around, it feels like they are a little bit closer. Only 2 series behind Misfits Gaming, and they are up against what I think we can say is maybe not the easiest opponent, but definitely one of the easier in the league in NIP.
Yeah, NIP, they haven't had the best of performances. They kind of got dismantled by G2 in their game or the series earlier this week, and it's a little bit unfortunate because you want to be seeing more from them, right? Now that they're locked in the promotion tournament, there's very little that they can do moving forward. The best they can do is try and demonstrate that they're still a team worthy of contention, that they can still hold that spot in the LCS, but things are definitely not looking too good for them right now.
Right, the difficulty for NIP is there's no consistency. They have glimmers of hope like the Baron play against G2 that you say, hey, this NIP might be able to contend, but as Vedius alluded to, it's just the fact they've got to build towards the promotion tournament now because they are locked in that bottom spot of the group.
And we look at the opposite side, ROCCAT, they've been a team that's struggled and surprised, and they've kind of been all over the place. Vedius, when you look at this team, is this a team that you think has improved over the course of the split? What has been the change for ROCCAT from week to week?
I definitely think that they have gotten better. We've seen a big shift from them because very early on in the split, they were more of a late game team. They had to play this passive, slow early game and then transition into more team fighting, moving around the map later on. But now they seem to be so much more early game focused, and it's because of that man on your screen. PrideStalker seems to be so much more comfortable in the jungle. He seems to be so much more proactive, and it's great to see that from him as an individual, he seems to be stepping up a lot more for the side of ROCCAT.
A lot more than perhaps we expected as well, because coming into this through Challenger, we said, hey, PrideStalker, very inexperienced jungler. He's learned over the course of the split and now goes up against Shook, one of the most experienced European junglers that remains, who we always have said likes the early game presence. The Lee Sins, the Elise, that has worked out for NIP, but they just haven't converted that into game wins.
The big problem, though, for ROCCAT is their inconsistencies as well, because while we have seen growth and development, you still never know who's going to show up on the day. PrideStalker, Faxi, and Betsy are the 3 that I always look at and wonder, will they have that amazing day of games, or are they just going to flop at the first hurdle and result in an awful loss for ROCCAT?
Definitely the case. Well, we are going to have to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done here. That means get out your cap of prides, get ready to question your sexuality, whatever it is, because we're sending it over to the caster desk. It's time for that Quick D duo.
I'm not questioning anything because I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by the man, the majestic, the miracle that is Martin DeFiscio-Linger. Thank you, Berlin. This man deserves a round of applause.
Thank you. They already answered for me. I don't have anything else to say right here. I think it's actually very offensive to be called Quick D. Definitely not true.
Well, we'll find out. Yeah, Alvarez hitting the rift today, starting on the blue side. It is the Ninjas in Pyjamas. I want us to talk a little bit like in review. We're going to look at the last 8 weeks. Let's pretend we're going into week 1 and the big story was Prophet and how well he was performing.
Yeah, I really want to hype up, you know, the top side of this team where you have Prophet, you have Shook, you have Nagne. Those are the guys to look at, see if that potential holy trinity maybe can get some early games rolling for NIP and they can snowball some games. Fast forward to week 8. Never happened, sadly. So I think we're just kind of relying on some crazy individual performances.
Well, I'm going to ask you why it didn't happen in-game, and their opponents today will be ROCCAT, of course. They're going to be taking over the Rift and trying to pick up some late-season surges, and it'll be PrideStalker, the man we're looking at again, because we're going to go back in time. It was Max Law in Spring, the man that started that resurgence, and we were expecting PrideStalker to pick up some of that slack, and he's starting to do it recently.
I mean, yeah, we thought PrideStalker would come in and, you know, make sure ROCCAT still had a good early game because he could be very active on some of these different carry junglers. We didn't get to see it the first few weeks, but I feel like the last few weeks we have actually seen him step up quite a lot as a jungler. And I think this meta where everyone is playing tanks except for him, he's obviously playing all the different assassins, he's not really getting pressured in the early game and he can do whatever he wants.
Well, look, there's thousands of options here available to ROCCAT and Ninjas in Pyjamas. And as we load up into picks and bans, it is still the tank meta. Will PrideStalker play a tank in the jungle, or will he carry on playing those assassins?
I am willing to bet all my money on PrideStalker not playing a tank jungler. NIP are banning out the Maokai, most likely more against Faxi than PrideStalker himself. Cho'Gath there. So NIP do not want to play against all these tanks. Maybe they just want to first pick, you know, something like the Caitlyn that's gone. Well, then Elise.
Well, the Cho'Gath on blue side, a little different. Seen on the red side a fair amount. Zach is still up and available, something we've seen a lot, but is it something Pridestalker is willing to play?
I mean, again, most likely not. NIP should just take the Zach for Shook. I think NIP is the kind of team where macro doesn't really exist, so just run pure tank comps where you can try and hard engage all the time. That's where Zach would fit in. He's gone now, though. ROCCAT with the very standard red side bans. It's going to be Kalista locked in for HQ in the bottom lane, meaning Xayah, Rakan are both available. And ROCCAT, they really like to play that combo.
Well, Wadid is a monster on those engaged supports. Regardless of how the team is performing, Wadid still shines. He still really shows up and is definitely one of the overachievers on the ROCCAT squad.
Also, as you can see the graphic there, Kha'Zix is one of the champions on Pridestalker's list. It is available. I actually really want to see him play it, because then you have a lot of comfort already on the side of ROCCAT. Xayah, Rakan, as we mentioned, is one of the preferred duo lanes for them, and then they can get Kha'Zix as well, which is one of the champions Pridestalkers look really good on. I think that could be very good for ROCCAT specifically. NIP, though, with the Kalista, they will get some engage. Alistar is already banned away by them, so sadly they can't run the Kalista Alistar combo, but they will be able to at least just pick up a Braum, which is fine against the Rakan as well, and they should be happy enough.
Personal pet peeve on this patch, Deficio. Whenever Sejuani and Braum are on the same team, it's so difficult to team fight them. Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison, no. Yes.
Glacial, a lot of things,
so
a lot
tough.
of ice flying around.
It's really like a difficult tongue twister. So NIP get a good combo, but it makes my life difficult in game.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
I can tell you're very enthusiastic about that story.
I mean, I think the story was great. I really bought into the hype of the story. Syndra locked in for Betsy, one of the few champions that he's feeling very comfortable on as well. And again, I kind of feel like ROCCAT are getting everything they actually want in this pick and man phase. If Kha'Zix is left open for Pridestalker in the second phase, then I'm going to have to question the choices from NIP and their bans.
All right, let's see. They got 2 bans here in phase 2. And of course, ROCCAT, they very happy and comfortable to play this early game style. You mentioned the Syndra. Deficio, 10 games for Betsy out of his team's 24. And he's got a bang on 50% win-loss ratio on that champion. Long time taken, and there's Kha'Zix. So not too surprised there, but for Pridestalker, you look down the list.
Warwick.
Still played a lot of Lee Sin, Warwick as well, which he got better on as time went on. Definitely not the greatest start to his Warwick performances.
He was also once famous for another jungler.
Which one?
Rengar.
Oh, why do you bring that up, Deficio?
Because it's appeared a few times around the world. We've seen an LCK with the Duskblade Rush. Who knows? Maybe it is a pick Pridestalker wants to pull out in the LCS.
What would need to happen here for Pridestalker to lock it in? The Warwick's gone. I mean, that feels like one of the steps.
Kind of sets it up a little bit more because he's running out of some of these, you know, kind of assassins in that jungle or bruisers in the jungle that he can play. And he is currently hovering it. Let's see if he actually wants to play. If he locks it in, I am expecting it to be the Duskblade build. And he swaps it over to a Gragas instead. Can still go top lane. Foxy can play top, and they can still last pick jungle.
Yep, definitely the technical correctness of that story. Pridestalker has 1 game on Gragas this split. It was a loss. And we'll see whether or not he decides to lock it in. For Ninjas in Pyjamas, they have to now lock in their solo laners. It looks like it's going to be a safe option here for Nagne.
Yeah, that's Jarvan.
Into the Syndra, right? It makes your life difficult in picks.
And they should just go Jarvan here. In case it is Gragas top lane, Jarvan will do fine against that. So that could be a good pickup here for Profit. And a lot of engage as well. Of course, you got to now hover the Kayn after yesterday. And I said we would talk about Kayn today, even if he got picked or not. I'll slide in a few Kayns here and there.
Let's see whether or not we get to cast any Kayns, because if I recall correctly, Pridestalker was the guy that debuted it.
Yeah, and it was really bad. So sadly, he doesn't get to play this time around. It does look like ROCCAT will actually put him on that Gragas. They do not want to have the Gragas top lane versus the Jarvan.
And do we get our Foxy Taxi Gnar?
We might get the Foxy Taxi Gnar once again. We've seen it quite a few times. Not been the same hype this split, I feel like, compared to last split.
I mean, 24 games, it's been banned 8 times this split. And Foxy, a mixed bag of performances on that Gnar. Also, 3 wins and 3 losses. But we know his potential. It can be huge.
I love the potential. It's always good cast, I think. Talk about potential of players. I think there's a lot of potential on the side of NIP here with the draft. To start a lot of fights, Trevor. A lot of tools to start these fights. We saw Misfits yesterday have a lot of tools as well and not use them.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it is. If you don't actually use what you got, well then what's the point?
Well, we heard Nico the Pico as well in the pre-game video, just giving some discussion and some advice to the teams and the players.
Use your ultis.
Yes, combo. Go for the 1-3-1, go for the picks, use it all.
It's great advice for everyone, also at home. Use your ultis in League of Legends. It tends to help you win games. I at least have not won a game without using my ulti even once.
Really?
Let me see, have I ever played a champion where you don't really use the ulti?
Elise?
Yeah, I mean kind of
like you kind of use it, but you kind of don't.
I used to always miss Sona ultis, so technically I didn't win through the ulti.
I remember your Zyra ultimates back in the day as well.
Always spot on, because you couldn't miss it.
You missed a lot of those.
I never missed a single one.
Well, listen, let's see whether or not the champions and players today will miss their ultimates. It's the Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on ROCCAT. Now, from a technically correct point of view, Deficio.
Yes.
If Ninjas in Pyjamas win every single game 2-0, they can tie ROCCAT with their game difference. I assume ROCCAT goes 0-2. There is a technically correct mathematical world.
And
However...
then after this game, NIP needs to 2-0 all the other teams.
That's correct.
Did you have more you want to add?
I'm just saying that for NIP, one game locks them into the promotion tournament. It is expected. It is a matter of when and how. But now we need to see, how do they learn? How do they evolve as a team? Because I remember Deficio saying something like, if you haven't learned something in the LCS while being on the stage, that's when you can lose to challenger teams in the promotion tournament.
It's true. I mean, there's a lot of other ways you can also lose. If you're just way worse than them, you know, you probably also lose. And judging from NIP's performance so far in the UOLs, it is actually hard to say if they are much stronger than the current challenger teams. Funny enough, some of them are in the studio as well.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Woolite, actually.
Yeah, I met Gilius and everything, so that was fun to see him again. And then they're all getting ready to play, of course, the playoffs of the challenger scene. Games actually is tomorrow.
Yeah, first challenger semi-final tomorrow is Giants taking on Wind and Rain. We'll see how well that plays out. But let's...
A lot of Giants hype.
Let's take a look at number 4 and number 5 here in Group A in the EULCS. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they have blue side, and no early shenanigans from either squad. What are we expecting from the laning phase, Deficio?
I mean, so mid lane, a matchup we see like a million times already. It's rare, a whole lot happens. They just kind of push each other a little bit and laugh at each other. Bot lane is where I'm actually going to look more, because you have the Rakan Xayah lane for Wadid and Yana, and they play super aggressive with this lane, like level 1 all-ins. It's not an unusual thing from them. Wadid already playing very aggressive, fast forward with the coin, meaning, of course, what he likes to do is be very active with his Q and try and actually trade like a lot of mana with the enemy support, and then he wins out through the coin sustain when you pick up these little mana coins. And also later on he will get the talisman, most likely.
A lot of shoving already. The race to level 2 is on, and you know, talking about early games, NIP's early game has actually been relatively good. They get a lot of first bloods. Their laning phase is not terrible. They actually have a better goal difference at 15 than ROCCAT, but it kind of falls apart when they need to start playing the map and keeping up and communicating together as a team.
And that's always where, whenever kind of the solo queue part of the game disappears, which is, you know, after the laning phase, because you can do a lot of these things in solo queue. Like you can play 2v2 lanes, you can practice against other, you know, high challenger or master tier players. Sadly, in the LCS stage, as soon as you get out of that laning phase, that's where your macro kicks in. That's where your shot calling needs to matter. And that's where NIP have just not been able to really improve a whole lot. So it's always kind of been the same. Because it's not like we look at, you know, Hikyu and Sparta and say, oh, these guys can't 2v2 lane. Of course they can.
Yeah, they can indeed. And Hikyu's been decent this split. A better performance. I want to talk a little bit about ROCCAT as well, because we've covered some of the NIP story and what's at stake for them. But I mean, ROCCAT, they took down Unicorns of Love. And while that's now slowly changing the context with UOL struggling a little, it was still a good series win. ROCCAT as a whole, they've won actually 10 games this split, which you kind of forget when you look at them down in the 4th place.
So often you'd at least get one win in their series, and then sometimes when they play the #1 teams in different groups, they tend to beat them. Like Fnatic they can take down, Unicorns they took down as well. I like the opponent tower at 15 minutes, the one all the way to the right in the graphic, 0.7. Now this was over 3 games, actually meaning that before 15 minutes, Unicorns are left, they got like 2 towers, which is nothing in the early game. So ROCCAT managed to actually keep them down. Let's see if they can do the same. PrideStalker is not on that aggressive jungler he likes to be on. He's forced by grabs on the Gragas. Shook is sneaking around towards the bottom lane.
Forced by grabs.
Trust me, it is not PrideStalker's own choice to be like, yes, pick me the tank jungler. Shook on his way.
Deficio, 72% of the time, Ninjas in Pyjamas get first blood. And what looks to be an easy first blood here, secured by Shook once again. Sprattle's able to escape, and second blood will be taken by Sprattle. NIP do this consistently and often.
And if you are ROCCAT right there, you know, you could have just watered your river. They believe, they trusted in that deep vision placed at the Raptor camp at the red buff. But Shook, he snuck his way around, found his way to the bottom lane, and honestly, such an easy gank setup here for NIP. Great execution. They get 2 kills, and great start for them. Let's see if they can actually manage to maybe keep this advantage and get some more. That's the, oh yeah, we didn't have any wards, and we didn't see him.
If you're too busy to do a facepalm, that was the face of facepalm without the
lean back,
without the physicality. But Shook as a jungler, definitely very large variance in his best performances to his worst performances.
Yeah.
But there is no doubt he can find first bloods.
I feel like, you know, our intro to this was like, hey, let's pretend it's week 1 again. What is our storyline? With Shook, we could have gone back to season 3 or 4 basically, and been like, describe Shook as a player. Well, 10-0 or 0-10. It's always one or the other.
Yes.
Always so inconsistent, and you see these brilliant games or moves from him where you're like, wow, okay, Shook, that was great, you know. And then the next few games you don't even notice him. But this game here, he pulls off a great first blood. Let's see if ROCCAT can get any sort of revenge.
All right, in terms of flash economics, Hyanan has spent his and is theoretically gankable. Keep our eyes on whether or not Ninjas in Pyjamas can open up that possibility. I mean, Shook getting closer to his ulti as well, so they'll open up a tower dive. We focus heavily on this bottom lane because, of course, that was where first blood came from.
I got one little thing also to add on the bottom lane, just with the Rakan. Something we're seeing more and more is the wind speakers as a keystone on him, where what you want to do is you want to go Ardent Sensor as one of your first items, because, of course, with your shielding and your heal, you can actually use that very effectively. And then you also get the Talisman, is what we see in Europe quite often from the Rakan players. Over in the LCK, you can just see the Righteous Glory instead come in, because it gives a bit more tanky stats. But Talisman, most likely for Wadid. And then with the Ardent Sensor, you're actually able to have a lot of utility and actually able to buff up your carries as well quite effectively. So you're not just an engaged machine.
Right.
You add a little bit more to your team.
Add that utility, and PrideStalker's adding some utility with Vision in that bottom quadrant, allowing ROCCAT to play more aggressively. PrideStalker throws the barrel out. Nagne gets pinned against the wall, and Betsy uses stand behind me. No, correction, as PrideStalker gets caught by the shockwave. That's going to be an easy kill here for NIP, donated by PrideStalker.
Yeah, actually such a good start from NIP. They just predicted that gank. Sprattle was already nearby. Prophet's TP came in instantly, no flash used, you know, early from Nagne. Couldn't even have done it if he actually had it, because it was down from before. But nice little bait here. PrideStalker is going for quite an optimistic gank without knowing what was going on the top side, and he ends up dying for it. So it's actually almost 2,000 gold now for NIP.
Big advantage grown across the map. A kill for Shook, Nagne, and Sprattle. Prophet and Hiku still waiting to get on the board. I'm glad we're looking a little bit at this mid lane. It's not the most exciting laning phase, but now we can keep an eye on how well Betsy can roam, if at all. It was Nagne catching that wave. He's also gone for an early Merc treads. Try to fend off some of that laning prowess of Betsy.
Yeah, I do see the tier 2 boots rush a few times on Orianna. Normally it is the magic penetration you're going for more aggressive trades, but he wants to be safe. He knows there's a Gragas as well who can gank him. Wants the tenacity issue highlighted. Steal away the red buff.
Oh, that is so cheeky.
All right, finally ROCCAT actually gets something out of these wards they've been placing in the jungle here, because they've done it twice now. They ward up every camp in the jungle. They can see Shook. But they also then actually didn't see Shook on the first gank, died. Then also PrideStalker here didn't know what was happening on the other side of the map, also died with his gank. Luckily though, Betsy gets a red buff, so I guess all worth it in the end.
And let's see whether or not Hiku and Sprattle can get even more worth to Fisher, because they've swapped. Looking at the mini-map, or is this a gank? I mean, look, respect to Foxy, he's already backed away.
Yeah,
reading the map a little bit.
So this swap doesn't really give them like a big tempo advantage or anything, because bot lane ROCCAT's duo is already at that turret. So there's now just 2 teams rushing down the tower. Luckily for NIP though, they have 4 members.
First tower, 33% of the time goes to ROCCAT.
NIP will get it.
45% of the time goes to NIP, and that will grow. NIP, they got first blood, second blood, third blood, also first tower.
Good guy Shook moving all the way up to help rush down the tower. Foxy, of course, was not even close, helping his team coming back from base right there. So NIP, get the first tower, get the first blood, first few kills, a lot of good things in favor of these guys. And remember, this meta, when you run so much engage and it's no longer about setting up fancy split push comms or anything like that, and it's sometimes literally just about forcing a Baron play and you can just hard engage on the enemy team, it is easier to then snowball the games and actually close them out if you win the early game. So NIP, they rushed the Baron against G2 Esports. They took it away from them. It was a beautiful play. Let's see the same thing here, because they got Kalista once again. And if ROCCAT react in time, turn around and fight.
Well, look at all the tools that NIP have to work with. We mentioned it in Picks and Bans, Deficio. Use those ultis. Cataclysm, Glacial Prison, Glacial Fissure, Shockwaves with a gold lead, with a map control at 10 minutes. That's how NIP can push this advantage. I'm looking, where are the opportunities? Shook coming over the wall for Betsy. Betsy's got Cleanse and Flash. Earlier I misspoke and called Scatter the Weak. Stand behind me. Insta-cleanse from Betsy, and well, he literally floats away to safety.
I'll give you one more of those mistakes, Trevor. Otherwise, we call Pyro in here.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Especially because that was the thing that, like, I used to be really good at. But
yeah, but you kind of, you know, dropped the ball a few times.
It's age, dude. I'm 30 in 2 weeks.
I know.
Like, I can't remember that stuff anymore.
Some people blame age, others egos, you know. It's whatever you want to call it. Let's see what happens here.
All right, the quickness is thrown up by Wadid. He's trying to buy time for Foxy to arrive in the teleport, and looks like he may have done it. Shook gets caught out, stunned up, knocked up, and lashes over the wall. That Arctic Assault Deficio gets him to safety. But ROCCAT do not give up anything more.
Meanwhile, bottom lane Prophet still sitting with TP. Foxy used his, so that was a TP used and a flash from him, getting nothing at all. He has to go back towards that bottom side, otherwise Prophet will just take a free tower. Meanwhile, once Foxy leaves, ROCCAT's top side actually got to be careful, because there's a few wards being placed behind them that a certain Prophet maybe could use to TP on. Foxy got interrupted, will lose all the minions. They might try and get this tower here. Oh, sorry, Rift Herald, same thing. Let's see actually if NIP wants to fight, because again, they have wards behind the Rift Herald.
All right, so Rift Herald is under threat here from the Pyjamas. Teleport comes out, and ROCCAT, they're able to secure the Herald. The buff picked up as well. Shockwave catches 3, but Shook is the target. ROCCAT get their first kill of the fight. Turn their attention to Prophet as the Cataclysm comes down. Betsy flashes to safety, and Foxy throws a boulder toss. The body slam flash from Pridestalker catches Prophet out, and the flag and drag to safety. Scatter the Weak sends Prophet to the fountain.
Oh, he actually TP'd in behind that Rift Herald. Did not want to jump over the wall. He wanted to have his combo for the fight, so it took a while before Prophet even joined. Shook already died instantly. And then it was technically a 4v5, but Prophet did turn around shortly. In the end, though, ROCCAT managed to actually pick up a few more kills, especially on Betsy here. That's important. So look here. TP coming in. Prophet wants to shove first. And at this point here, because he's not using his combo over the wall, he has to run all the way around. Could have flashed over the wall as well. So Shook is dead before Prophet joins. He then comes in, makes it a 1-for-1. Sadly, right now, they can't really get anything else on the side of NIP. They're kind of forced out of the fight. And while Prophet almost makes the fantastic escape, Betsy wants some more kills.
Yeah, Betsy secures a Pridestalker with a good body slam flash. And, you know, if we were back in week 1 and looking, it's Pridestalker's performance that we were going to look at, and his impact on ROCCAT. Weeks 1 through 6, developing, growing, learning. Week 7, pretty freaking good.
Yes, exactly. And as we talked about, you know, he could get to play like Kha'Zix and so on against these tank junglers who couldn't do anything against him in the early game. And he actually was super active with ganking and skirmishing, and he found a lot of success with it. Gragas is not going to be the same deal here, but that was a good team fight from him. We just saw it before here, which of course is important to highlight. If he's showing growth on tank junglers as well, that could be good for ROCCAT here in this new meta. Pridestalker for now though, we'll just take that red buff. Foxy not even getting to smell it.
Yeah, not this time round. Just taking a look at where the rest of this NIP support is, because Spratel and Shook, they were hanging about in the bushes, waiting in the river, coming around the banana bush, now in behind mid tower, and quite literally brute force their way onto this mid-outer turret. ROCCAT kind of caught napping a little bit or out of position. Why did this look so easy?
Well, because what happened before this was Prophet pushed in the top side, where you see Foxy went up now after he walked by that red buff. So what Prophet just did was like, okay, I pushed my lane. He walked to mid lane. Suddenly now there's more members from NIP around that tower, where Foxy is trying to catch up farm because he's actually pretty far behind already. So he wasn't there to defend him. This is just a little move. You know, if you push your side lane first, the way you want to really use that advantage is not to walk down and start, you know, trying to hit his tier 2 tower this early in the game. It's about, you know, moving towards your team in the mid lane, in the jungle.
Hey, teamwork OP, man.
It is, and I see so many top laners still want to go for that top lane tier 2 tower in the early game. You're not going to kill it, mate. Help your team instead. Make it a 4v5 in the mid lane. Rift Herald spawned in mid lane as well. Foxy's now down it. Now it's Prophet's turn to defend top side, and that's a numbers advantage for ROCCAT.
Look at Pride Stalker coming out from the side. I thought there was a potential of him coming over the wall. ROCCAT able to pick up their second tower of the game. It's only a 1,000 gold difference at 15 minutes in favor of NIP.
So what we saw right here with their top laners, just focusing on them here in this example, is what the pro teams call like windows. When you push your lane first, you get a window to roam and go make a play. First it was Prophet who pushed in. Foxy had to go defend. There was a window for Prophet to move to mid. Took a tower. Now Foxy pushed it out. Prophet had to defend. It was Foxy's window to go mid.
Deficio. How many dragons have ROCCAT secured this splits? Can I tell you? 26. Do you know how many of them are Cloud Drakes?
I'm gonna say 17.
One! They just got their first Cloud Drake all split long. Boom! Quick stats.
That was pretty good. Kind of useless, but pretty good.
I got one more. When you get to Barons, I got another juicy Baron one for you.
Give us a small little tease.
Little tease, you know. A little bit of excitement. But yeah, seriously, that's the 27th dragon that ROCCAT have picked up.
So what does it mean, Trevor?
RNG not in their favor.
Not in their favor?
No, it's not.
Or in their favor?
No, not in their favor.
But why not?
Why not? Because when I look at the rest of their stats, they've got 8 Ocean Dragons. They've got 11... you're right, you see.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right?
It's pretty good because they got all the good ones.
They got all the good drakes.
I just got served.
Yeah, you did. And you didn't even realize.
And I'll explain it to everybody else who didn't realize either. RNG is in ROCCAT's favor because they got all the juicy dragons, not the boring cloud dragons that Deficio hates. Thank you, Deficio. Thank you. This is why you're the brains and I'm the excitement.
Also, because you got the good looks and I do not. There you go, guys. On your screen, you see the potential coach of the split. It is Freddy122. He subbed in last week for Grabs, won the series for ROCCAT, and you can't really deny the stats. It says 100% win rate.
I had no idea that was coming. Oh, thank you, production team.
So I just want to pose the question to everyone. Is he, in fact, coach of the split?
Well, if ROCCAT do not win this series, he has to be, because I saw Grabs on stage. Let's see whether or not...
Can you sub in your coach between games?
You can indeed. Ninjas in Pyjamas. Gonna hope that ROCCAT don't do that, because they've taken their 4th tower, Deficio, and they're playing the map game. So now we start to judge their macro.
I mean, I like the vision control from them. I like the fact they're going for that free tower in the bottom side. And we're just getting close to that time where the Baron spawns and you can start using that as your baiting tool. Like, NIP so far are actually playing really well, and we're kind of waiting for ROCCAT to react, but one of their ways to win the game was like, you know, Foxy would take over the side lane in the late game and be a split pushing threat. We see that Gnar Jarvan all the time. Gnar pushes the Jarvan down, but Foxy's still behind. He's pretty far away from being that big threat in a side lane, and that really slows down everything for ROCCAT at the moment. Kind of relying on maybe then Wadid to actually start a big fight. And look, we actually talked about one of the item choices for Wadid he could have gone for. Talk about it after, because Spartley's dead.
Oh, so easily comboed. He gets the kill.
That was the other one you can go for with Wadid. But as I was actually talking about earlier, while we do see Talisman a lot, he is going for the choice where you actually rush for Righteous Glory instead, and you become more tanky as a support. So he's not going for the early Ardent Sensor I expected.
Wow, such a good play from ROCCAT. They didn't even use any summoner spells there. All right, let's see if Foxy can escape this one. No flash available to him. Going to be able to Gnar out very, very soon. Stunned up. Not even possible. Easily run down by Sejuani and Jarvan.
Yeah, that was almost too easy for NIP in the bottom lane. Foxy going down. Let's see the play before from Wadid here. So it's tough. You're a support, you want a clear vision. And you have no vision of the enemy team. You just die. Hard to do a whole lot there if you are Spartle. Once you're stuck in the jungle. Shook. Nice gank actually down the bottom lane against Foxy, who's just caught in the side lane. And as you guys can see, these replays are hard to say a whole lot about them specifically, because it was just kind of people walking and killing one guy.
It's difficult for Foxy, but as you mentioned, Deficio, he's got to play for farm. He's got to try scale up until he can start bullying Jarvan.
He wants his 2 items so fast, but again, he's not going to get them before Baron is alive, before NIP can actually start baiting around it. There was a 22-minute Baron rush against G2 Esports. They were not afraid of just rushing straight at it. Can do the same here, because you have multiple tanks who can actually sit in front of the Baron. Another fight, though.
All right, Wadid's running around. He's already flashed in. He queued down. Where's the damage for NIP? Nagne's on the side as the Shockwave catches a few members of ROCCAT, but the Gnar against the wall means Nagne's locked up, knocked down, and ROCCAT find 3.
And we did talk about, you know, NIP actually doing pretty well around the map a few minutes ago, but then right here, they gave ROCCAT such a massive opening. Prophet was still sitting in the mid lane, couldn't really TP from that, position. Nagne wasn't even there, and then 3 guys just walk into the jungle. Kind of on their own, and they get caught out by ROCCAT so easily, and suddenly ROCCAT, they win a fight. They're gonna take the Baron that NIP was supposed to bait around.
Supposed to bait around, but Deficio
look at
a Baron stats, and I'll get to it after the replay.
Like, look at the replay right here, with NIP having 3 guys in jungle. Nagne is pretty far away, he's running in now. Then Prophet is the same. You can't really TP from that, position, because you're just gonna run faster to join the fight, but it just means that NIP do not have enough members around. And it was very, very easy for ROCCAT here to just force and engage onto them. Betsy, 5 kills now on this Syndra. He's so insanely fed.
You know, coming into this game today, Deficio, both teams across their games have had 34 Barons killed, okay? But the ratio is very different, because of the 34 Barons killed in ROCCAT's games, 16 of them they were able to pick up, and 18 of them picked up by their opponents.
Okay.
NIP were only able to pick up 7 and gave up 27. Now, the reason I think that's relevant and important, in a game where NIP had a lead, we're setting up vision, they played improperly around the map, got killed, and ROCCAT got the Baron.
Yeah, and that is a large reason for, a large part of why NIP currently are sitting without a single series win. 0-10 so far in the UOL CS. One, of course, a game or here, a game or 2, but they're still looking for that first series win. If they're not getting against ROCCAT in their own group, they're not going to get it against anyone. I think it's safe to say, because they are playing, against teams like Fnatic soon, and that's probably not going to be a lot easier.
Interestingly, both ROCCAT and NIP have taken games off the Unicorns of Love. ROCCAT went a step further and won the whole series as well. But yeah, of the 2 game wins that the Ninjas and Pyjamas have, one of them was against Vitality, who was 4th place in Group B.
Yep.
And one of them was against Unicorns of Love. And then very interestingly, ROCCAT actually dropped a series to Mysterious Monkeys and beat Vitality. So that was fun to watch as well.
Yeah, it's been a lot of up and downs in that, cross-group week between these teams. Funny enough, though, NIP, when they beat Unicorns, it was the week before Rift Rivals. It was where all the warning signs were there. They were in the air. And then Unicorns of Love, obviously, of course, went to Rift Rivals, but actually did the best out of the European teams. Let's see. Prophet wants to fight. Sadly for him, he's missing that Baron to bait around, so right now ROCCAT can actually play all 3 lanes. And Foxy, despite being really far down in farm and, kind of having to rely on his team, he's now able to actually split push.
Well, like you said, down in farm, 60 CS, there's no cleanse available for Betsy. He flashes away, the Cataclysm used as well. Literally everything in the kitchen sink just to kill Betsy.
Foxy's here.
Foxy's coming over the wall, gets the Gnar and shuts down Spartle. Brightstalk and Hyanin looking to engage on the fight. Blastcone used to buy some time, and Prophet, he's already used the Cataclysm. Hyanin's coming in to put some damage from the flanks. That was the first death for Betsy all game. 5-1-2.
Big shutdown here for NIP, sadly for them. ROCCAT are still pushing for another tower. No minions, though, in the mid lane. No minions actually in any of the lanes in a good position for them. So it looks like NIP can defend for now. 3k gold down on their side. Not unwinnable yet.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot harder than before.
Especially with the team comp, right? Sejuani, Orianna, Braum, Kalista, all going to do fairly well over the next 10 minutes if they don't get further behind, because Frozen Mallet's just been picked up by Foxy. He's got his second item to Fisher, which we've been looking for. Knight's Vows have been in the jungler's itemization for a little while. Nagne, a little bit of an, struggling build, which we'll talk about in a moment or two. And there's that glacial prison that locked him down.
No cleanse for Betsy, no way out. Nice engage here from Shook and Spruttle together, actually setting up that shutdown, but then Foxy already moving in from his side lane. Easy for him to kind of return the favor, and it's always one of the problems when you are behind on the map. You're not really going to get that big favorable fight.
Nope.
But getting a shutdown and actually stopping the push technically is a win for NIP. Live to fight another day.
Let's see if anybody else does. ROCCAT now under a little bit of pressure as NIP have grouped up. And if you step back and look at these last 25 minutes, it's felt like NIP had good individual plays during the laning phase, but ROCCAT have just played better as a team. We'll expand on that thoughts in a moment. Tower is about to fall down. It has done so, and Foxy's teleport is cancelled. Fate's Call initiation onto Hjarnan. The Rend comes down. So does the Cataclysm. Ninjas in Pyjamas. They're fighting back. That's a great start and a double kill for Profit. Ninjas in Pyjamas. They win the fight.
Yeah, this game just keeps swinging back and forth right now. Foxy TPing on a tower. If you just kill the tower, of course he can't follow through then, and suddenly ROCCAT find himself sitting with only 4 members. Also, Hjarnan was so far forward in this fight here. Maybe just expecting the Mega Nart to appear. Meaning now NIP will get a tower, can actually get Inhib. Foxy's trying to trade for Inhib in the bottom lane.
All right, Betsy's got access to his ultimate.
Top lane.
No target available to him. Okay, ends up tagging up Spruttle. Inhibitor falls. This should be in trade for the bottom. Shockwave comes out. The Pyjamas turn it around. The gameplay button as Betsy takes out Nagne. And they do end up trading. So it's 1 kill for 1 and 1 inhib for 1.
And this is one of the good Shook games right now. 100% kill participation on this Sejuani. Starting multiple fights for NIP right now. Prophet is still alive, but they're actually running away. Oh, Pride Stalker wants a piece of Prophet.
The engage comes in from the entrance. Wadid looking for another target.
Foxy's still
by
pushing.
the way, is still on a Nexus turret. There's a base race situation on the cards. The rest of ROCCAT are trying to chase down. Nexus turret number 1 is popped. Mega Nars available to Foxy. No flash just yet. Boulder Toss comes out. That's going to slow down the rest. A crunch gets the kill, and all of a sudden, ROCCAT take control of the game.
All right. But you say control, it's still very open. ROCCAT did, in the end, get that Nexus turret. Let's see if it actually will matter.
And, all it needed was that second item to Fisher.
That was the second item, yes.
Foxy got Frozen Mallet. The game just widened up. That's
exactly.
it.
100%. That's
game
exactly what happened right there. That fight in the mid lane didn't happen at all. It was just a Frozen Mallet for Foxy. Let's see, actually, if we get a replay from that last fight, it was a pretty cool setup from NIP. Wadid and Hjarnan, though, not found the success we were kind of hoping for with their Xayah Rakan combo. They always like to play. A few good engages from Wadid here and there, but Hjarnan is still to really show his skills in a fight.
Yeah, definitely without Betsy. Kill secured. Most of them this game definitely been played around.
Half.
They've played around him, right? Pride Stalker spent a lot of early game ganking for that lane for better and worse. And as the fights have broken out, Betsy leading the charge. ROCCAT maintain a 2,000 gold lead. And the map is now open. If ROCCAT can get this next Cloud Drake, they will double their Cloud Drakes on the split.
Yes, and that's obviously the important story for ROCCAT here. Who cares about playoffs if you can get more Cloud Drakes?
We'll find out how much ROCCAT care as they continue to play this on. The thing is, this is now weird because at 30 minutes and with exposed bases, both teams can easily win this game with a strong team fight.
Yes, exactly. Which is also
like 50-50.
That's kind of the crazy thing about a game like this one, because one team hasn't really dominated the other team. It's been just super back and forth. Early game favor for NIP, then mid game for ROCCAT. Baron is started. Foxy with TP, Prophet with TP in the bottom lane. Now you gotta really respect the team fighting, engage and comp here from NIP. If you're stuck in that Baron pit when Sejuani ultis in, it's hard to get out.
And of course, the Foxy Narbar needs to get charged up if he wants to have those super effective TPs. Starting to back away, waddling across a lot of wards from NIP. In terms of minions, mid lane pushing into ROCCAT's bases, there's supers in NIP's.
You see that last Nexus turret trying to defend on its own. I'm gonna make a bold prediction here. This game might end in a Foxy backdoor. with this Nexus turret dying to minions at some point, Foxy's gonna find his way.
All right, let's see if Foxy's way will win the game. It's still a lead. It's still very close. The Nexus turret down to 20% HP, and Foxy's in Mega Narf form. Ninjas in Pyjamas backing away. They cannot fight without Prophet leaving, and that means now the supers are being pushed back.
For now, at least, buying a bit of time for NIP. We see ROCCAT still with control of the Baron. They're starting it once again. They have the composition to just turn around and fight with Gragas and Rakan. Let's see here. All 5 members on it. Prophet is here as well with NIP. It's going to be a big team fight.
All right, Glacial Prison available to Shook. When does he fire the bowler? That's what I'm looking for. Baron starts to regen as ROCCAT take a bunch of damage. But look at the minimap. Still
They're looking for the top lane because they know that Nexus turret is so low. They just want to see if they can stop NIP from defending. Let that tower die to the super minions. Prophet is on his way back, but that tower is still very low. It might just die before Prophet even shows up.
Gonna go back to the Baron stat from earlier. As it stands, NIP not had good success around this objective. The Nexus turret has been killed. Baron is peeled away from once again. Prophet completes the TP, means he can't get into the base.
So mid lane right now, a lot of minions pushing in for NIP, but no one is there to actually take the minions and use them. There's the Foxy backdoor!
Foxy is teleporting into the Nexus! He's starting to throw the boomerangs! Where are Ninjas in Pyjamas? The recalls, they're interrupted! Wadid is down! Shockwave stalls the rest of ROCCAT! Now Foxy in a 1v1. He's gonna get tired in a second. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. Minions pouring through. This will help out shortly. Foxy's got no flash available. He's being walloped on by Prophet, taking a lot of damage.
The minions!
They're coming to help. The minions are on the Nexus, but ROCCAT have not done it.
They're not gonna do it yet. They're so close.
It's not gonna happen. There's no minions today.
My prediction was so close. The inhib just respawned as well. Oh my god, they were like 1 or 2 hits from Foxy away from actually killing that Nexus with the backdoor. Now Foxy's dead for 25 seconds. Baron is still alive, and with the inhib back alive here, no one is gonna rush the Nexus now. Oh, true. If that had been true, man.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
If he just had another damage item instead of that stone plate.
You know what? A better analyst would have predicted the inhibitor respawning because he would have tracked it.
No, but it did nothing. He would have killed it if he just had more damage.
Let's take a look at this Baron now. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're inside the pit. ROCCAT starting to group up. Foxy's got no teleports available. The quickness thrown around. It's a melee on the river. Betsy takes down Prophet. Baron secured by Hiku. It's starting to get messy. Brightstalker flashes out of the pit. Foxy looks for an engage. Hops over the wall. Betsy and Wadid coming in from the flanks. Shut down as Betsy gets another. Wadid gets a knock up onto Hiku, and Brightstalker sends him packing.
How did ROCCAT win that fight? It was 4v5. Foxy wasn't even there. He just walked all the way from base. ROCCAT right now, they're looking at that last inhib for the Nexus as well. Mid lane first though, despite no minions yet. They're on the way, but just take that free inhib in the top lane.
Let's find out whether or not ROCCAT can get in.
Does this count as a backdoor?
I've just been buzzed by the production team Deficio. The Nexus was down to 89 hit points. 89 hit points. If Foxy had a stronger laning phase, had half an item more.
That's true.
If he hadn't fallen behind, the game would have been over.
A few more levels, maybe a third damage item. For sure he would have finished it then.
I mean, the math might be off, but even just one more level with all of those autos could have added to 89.
So let's see here. Okay, Nagna is actually not there from the get-go, but it's still 4v5 in favor of NIP, but they're so busy either dealing with the Baron or trying to actually deal with Brightstalker and then Wadid after, that despite it being 5 members of NIP, they actually never got to fight together. And they spent so much time finishing the Baron, they couldn't actually win the team fight, and ROCCAT managed to then take quite a few members down. Now they didn't get the inhib. Everyone respawned. We're still fairly early in the game. Like this is like 31 minutes basically.
Oh, I love it. 24 kills, 33 minutes. Betsy is pretty powerful on his Syndra, 9, 2, and 3. Hyanin and Wadid yet to join the fight as far as kills are concerned, but they've got 9 assists and 11 assists, so I'm being a little overly harsh.
I mean, it's all about kills in League of Legends. We all know that.
It is. I mean, that's literally why KS exists.
True.
And as it stands, Ninjas in Pyjamas, They are sieging into the base. Inhibitor is the target. That's a flash engage from Prophet. A great shockwave. It's a shutdown onto Betty. The Glacial Prison goes wide, and with Did's quickness, he's buying some time. Foxy's gonna gnaw out, and he needs to have a huge defense. It's 3v5 and 1 Nexus turret remaining.
Yeah, they got minions right here with the Baron buff. They're actually looking for that last Nexus turret. Yanan, he needs to shine now to stop this one.
Ninjas in Pyjamas on the verge of picking up their 3rd game win. The Foxy Toxy misses everything. ROCCAT are on the retreat. The Nexus turret starts to go down. Teleport from Prophet just to keep the minion alive. The Nexus is the target. There's enough support here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've killed Wadid. They're looking for Hyanin. Foxy's left alive. The Nexus is a focus. And NIP win their 3rd game of summer.
Oh man, what a game! So entertaining actually between these teams. Early game, NIP looked good. They made some great plays, good setups. Mid-game, Trevor, it fell apart a little bit. They lost the Baron, and it looked like, you know, the Foxy Toxy will actually finish the game. 89 HP, you said?
89 hit points.
On that Nexus. But it doesn't matter, because now NIP said, you know what? We're just gonna walk straight and do it the correct way. Front door, no back door here for NIP.
No back door necessary. Ninjas in Pyjamas win only their 3rd game of the split. Now can they take their first series? About 30 or 40 minutes ago, Deficio, I said that if NIP had a perfect run, it all starts, every journey starts with the first step, and they've just taken it.
There you go, Trevor. You did your job as a caster. You set up the potential storyline of NIP going 10-0 the next few weeks in their group. Only playing teams like G2 and Fnatic and Misfits, you know, but... I mean, it starts here. You're all right. They just won this game.
There we go.
And if we ignore the mid-game, it was actually a great game from NIP's side.
The ending was strong. The laning phase and the early game decision-making, again, I mean, Shook just finds a way to get those first bloods.
Yep, every time.
Really, really impressive in that regard. But then you also have to criticize some of those mid-game calls and whether or not it's going to...
It was fun, though. It was a lot of fun.
It really, really was. You almost got that backdoor prediction. Oh. Fortunately, because you were wrong, Deficio. Ninjas Pyjamas, they kicked off that series with a win. And it started with that early gank in the bot lane, didn't it, Dracos?
Thank you, Coach. That was very much the case, and luckily that is exactly what Stress had his eye on. We're going to take a look at the replay of that early play of exactly what transpired there, because not only is it good from NIP, but things look a little grim on the other side.
This is not the... this is where jumping way forward, because you want to talk about some of the differences. We'll get to
We're
that
watching that moment.
Bit.
Spoiler, some bonus content coming later.
Okay.
But now, early game.
Okay, Pride Stalker places a ward at 348, and I want to praise Shook for a great gank, but what is this, ROCCAT? Shook literally walks over that ward and does not show himself to Pride Stalker, and Hyanin and Wadid received a warning ping and still pushed forward in this lane. Like, great presence from Shook to be able to get down into that bottom lane, but my god, you have to at least react to that Sejuani passing right over your ward.
It's one of those situations where you're playing rank 5s with your friends, you're like, dude, I need you to ward more. And then you go to the post-game screen, you're like, I can see that I put down 30 wards this game, but if you're not going to look at the mini-map, why did I put the wards down? I could have been spending that money on damage, which could have won them the game at the very end, right? So, like, you have to realize that looking at your mini-map is important, and I am very shocked by the bottom lane of ROCCAT for not recognizing the jungle.
Yeah, so sort of a surprising mistake on a little bit of the fundamentals there. Luckily for ROCCAT, it wasn't all bad after that in the early game. They were able to find some small victories, and Deficio mentioned it being a little sloppier for NIP in the mid game, but what I saw was just a very, very close game. Pretty much up until at the start, very NIP favored, at the end, very NIP favored, but that was very, very back and forth.
Some key fights switching this game back and forth from either team's perspective, and I like that you mentioned about ROCCAT coming back into it. That's what Deficio was talking about with the mid game, where this Gnar actually started to take over. When we look at that fight that led to the Baron initially for ROCCAT, the Gnar ultimate that comes through at the end of this, plus ROCCAT's ability to teamfight early on, is difficult for NIP to actually commit to, because look, they're now collapsed upon from multiple angles. Betsy did a great job on this Syndra, as we've seen quite a few times now this split. And then Faxi jumps in, is able to just get Nagne, lock him down. The rest of ROCCAT follow up because they got the numbers.
And as good as this fight is, Vedius, I know you had some strong opinions, like as to the nature of the fight, like why it started, where it happened.
Yeah, so we already talked about the vision from ROCCAT and their inability to recognize people on the minimap, but also in this situation, if you want to play for vision, you have to be aware that the only time in which you can do it is if the other person is willing to sacrifice something to try and contest it, right? So in that situation, we saw in the bottom lane, the Gnar was clearing out the minion wave, top was not pushing, mid was not pushing, so ROCCAT were just saying, NIP was saying, we feel stronger, we can set up vision for the Baron. Unfortunately for them, they weren't that much stronger. They were not in a position to fight. And ROCCAT got the perfect fight because they didn't lose anything going for that fight. The worst thing that could happen for them was they go even in a fight, but when they're already behind, that's the best case scenario for them. So if you want to try and make plays for vision, just make sure that you're setting up the rest of the map so that it's safe to do so.
At the end of the day, I think we have to praise NIP for pulling out the win here, but very close, I think it's safe to say. Now we're going to get the replay. We previewed it earlier. I'm going to run you through this one because this is my favorite play probably that we've seen all week. This is the Swift swap, gentlemen. That is the official technical term. They think they're about to get backdoored. They're running down. Oh, surprise! They went back to the Baron, not there. And at the end of the day, this is the play that so very nearly won ROCCAT the game.
The most important thing here is the fact that Prophet did TP into the fight, and Faxi was like, haha, I can TP into your base, and then he tries to go for the back door.
Unfortunately, coming up just over 80 hit points short. But look, the fact that NIP actually get a decent fight from the rest of this around the Baron, this is the craziness that ensued at the end of the game. And NIP luckily able to stabilize after getting Faxi down. I think it's, yeah, Nagne arrives and is able to output enough damage to take Faxi out. And from here, NIP, on the minimap, you see that's where they take the first Nexus Tower because their own super minions are doing exactly the same thing the other side of the map.
I'm going to throw just a little bit of shade here over at my man Prophet because he definitely activated Gargoyle Stoneplate while he was hitting the Gnar on his Nexus, reducing his own damage output. And it was probably, I mean, it's probably the difference of 80 to 150 HP, but if every one of the tanks activates their Gargoyle Stoneplate while you're trying to save the day, other than Cho'Gath, that's pretty much a game-ending moment.
I can kill you and stop you getting the Nexus, even with the Gargoyle
I only
Stoneplate.
need 40% damage output. That's some confidence right there.
Hey, when you played on SKT, can't argue with that, right? Hit the Gargoyle Stoneplate, go in. That's what that lineage is all about for Prophet.
All right, well, that's one way to take it. Now, looking towards the next game, what we saw from NIP, do you feel like it's enough for them to close this series?
I think that the drafts that they're picking up right now are really solid. You have a really strong mid lane in Orianna. They have good scaling teamfights later on. The fact that we're still seeing Shook be super proactive in the early game is great to see. And I think that overall, NIP are looking better than they have done in weeks. We talked about how we haven't seen any growth from them. This seems like a step in the right direction, but also just taking advantage of the meta right now. Like, it is an easier meta to play. Things are easier to execute. And I think that they're doing a great job of just trying to snowball the strongest thing that they can right now.
I completely agree. Great drafts. Keep going with his team fighting style. And I think if you can get Prophet on something like a Jarvan where he's going aggressively into fights, you saw a beautiful combination during the last fight to win the game. I think NIP actually could win this series, even a 2-0 if they draft the same kind of composition.
All right, well, Ninjas in Pyjamas, they haven't won a single series this split, but is tonight the night they surprise everybody and take down ROCCAT? Game 2 is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
How many viewers do you guys think it is right now?
1K. 5,000.
Huh? 5,000. Yeah, not the best match.
And what looks to be an easy first blood here, secured by Shook once again. Sprattle's able to escape, and second blood will be taken by Sprattle. Catches a few members of ROCCAT, but the Gnar against the wall means Nagne's locked up, knocked down.
Go, Minions! Go, Creeps! Go, Chris! Go, Chris! Oh, it's one hit, man.
Oh! Today! Betsy and Wadid coming in from the flanks, shut down as Betsy gets another. Wadid gets a knock up onto Hiku, and Pride Stalker sends him packing. Inhibitor is the target. That's a flash engage from Prophet. A great shockwave. It's a shutdown onto Betsy. The Glacial Prison goes wide, and Wadid's quickness is buying some time. The Nexus is a focus, and NIP win their third game of summer. And welcome back to European LCS, where Deficio and I are still casting Ninjas and Pyjamas taking on ROCCAT. And Deficio, I have a question for you.
Yeah, I didn't understand this start.
Where were you when Origin won their very first game of the Spring Split?
Casting with you, 76-minute long game against ROCCAT.
Oh, and where were you when Ninjas and Pyjamas won their first series of the Summer Split?
They didn't win yet.
But what if they do?
If they do, I would again be casting with you.
Well, let's find out whether or not Ninjas and Pyjamas can. They're one win away from their first series victory of the split.
I wonder if it was a Saturday as well with Origin ROCCAT.
I believe that it was. You see, all the stars are aligning. It was on the 9th of March, so I'll have to double check exactly what date that is. I'll see that in a moment. See, it was such a special day, ingrained into my memory.
Exactly.
But Deficio,
I got it framed.
For ROCCAT, this is a very important series because they are within touching distance of Misfits and that third seed and a spot in playoffs. Remember, ROCCAT almost made playoffs in spring, almost catching Fnatic.
Yep.
And they would need to beat Ninjas and Pyjamas and maybe
throw
take
them in the
Misfits
bin. You're
as
right.
well.
Throw them in that bin. See if you can actually then grab that playoff spot. For now, Trevor, it's about this pick a man phase. Caitlyn Elise ban on blue side. Interestingly enough, from ROCCAT, not interested in first picking any of them. Really tells me they have something very special in mind for their first pick. Zach is obviously gone on the other side now. With Rakan being banned away, that has actually been a usual first pick. We've of course seen Wadid Thresh quite a few times. They value that very highly.
Many, many times. 9 games played, 5 of them are victories.
But again, if you're banning away the standard red side bans, you really must have something crazy up your sleeve for a first pick. Kalista is not the crazy thing I was looking for, but with all the bans, it makes a lot of sense. I still think you gotta challenge the red side a little bit more to actually have them invest bans into Caitlyn and Elise, but if ROCCAT are not interested in playing them, they're kind of forced to do it then.
And of course, it allows both Maokai and Alistair to go through, with which, by the way, NIP banned in game 1 on blue sides.
Yeah, very true. And they get them now. They don't want to play against Kalista, Alistar. Braum, Kalista could still be fine for ROCCAT, but again, they love to have Wadid on like these really hard engaged supports. With Rakan and Alistar out of the window, the options are a little bit more limited for him. Oh, support cannon gonna happen. I'm gonna guess it's support cannon, not like top lane cannon or anything for Foxy. This is something we see over in the LCK a lot, and it's actually super, super good once you hit level 6. Because you can just chain CC, like you throw in cannon, that's one knock-up, he pops his ulti, you apply another stun. Great early damage, and we also get the Kha'Zix. You remember our last game I said I would throw all my money on, him not playing a tank jungler? He did then play a tank jungler.
Yep.
I obviously just said it for fun. This time around, though, he gets the Kha'Zix.
He does indeed. The comfort pick that was banned away in the previous game. We're going to see the shenanigans of the Kalista cannon for the first time here on EU LCS soil. A lot of power to be utilized in Nagne. Also going to a comfort pick. Going to play that Talia. 6 games played this split. None of them are wins to date. But today's the day.
Today is the day.
I feel it in my bones. NIP, they won game 1.
One of the weaknesses of support cannon is if you start falling behind, you're not really going to offer a whole lot. So if you actually play around the enemy dual lane with things like Talia roams, Alistar tower dives, like you can shut down a cannon support lane. Seems to be one of the plans from NIP. Could have just gone Syndra if they wanted to, but instead they actually value the Talia and her utility. Let's see if Nagne can do anything on this champion in this game, because he needs to do more than in the early game than what we saw, last time around. Sorry, in the mid game last time around, where he didn't really get to offer anything.
Yeah, his Orianna had a little bit of difficulty in game number 1, but Shook did not, right? Shook was actually able to play around that bottom lane, got a number of kills, and we're in phase 2, by the way, mid lane bans.
Yeah, and now if you are ROCCAT and you have a bot lane you should play around, they should add in more tools to help the bottom lane. I just smacked on my mic there, sorry about that one. But need more tools so they can actually kill the enemy dual lane. They need some sort of globals that can help them, like Shen top lane is something that we have seen a few times, not from Foxy too often, but it's something you could play. Galio top or mid lane. Thinking about other globals right now. Pantheon, probably not going to happen, but hey, a man can dream. We get the Galio coming in from Betsy. Fine matchup against the Talia as well. And I guess the Jarvan is okay. Very good at joining skirmishes around the dual bottom side as well.
So it wasn't quite the global we were expecting, but still
I'm fine.
very
I don't even like Shen, so I'm glad they didn't pick it. I just want to talk about globals.
Nice, and that means Betsy's going to have a little bit more of a farming style lane in the mid. A lot of engage, a lot of tools available here to ROCCAT. Prophet on the other side now needs to decide what does he run into the Jarvan. It's going to be the same matchup as before, but in opposite hands.
This composition, if you look at NIP's side with Alistar, Maokai, and Gnar, is fantastic if they get to team fights, but I'm a little bit concerned about the bottom lane in the early game with the Alistar. He's not going to offer a lot of threat against a Kennen. It's a double range lane from ROCCAT side, and you got to respect the early damage, the base damage from this Kennen support. And that's kind of one of the issues for them, because if they want to use the Talia to go bot lane to help, Galio's going to ulti and follow in. And ROCCAT's skirmish with Kalista and Kennen is super, super strong once we hit level 6. So I really want to see what Hikyu and Spottle can do. But for NIP, it's just get to the late game, get to big team fights with all your tanks. Yep. You should be fine. Before that, I am concerned.
And especially because Pridestalker on his comfort pick of Kha'Zix. A lot of games under his belt, a lot of options available to him. Lanes that he can gank as well. So let's see whether or not ROCCAT can get ahead in the early game. Their backs are against the wall, and you know, I did mention it a little bit jokingly, but in a more serious vein, you know, ROCCAT, they are at 3 series wins. Misfits are at 5 series wins. If ROCCAT pick up a win here, 1 series difference and they play each other. ROCCAT and Misfits. Yes. That is for 3rd place. Misfits struggling to find their form again, and ROCCAT looking forward.
Sadly for ROCCAT, then Misfits will also play NIP later, where they can of course pick up an extra win, forcing ROCCAT to most likely having to beat a few more teams if they want to completely overtake them.
Taking down Fnatic in the past, maybe it'll happen again. We'll find out later. For now, we're loading up into game 2 here in Berlin, as ROCCAT down 0-1 against the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And the last game was crazy.
It was. We had backdoors, we had outplays, 89 hit points on that Nexus. It's not the first time we've heard EU teams saying, Rito, please make the Nexus less tanky.
And the other team saying, please buff the Nexus. We don't want people backdooring. It happens so often in Europe, I feel like. I want to see, though, Wadid's performance on this Kennen. I mentioned how we were looking for other playmaking supports he could play after Rakan was banned, Thresh was gone, Alistar was taken away from him. I'm happy to see him go for one of the favorite supports, you know, from some of the LCK teams.
Yes.
That we see actually quite a bit.
It's something that ROCCAT have probably a lot of potential with. You know, Wadid is one of those playmakers. He's on the front lines, one of the initiators. Wadid's a big part of the reason that ROCCAT have picked up 10 game wins this split. And I know I am like hamming up this playoff race and this playoff story, but if you look at the standings, it is very close in the middle of the table there with Misfits and ROCCAT.
Yeah, we've kind of seen, you know, a little bit of a divide in Group A where Fnatic and G2 are kind of running away from the rest of the teams. I think that is what a lot of people would have predicted maybe coming into the split. Misfits trying to hold on to the top and trying to keep the bottom away as well. They're kind of stuck in that middle seat for now. Obviously, again, with them playing against NIP later, we're expecting a win from Misfits there. So suddenly ROCCAT needs to win here, beat Misfits as well, and then they need to find at least one other win, realistically, to claim that playoff spot.
Let's see whether or not they'll find it. I mean, as we've said, ROCCAT, they've picked up surprise wins in the past. It all starts with bouncing back now. It all starts with using this fairly early to mid-game team composition. Kalista, Kennen, Kha'Zix, Jarvan. Really feels like a strong, what, kind of like 10 to 25, 15 to 25 minute style team comp. Getting into the mid-game, a little bit of rotations, have a Galio on your back.
Yeah, definitely. That's again where Kennen shines. The build you will see from Wadid, even though I got my prediction wrong the last time around, should be Eye of the Watchers is what you go for first, that you fully upgrade, towards it with your Sightstone as well, and then Righteous Glory coming in second. So it is not a lot of damage you're going to add towards the late game as this Kennen here, but you will add movement speed and you add CC. But a lot of reasons he's being picked obviously is also for this laning phase, where the Kennen can be really annoying to deal with, and especially at that level 6 mark, as I mentioned, where you can throw in Kennen with the Kalista ulti, or Kennen can just flash him with his ulti, and you can always pull him back and throw him in again. You can chain a lot of CC, and then you can gank around the lane. send multiple members in and have this double CC dual lane set up the kills.
What skills do you like for those support cannons? We'll talk about that in a moment as Nagne and Betsy are trading. A lot of skills back and forth, trading mana, actually, and I think Betsy comes away worse for wear at the end of that fight, despite landing everything. And yeah, support cannon, is it Q-Max?
No,
probably?
W is low.
W?
I see quite a lot from it.
Doesn't make a big difference because you're not really, you know, itemizing to utilize either of those abilities.
Yeah, I mean, again, your damage, it does matter a little bit in the early game. I think a lot of it is still just apply CC more than anything. I do want to see, though, what Wadid is actually going for in this game. Obviously, your E is mainly just your engage tool. Pridestalker, though, finding Shook.
Getting some damage back and forth. Pridestalker's the one in trouble as the threaded volley comes out from Nagne. Taste their fear comes down, so does the Bramble Smash, and Betsy's Duran Taunt will not find a target. Sparkle has already roamed. With the help of the River Scuttler, he's able to get around. Ninjas in Pyjamas once again find first blood and in Nagne's lap.
Yeah, and it's Shook again, involved. Like, he didn't even go for it this time around. It was Pridestalker who found him, but Nagne could move first from that mid lane, making sure NRP actually won that early trade. And this is a problem for Pridestalker. He is playing this Kha'Zix here where he wants to duel the enemy jungler. He wants to try and get an advantage that way. But obviously, again, Kha'Zix, while he does have some early game power, it is a lot about him getting items. Lethality is fantastic on him to just keep skirmishing, find individual targets. Nagne right here joins first, as you guys can see. Pridestalker is flashed out by the time Betsy joins, and then also with the roam from Sprotle, well, there's not really a way out once you're stuck in here. And Betsy getting a little bit baited by his jungler, but obviously his own fault for being aggressive in the first place.
Yeah, I managed to jump in just as that sapling toss blew up. So initially I was like, yes! And then support from NAP came down and Pridestalker was like, damn! It ends up being punished.
I also want to see the build, the skill order from Pridestalker. I've become a little bit of a fan of evolving his ulti level 6, but this is mainly for solo queue, because then what happens is whenever you enter a brush, you get your little stealth and movement speed buff, and you can actually use that with your Duskblade really well if you're rushing that item, and then you have like a lot of ways to keep proccing the Duskblade against these multiple enemies. It is very effective in solo queue. I've seen it in professional play over in the LCK. I want to see the Pridestalker is going for it. This time, if he just goes for the standard, you know, evolve queue.
Does he need to be ahead at all? Does he need to have a lead to go for that, like, rush Duskblade, which is something that I think we kind of talked about a little bit?
I mean, kinda, yes and no. I think it's more about what kind of playstyle are you aiming for as a team with the Kha'Zix. If you're aiming to play 1-3-1 split push and very skirmish heavy, you can go for it. Let's see bot lane.
Great flash from Hyanin, keeps him alive. Wadid's already used the EW and Q. There's no further CC. And Hyanin with no flash very easily gets run down. Gets good damage onto Sprotle as Sprottle's now forced to back away. Bramble Smash comes down and that'll force the flash away from Wadid. Ninjas in Pyjamas, second kill, Shook involved again.
Shook always finding success with the early ganks here. I like that he's playing around the Alistar as well. So easy for him to set up CC with the Jhin. Wadid trying to make sure the CS is still there for his 80 carries. Sprotle saying no, Sprotle.
That's so cheeky. Why would you do that? What? How?
Yeah. He wanted to be a good support and make sure that the wave got pushed into the tower.
Is that worth giving up a kill?
Of course it's not worth it.
I had to ask the question because that was ridiculous.
I'm not sure if he either overestimated his own tankiness or underestimated the damage maybe from Wadid here. There's no like good answer. So he really wants Wadid to go into tower. Yeah, he got 1 minion near the tower. Kind of.
I'm at an absolute loss for words. I use the line as, like, sometimes in my play-by-play, donated a kill.
Yeah.
But that legitimately was just donating a kill. So anyways, as we return to the action.
Well, he got his sidestone now. He's happy. He's like, oh, thanks. I kind of needed that goal, actually. He's just making sure he can place wards. You know, supports, they back each other up. Top lane.
Gonna start trading one more of those and we're trading out to Fishio.
Oh, wait, he's not running the cat skin?
No. We don't have...
Remake.
Dude, we don't have the cowbell skin for Alistair, and we don't have Meowkai. I mean, like,
this is unacceptable.
Seriously, just like super unacceptable. There's a few guys in the audience are like full on.
This is professional League of Legends. Like,
flip the tables.
You have to pick the right skins.
We do indeed. Well, we're getting close to 10 minutes. Ninjas and Pyjamas again have a lead.
I can't watch this game anymore.
In game 1, Deficio, NIP had a 1,600 gold lead. We'll see whether or not they can make any more plays to pick it up. And do you remember in game 1 I talked about those dragons and how lucky ROCCAT are? They get the juicy ones. They get their first Infernal at 8 minutes, and I noticed evolved Q on Pride Storm.
Yeah, it's fine. Again, it's what I said as I expected. I really wanted to see, you know, just for the funs, the solo Q trend of Evolve R. But it is still the safer choice what Pride Storm is doing here. Evolving his Q.
He Q with a deadly flourish. Knocks over the crab, gets some additional vision. Nicks away that gold from his opponent.
Oh, Shook gank number 2.
All right, Hyper's gonna proc here from Prophet. Gonna keep running down Foxy, secondary. Boomerang as well. Shook's gonna think about going under the tower. No Nature's Grasp available, and Nagne cuts off the wall. A threaded volley goes backwards and sideways. Seismic shove catches Foxy. The hero's entrance buys some time. NIP get their 3rd of the game. Take the blast cone to safety, and that was well played.
It's what we wanted to see from Nagne here on this Talir, now that he picked it over things like Syndra and Orianna. Want to see early moves, Shook.
All right, let's see if Shook can get away with his life. Betsy puts down the Winds of War. Prophet's getting good damage in return with that Phage, and Shook is able to walk away.
Walks away. So for now, NIP winning the early game, just like last time around. Bot lane though, 2v2, they are struggling quite a bit.
Man, Hyonin keeps getting caught by this combo. Good stun from Spratel. Wadid goes in with a slicing Maelstrom, a deadly flourish, roops down Hyonin.
Oh, crit.
Fate's Call is available to Wadid. EQ starts firing, the curtains are called. Shot number 3, tags Hyonin, kills him, and out of the corpse comes Wadid.
I love that from EQ, shoots the cannon first, and then when he sees the ulti from Yana, he just turns it and says, "No, Yana, I can just kill you with that last crit." EQ also with the BF sword early, not just rushing Duskblade. So a lot of damage right now in this laning phase, with just a lot of flat AD.
I love the animation of Wadid coming out of a dead Kalista. Oh, I love it when you see those things.
I mean,
it's just so much fun.
Something dies and other things, you know, other things get born at the same time. And right there, Hyonin gave birth to Wadid. Let's see it again, Trevor.
Oh, you saved it in the end.
I tried.
You really did.
Really messed it up a little bit in the start. But look here, Hikyu with the mind game. You're like, oh, you know what? First one on Wadid, second one on Wadid, being like, okay, well, just switch it over to Yana. And there he gave birth, right there. Whoop. That's how it looks in real life.
I think there's a lot more screaming in pain, though, from what I'm led to believe. We should not be talking about this on broadcast. Ask your mums and dads, folks. Ninjas and Pyjamas, they're up around 1,600 gold. Took a minute longer this time. They had it at 10 minutes.
That's a shame.
They had it at 10 minutes in game number 1.
But we just had a 2v2 kill in the bottom lane here for Hikyu. In a lane they were struggling in because all ROCCAT did was say invest everything on trying to kill Spraddle with his ulti. So Hikyu, he just stood there and shot Hyonin in the face and then turned around with the ulti and actually killed him.
201 BF sword pickaxe as well as those Swifty boots. Got himself his Brawler's gloves as well, and just in such a great position versus a Vamp Scepter and attack speed daggers.
I am smelling the 2-0 for NIP already. Now, I know they won the last early game and then messed it up in the mid game, but their composition with all the tanks, you know, the carries are getting the kills. It's perfect for NIP. The damage dealers are picking up the early kills. The tanks, sure, are just sitting there and farming, but they just need to be a shield wall in front of Nagne and Hikyu.
Let's see whether or not Nagne's actual wall will make a difference. Seeing whether or not any sort of engage happens on the top. And Fisher, you mentioned like you're feeling a 2-0.
I mean,
feeling some
smelling
NIP
it as well.
Vibes here, you know, some performance. How accurate do you think your power rankings were this split?
I think they were fairly spot on. Nice picture.
Oh, so good. So good.
All right.
So this is your preseason tier list.
Yes.
Okay. I already see a mistake in S tier. I mean, is G2 really S tier?
Not right now, but after MSI, everyone would have put them S tier. Some people would have put Fnatic S tier as well. I did not do that. Turns out that was a mistake, so I apologize to Fnatic and all their fans. I think the rest of it is still fairly spot on. Vitality B tier could maybe be argued, but I think they're...
Do you think you overrated them just a little bit?
I don't think I've ever overrated Vitality or any of their players in the past.
Never, not
never,
once.
not a single time.
How many people remember how much Deficio hyped up Mighty Bear?
No one.
Does anyone? Are there any hands?
It
in Berlin?
never happened.
I see a few people nodding, but like...
Yeah, they're lying. They're lying. They don't remember. They don't remember
How did
at all.
that turn out? Does anyone remember?
You remember when I hyped Nuke Dog coming into this split and you didn't?
You did.
Yeah.
You did indeed.
You know, Nuke Dog is pretty good right now. Anyway, Vitality could maybe be moved around a little bit. I think the rest seems pretty fair, except for Fnatic obviously should go up one tier.
All right, Fnatic go up, and G2, the back half of the split, definitely earning their chops as S tier. But they might be in quarterfinals in playoffs, so that's really exciting.
I'm asking you right now. Never mind. We can talk about that after. It's about Vitality, not this game. So let's talk about NiP and ROCCAT instead. They are sitting in the correct tiers for sure.
Yes.
Not been able to challenge the playoff teams just yet, except for ROCCAT's few wins against teams like Fnatic.
And you know, we started today's broadcast by saying, let's go back in time. Let's look at Prophet, all this hype. SKT starter coming over from the LCK. He played his split push style, but wasn't able to be unlocked by the rest of the team. And ROCCAT, on the other hand, they are looking at Pridestalker on the flanks, and Pridestalker hasn't had the success of Maxlaw. Now, Betsy's taking a beating from 3 members of NIP. Slicing Maelstrom comes down. There's the stun bot, as well as the Fate's Call. All of the utility. Hjarnan stays alive. This allows ROCCAT to put the damage down. And Foxy manages to get the Cataclysm down into Hiku. That's 2 kills for ROCCAT. Prophet wants to clean up, though. He's already taken down Hjarnan. Connects the boomerang onto the retreating ROCCAT members. And Foxy tagged once again. Threaded volley falling ever so short. Foxy's going low, and Betsy's Justice Punch finds nobody. The Gnar backwards as Nagne is unable to get the kill, but NIP reply with 2.
2 for 2 right there. Hiku, sadly for NIP, died very early in the fight. Nothing he could really do, but with Prophet TPing in with the red buff as well. He could have gotten more. Sadly for him, all these low members from ROCCAT did manage to escape. Tower is not dead just yet. 2 for 2 though still, and NIP are still very happy with the current situation. IH is completed for Hiku, but look at the fight again. They go on to Betsy. Pridestalker does not want to join, but Hiku has to take the long route around the Rift Herald, while ROCCAT's bottom lane can run straight from the top lane, which is why they join first with a great ulti from Within. Good setup. Now Hiku joins. Sadly for him, there's also a Jarvan TPing just almost right next to him, and he just goes down, and took quite a while before Prophet could actually join the fight. Got the red buff from Hjarnan, and at this point here, as a Gnar, you're seeing the Pentacle, like right in front of you. You just heard the caster say SKT, you're feeling the spirit, and then sadly, almost everyone walks away, and another fight happens.
It does indeed. We rejoin the combat, and what it is down. Easily caught up. This will allow NIP to take down the Rift Herald very easily.
And I like that Hiku are just rushing Infinity Edge here and not just going full lethality, because he knows there's quite some tanky members on the side of ROCCAT, like the Galio, like this Jarvan here, so he will have to deal with them in the fights, and he's actually going for the best tank killer build with the crit. And let's see what he can actually do with it. So far, 3-1 and 2. Great start. And they also get the Rift Herald. Foxy will get a bot lane tower, or try at least. Red buff Prophet.
All right, let's
go
see
for the solo kill.
Prophet can run him down. Black Cleaver versus, well, nothing right now. Prophet decides not to. There's not enough vision.
Betsy also moved from mid, so he was probably expecting Betsy to have ulti. A few seconds on it, but obviously hard to time that perfectly for Prophet. Hiku, though, he's basically in the top lane. He doesn't actually care about all these stupid shenanigans in the bottom lane, because Hiku is trying to carry this game.
Deficio, it's a 3,000 gold lead for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Even better than their Game 1 stats. And with the advantage they have, surely they can play this mid-game stronger. They've got
I mean, you say that.
They've got pick power with the Jhin.
You're right.
Engage from long range.
I mean, they had that last game as well. You know, it didn't matter. So, before we flame anyone, we need to see the mid-game first.
Yes.
And then, if it all goes to poop, then we can start flaming.
Well, I don't know why you want to rush to that, okay? Ninjas in Pyjamas, I have faith. Remember we said, we were there when Origin broke the losing streak.
Yes.
And Hiku was
and we had a lot of people with us as well. That was actually a super hyped up series back then, because someone had to win. That was kind of the story of that series, and it was ROCCAT who won in the end, the 2-1. Still living on that hype.
Yeah, we're indeed. Just enjoying the recall, of course. A little bit of fun there.
Nice.
As NIP, they still maintain this lead. And yes, you know, as we said, it's been a struggle for this squad ranked down in D tier. I actually had said to Deficio before the show began, should that be E tier? Because NIP had a lot of struggles, and it was unjust, it was unfair, and unneeded to go that far. But NIP, very realistically, very, very likely, 95%, going to be looking towards the promo tournament and picking up wins in the back half, showing that you've grown as a team, and looking if they can take down Betsy here. That's a good start to the back end. The tower falls, that's the second of the game. Betsy is able to escape with his life, but NIP got the objective.
NIP did not manage to time the CC there to actually lock down Galio for long. Foxy will get his top lane tower, though. He's actually been busy just kind of standing in the side lane, smacking on whatever is in front of him. Prophet will get a bot lane tower, so a lot of turrets dropping. Will be a wide open map, and that's what we got to see now. A lot of engage on both sides. You know, you got the Wadid kind of crazy man diving in with Galio ulti onto him, same for Foxy. Obviously on NIP side, you have Spraddle as the main engage, and then two follow-ups with, actually three follow-ups with Hikyu's ulti, Prophet, and then Shook on this Maokai. So a lot of ways for both teams to fight. We should not have a boring mid-game at all. It should be actually super action-packed with Baron spawning soon.
Yep.
I will not predict a Nexus backdoor this time around.
Well, you can't say that now, okay? Let's see what the next few minutes holds.
That's fair.
Then, once we see the next few minutes, you can decide. Pridestalker, by the way, he was sitting on 3 long swords for a very long period of time. We're getting to 20 minutes in the game.
Duskblade. Working
there, but it feels, when you're down 3.5k gold, risky, maybe. I mean, what other options do you have?
I mean, Black Cleaver is still perfectly fine on Kha'Zix. I think what he just wants to do is assassinate Hikyu or Nagne in the fight. See, that's what he's looking for. Ooh. Look at that. Very
cheeky, of course. Now, again, we keep talking about the implications of both of these teams. You can see Giants in the bottom left of your screen. Welcome back to the room. The Giants squad had a phenomenal challenger split. They're taking on Wind and Rain tomorrow. And of course, Ninjas and Pyjamas are likely going to be facing one of these teams.
Because remember here in the EU Challenger scene, whoever wins this semi-final, they're in the promotion tournament and will be facing off against some of the LCS teams. A lot of swap around right there.
Yeah,
and we see
pretty cool, actually.
Baron is alive, Trevor. That means we're going to fight soon around it.
It does. And NIP have not had great Barons all split long.
They don't need it all split long. They need it today.
Okay, well,
today is the day.
They had questionable Barons in game 1. Set up the vision, walked into ROCCAT's jungle, and then got...
But let's be real. Who needs Baron? No one.
You can win without it.
You can win teamfights without it. It's not even that great.
Prophet, not going to go further forward. Also, by the way, in terms of Pridestalker, he's evolved W second.
Oh, look at this. Wadid is actually flanking around them, trying to set up the big engage here with the cannon.
Let's see whether or not the stun can come down. Wadid, no flash to follow Nagne's flash. Foxy, however, has joined. Cataclysm available to him. There's no slicing Maelstrom in the Nature's Grasp. Could be problematic. Betsy jumps into the back end, and the fight is split up. Foxy's the first one to go down as a Justice Punch catches Spraddle in the face. Fate's Call gets a small knock-up as Yanin is now running for his life. Needs to dash and use that passive as best he can. Prophet has found the boomerang.
Find someone!
Has locked off his own team. Prophet and Hikyu can't find anything more, and ROCCAT lose one.
NIP just punished that uncoordinated engage from ROCCAT so well. You see Kennen fly in first, he didn't hit anything, then Foxy TP'd in all the way in the back, and suddenly there was actually no support around him. And NIP just take down the Jarvan first. Hikyu was running around with that last crit ready for someone to actually die, but he wasn't in range to do anything. So look at this. Engage from Wadid. He obviously wants more members than just Nagne, so good flash from the Talia to get away. And Foxy now suddenly finds himself pretty far away from the team. Yes, there's a Galio ulti to help him. At this point, Yanin and Pridestalker have just joined the fight, and Wadid has already used his ulti, which is kind of his big team fighting tool as a cannon.
And all 3 tanks of NIP on the front line. The back line, the damage dealers for Ninjas, at no real threat at all.
And sadly for Hikyu there, not finding anyone. But once again, the guys with the gold on the side of NIP, they are the 2 carries that we look at, Nagne and Hikyu, and then actually the third one is Prophet, who is of course Ernar here, who benefits so well from just rushing to these 2 items. He's sitting with Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver at the moment. He's going to win the side lane split push. He's going to be strong in team fights. And last fight here, poor Foxy while he did join the fight, it was sadly not enough.
Yeah, the fight was over before he could do a whole lot, unfortunately. And Prophet showing that on his version of the Gnar versus Jarvan. Significantly stronger start, significantly stronger gameplay. However, gotta remember some of the ganks. Shook repeated attempts to that top lane.
I mean, it's been actually another good game from Shook, which is super cool to see from him. Liking the tanks very clearly. Yeah, he might be a bit famous for his Lee Sin, but what about Maokai?
Scepter play. Oh, thank you, Soaz.
God damn it, Soaz.
Thank you, Soaz. And on behalf of Fnatic, because Deficio undervalued the Fnatic squad, who were having the best split all tournament. Anyways, ROCCAT are able to get in and steal the Infernal Drake. Pridestalker will lose his life, and Hjarnan throwing down a lot of spears over the wall. Justice Punch comes down from Betsy. Sparkle goes over the wall. He knocks EQ in. Hjarnan rather. Hjarnan's taken down. That's a second mistake. What is going to sidestep one before Nagne runs him down. That was a great play from Sparkle.
This game is so over, man. NIP are just winning every single fight in the mid game. Not like last time around. They're actually setting up some of these plays very well, and they're engaging straight onto ROCCAT every single time. Yes, they might lose Infernal Drake, but it's all about the Baron, Trevor.
Oh, such good play. I'm going to forgive Sprotle for that donation earlier. It was to build false hope. Because
it's smart
of what a fantastic catch onto Hjarnan. Baron, much easier when there is no contest, when there is no one defending, and NIP push this gold lead to nearly 9,000 gold. As the Baron drops.
All right, let's see the Dragon setup right now. You see on your minimap that ROCCAT are very scattered. Faxi's not even here, so when Pridestalker jumps in to actually steal it, the fact that Betsy joins him signals, okay, ROCCAT are calling for a fight, but they don't have enough members around. Like, Faxi just entered the bottom of your screen, not even close to actually join the fight. I think they want to just let Pridestalker go in for the steal and then kind of just leave him. Once you follow up with the Galio ulti, you're really signaling now you are fighting. A second fight in a row where poor Faxi doesn't get to do anything. Last fight he just died instantly, and this fight he didn't even get to join.
Deficio dealt 196 damage in the previous fight. He's dealt 155 this time.
But it's not really his fault, like, especially this one. He's sitting in the bottom lane, trying to push out the wave, and then suddenly he dies.
Let's see whether or not the Unicorns of Love will be watching another game.
Have you noticed how beautiful Chachi is? Like, every time he's on camera, I'm like, that guy, he's actually very beautiful.
Yeah, like a very pretty man.
He is.
He plays as well as he looks. Yeah, see.
Not bad.
Beautiful man, beautiful gameplay.
I guess aggressive?
Well, it's not really a look, okay?
You can look aggressive.
Nature's Grass comes down, what doesn't? Shook is going to buy some time. His hero's entrance comes down. Gardner is able to take down Pridestalker. Shook still alive! Shook stays alive! Betsy finally comes in to take him down, but at the cost of his entire team.
Worth it!
Betsy
They kill
is
Shook.
the last man standing. Nagne uses the cleanse to buy a few seconds, and NIP ace ROCCAT.
I mean, NIP is looking way better than ROCCAT in this game here. Nagne 7-0-7 on this Talia. It's been his best champion during the split, and he's showing it once again. Hikyu and the rest of NIP, they want the base.
Ninjas in pajamas.
Ooh, let's see. 5 seconds on Pridestalker with Deed alive now. Hjarnan following. They only have a few minions, and they might have to just say, you know what? Next time they get it.
Not going to make any mistakes when they're on the verge of their first 2-0, of their first series win.
So this is how you start a fight as a Maokai. Just walk down the river, get engaged on, and then suddenly you realize you're actually really hard to kill. Here in the late game, we'll stay alive for almost the entire fight, and it just sets up everyone from NIP to join. In the end, nice root as well from Hikyu. He's been on fire today as well with his Jhin. Yes, they do kill Shook. May he rest in peace.
I think he can call Worth. If you were ever going to open all chat and say Worth, I think that's one of those times.
That'd probably be one of them, yeah. That is very true. Pridestalker getting caught out. He does have his dust blade now, but again, you want to play Kha'Zix in these games where you are playing on multiple lanes and you can really find people 1v1.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Oh, no.
They have a mascot too now?
Oh, my word.
All right. I mean, I like that. That's a challenge here for Unicorns of Love.
Oh, it is indeed. Let's see whether or not... Which mascot will do battle? And who is better?
That's a scary-looking monkey.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're getting more and more mascots here. It's very exciting. Need to get the cheerleaders back. Unicorns of Love definitely had that one down in spring. Ninjas in Pyjamas with the gigantic lead, 11,000 up.
Oh, big one.
Comes down. Foxy actually knocked out of it. Stays alive very, very long. Enough to take down Hikyu. Where's the rest of the damage? ROCCAT has split up and Hjarnan was top lane.
Well, Hjarnan and Wadid just recalled. Coming in now, Nagne is not close. Does have his ulti though to potentially join the fight. Hikyu this time around actually did get taken down in the fight. No flash frame. We'll be ready probably for the next one once we get it. Another Infernal Drake alive. Will ROCCAT get number 4? Because it is the 1 minute, so Foxy will be alive, and they stole the last one. So that probably means they have to take the next one.
Surely ROCCAT cannot come back from this. With Supers, with Baron, with 10k.
See, the last time I said that was Misfits H2K. And H2K came back. That was what? Was it 10,000 at 20 minutes?
It was
like
indeed. I think it was like 9.5, but it was close.
Yeah, that was the game where Odo Amne just went absolutely crazy on Camille. This game here, I will make the same statement.
Okay.
I never learn from my mistakes, so I will just say that NIP cannot lose this game.
That would mean NIP will pick up their first series win. I wonder if this makes, how different this makes the Giants team members and players and staff feel.
Oh, they're shaking already. I can see it.
Of course, NIP, one of the teams that is most likely to be there. Of course, mathematically, there is a shot, but realistically,
you gotta slide it in.
I have to. It is my job to be technically correct.
True.
It is the best form of correctness.
Look, they're trying again to send Hjarnan and Wadid on some weird mission top lane to try and take down that inhib turret. Meanwhile, 5 members of NIP, they're just gonna go bot lane and actually take that bot lane inhib.
There's a teleport available to Foxy. The bottom inhibitor turret is being focused. Righteous Glory used by Sprotle to run down the tower, and Betsy
that is recall
standing toe-to-toe. Recalls come out. Hjarnan and Wadid have joined the fight. Slicing Maelstrom is in. Wadid almost gets taken down. Bridestalker jumps in for the fight as He's down! The Duskblade of Drakthar finds his man. Traded 2 for 2 thus far, but the inhibitor is still available and the target. Foxy's recalling from within his own jungle and cancels it. Foxy doesn't quite know what the option is here. Where is Hjarnan? Need to get some damage down as Wadid is running forward.
So Nagne, no flash. Hjarnan is not here yet. He's on his way. He's here now for another fight.
Demacian standard goes out. Wadid just, I think, sidestepping that boomerang blade. Continues to run away. NIP and ROCCAT in this 3v3. It's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit strange, but NIP, they got the inhibitor.
Oh, Foxy hoping you can find someone who's left behind. And no junglers alive. Infernal Drake being started. That's a recipe for disaster or potential Infernal Drake and steals. As you can see now, ROCCAT, they're buying into the hype here. They want to join and actually take the fight.
Well, ROCCAT are not giving up.
Oh, they have so many Infernal Drakes now.
That's a big deal. A lot of damage on their side. Foxy goes in. There's no Cataclysm. Does he need it? Sprottle's the target on the back end. Prophet taking a lot of damage. Hjarnan getting tagged up by that threaded volley and the Infernal. Helping out NIP. The Dragon goes down, but so will Hjarnan. The rest of ROCCAT are running for their lives. One tag is all it's going to need. All 3 shots miss. So does the 4th. Where is Pridestalker? He was trying to deal with Supers. Ninjas in Pyjamas, 23 kills, 30-second death timers. They're gonna pour into the base.
Yeah, should be able to just go straight for those Nexus turrets right now. Let's see, 20 seconds on Foxy. One of the mans we're looking at to respawn. Wadid is recalling, TP in from Prophet. Only 1 turret left. This should be easy.
Ways that Pridestalker can make this happen. 15 seconds on the clock. The Ninjas in Pyjamas are doing the unthinkable. Where were you when NIP won their first series of summer? Well, this was not the result we were expecting when we came to the office today in the ULCS.
I mean, it is a classic ROCCAT move as well, after beating Unicorns of Love, then dropping a series here to NIP. But honestly, NIP, especially here in Game 2, actually just played really well. Great early game setup with Shook once again, pulling off the early ganks. Hikyu, Nagne, they picked up the kills, and they were 2 of the big carries in this game here. I actually think NIP just completely outplayed ROCCAT here in Game 2.
To Fishio, they were coordinated, they were controlled, Nagne's roams were effective.
And in classic EU fashion, they didn't get the Drakes, but they still won the game. Like, That's maybe the one thing where you can be like, hey, Infernal Drakes.
What I love about the Drakes, though, it keeps my quick stats dreams alive as I keep harping on about these interesting things. But Pride Stalker's Kha'Zix, it simply did not show up. After that attempt to kill Shook very early on, and how that got turned around, that was all the confidence NIP needed, and they just ran away with the game.
Of course, if you are NIP right now, as we said, a lot of it is about preparation. Winning a series, great for confidence, first of all, because it kind of confirms for them that some of the things they've been working on in practice actually are working. Yes. They're now picking up, a series win, a 2-0 as well, with a game to stomp, not just back and forths in the entire series, no, actually stomping ROCCAT here. Nagne as well, 10-0-9 on this Taliyah. Great performance
What
from him.
a game. What a game. We can see what did. Last member of ROCCAT to leave the stage. And difficult day for ROCCAT as Sprockle. There's a couple extra handshakes. He started the game with the biggest question mark in laning Alistar play I've ever seen. And ended the game by landing every single combo. And, 0-1-20 is a pretty impressive scoreline.
Yeah, that's almost a support dream.
Thank you to Fisher. There was a lot of support there on that one.
I said it was a support dream. Your statement kind of ended right there. He said, your name is KDA.
I was
and
hoping for you
it.
to pick it up, say something more about it, but it's fine. It's fine.
I think you did a great job.
Did you vote for your player of the series?
I actually didn't have the time to do. I had the time to do it.
Well, it's pretty clear because it went to Lord of the Pit and Nagne. I don't think that's a huge surprise there. I think maybe Shook would be a close second. Interesting I mentioned that because he's busy setting up for the interview. But Shook, great impact early game, definitely big impact mid late game, and relevant the whole time.
Same for Nagne as well, as you said right there. He joined early on, got the first blood. We saw some good ultis towards the top side from him as well with this Taliyah, but mainly it was just teamfight impact. Actually, and I think Taliyah is one of these champions that some European mid laners are underrating. We see her still as one of the highest priority picks over in the LCK, and if you are okay with sometimes having to play around your teammates, then Taliyah is actually a fantastic champion. She's also good against some of these tanks and teamfights because she actually can have decent damage against them.
Now we know why EU mids don't. By the way, just as they're about to set up for this interview, I need to just do a quick little aside. That's the first time I've seen the Mysterious Monkeys mascot, and I couldn't, it wasn't really right to say it in the game, but I'm going to say it now. If anyone's seen the flying monkeys from the Wizard of Oz, that's exactly what their mascot looked like. Seriously, just Google it, Flying Monkey Wizard of Oz. You'll see that mascot on stage in a second. With that, let's head over to Shook and Pyra, after they picked up their first win.
Well, no flying monkeys, just ninjas here. And congratulations, Shook. You guys finally got on the board. You got this 2-0 victory. How does it feel to finally pick up a win here in Summer?
I think we're quite happy with the win. We just want to improve every week since it's a high chance we're playing relegation. So we're just happy with every win we take, and we're just hoping to improve.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like you guys definitely were on the ball for this series. And just in general, what was going through your mind when you realized, holy moly, we're actually going to do it. We're going to be able to take down ROCCAT in this series and stay alive?
I think we could actually beat every team when it comes to getting games of them. It's just we make these small mistakes that throws games away from us a lot of the time. So we have it in us, it's just not showing. But yeah, I always think we can win.
And we have seen some flashes of brilliance, especially from you, not just with Baron steals and things like that, but you do seem to be kind of that primary initiator for the team. Would you say you're a leader on this squad?
Not necessarily a leader, but I would say I usually get my team ahead when it comes to in-game stuff. So yeah, it usually relies on me having a good game to get the team going.
Well, that's fair enough, and it seems like the stars kind of aligned and you guys were all performing well throughout this series. Now, it's obviously been a very rocky split for the Ninjas of Pyjamas on the re-entry to the European LCS. What would you say has been the biggest challenge with this squad?
The biggest challenge was definitely, I think, communication. It's something, if you have two new Koreans who do not speak English at all, they have to learn English, they have to get used to Europe, and yeah, it's just difficult to get the communication going.
Yeah, I can understand. So how have you guys been really working towards improving that over the course of the split? It seems like it's been better.
Yeah, it's just something, you have to give time to something like this. Yeah, you just have to play it out. Just hope it gets better every week and see where it goes from there.
Well, and we'll see how it goes for you guys heading ahead. You're still technically not locked in for that relegation tournament. However, it looks like the Ninjas in Pyjamas are playing stronger. And what's next for you guys? What are you looking to tackle ahead?
When it comes to teams?
Or just in general speaking, how do you guys feel like you're going to be performing from here on out?
We're just going to take every team, every game when it comes to us. We just want to Yeah, we just want to improve. Like, we're just going to try our best every game. Like, even though it's a high chance we're going to relegation, we're never going to give up. So
I like to hear that. Thank you very much, Shook, and congratulations on your 2-0 win.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, the Ninjas in Pyjamas pulled off some 2-0 no jutsu. Let's leave it to our analysts to break it down.
I was so ready to say 2-0 no jutsu. Pyra every time. All right. Gotta say, though, progress. Praise them for being just such a strong team this week, such a strong team showing up against ROCCAT. I think we've seen, I don't want to say, the consistency is definitely not there yet, but we did see massive improvement across the board, it feels like, for NIP specifically in this game, too.
I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that they got early leads and they didn't always throw them away, because we saw them doing that a few weeks ago against teams like the Unicorns of Love. But this time round, we saw them getting an early lead and then properly utilizing it, setting up good vision, making smart, proactive play, responding effectively to the things that that ROCCAT tried to make happen. And I was overall just very impressed with NIP in this series.
Yeah, they were able to roam up for this first blood because both of their lanes were pushing. I'm not the biggest fan of the Galio mid lane, especially in the early game when you commit into a fight like that. But look, NIP just taking good fights constantly in the early game, getting this early game advantage, punishing Wadid and Hyanan once again for aggressive play in lane. And if NIP can do that, that's exactly what we wanted to see from this team, is they're good at building the lead, just compounded into game wins.
And it's nice as well to see the fact that this communication has been able to develop. You heard Shook talking about it. We expected it. You have two new Koreans. They are in a new city. They're in a new place, in a new league. And this will definitely be outside of their comfort zone, playing on a brand new team that they're not used to as well. And I think that it has taken them a long time to get to a point where they can properly work together and coordinate. And this, to me, felt like the first glimmer of what looked like a promising development for NIP.
And to be fair, we did give Nagne Player of the Series. We were decided as a desk in that, but it was a massive debate between Shook, Nagne, Hikyu, three members who all did very well, not just a single member carrying this team, which is good. Normally, often when teams are struggling, we see one guy, Mike Young, who might be carrying the team forward, moving them forward. Not the case here with NIP. And as we look at some of the fights that happened in the mid-game, you can see that NIP were just out executing. This is not cheese. This is not like a crazy upset. They were playing the team fights incredibly well, specifically from what we saw around the mid lane.
Yeah, I was super impressed with this upcoming fight that we're going to show you right now, because this was ROCCAT trying to force a play onto NIP. It was basically saying, ROCCAT, we're ready. We have the cannon ultimate. We're ready to go in for the flank. I'm going to keep talking because I'm pretty sure the replay is coming relatively soon. But basically what we're super impressed with is the way in which NIP answer. Because you see, you think that flash is bad from Nagne, his positioning is bad, but he actually trades that flash for an ulti from Wadid. So now Faxi, he's in this really awkward situation where he doesn't want to engage because he doesn't know if he has any follow-up, and he has to ulti onto Spraddle, who's just soaking up all the damage, profit zoning away all the damage dealers, and the rest of NIP can just focus down one target at a time, and then just go for the rest of the chase.
And this is one of these turning points that Shook was talking about. Sometimes there were mistakes in games out of NIP, but successful fights like this in-game actually put the game so heavily in their favor that, you know, Hikyu, Nagne, they were so far ahead they could easily take subsequent fights like this. And that's what we wanted to see out of NIP, was actually that consistency throughout the entire game, not dropping those big mistakes.
And it's also worth highlighting, like I said in this game, NIP have got a lead. I'm certain they're going to throw it, because that's what I've come to expect from NIP. I expect them to get this kind of early lead and then make one awful decision that ends up snowballing the game. We almost saw it in game one of this series, and I was happy to eat my words in the way in which they just very cleanly snowballed.
You said it so
lead.
proud. I have it written down on the sheet, 12-16 in-game time. NIP will throw this game. You said it yourself. You stopped me from flaming you on air, so good for you. The thing I want to talk about moving forward, NIP are technically not out of that safe spot yet. However, it's very unlikely that they will be there. So, and it's something that Shook mentioned as well, is the promotion tournament coming up. So, Stress, looking forward, looking at some of the teams that are present in the Challenger Series, how does this edition of NIP that we saw today sort of stack up against some of those lineups?
Well, the game 2 NIP specifically looking very strong, I actually think can contend in the promotion tournament. You know, we've got teams like Giants and Schalke who have looked very strong throughout the entire split. But I think when you look at the way that Shook was in sync with the rest of his team, it's a double elimination format. If they line up and manage to get this kind of consistency in multiple games, I'm not scared that NIP can stay in the LCS. I think they actually can live up to the same level, if not better, than Giants and Schalke.
And I think the thing is it's right at the start of the season, it's maybe not what NIP want, but at this point, when you're improving as a team week to week and your only focus is improving, the fact that I don't want to say they're 100% the favorites coming in, but looking like one of the stronger teams when it comes to that promotion tournament has to be some benefit, some relief when you were struggling so much earlier on.
It's really difficult, right? Because when you look at a team as Giants, who've been super dominant throughout the regular season, and then we see NIP, who only this week have been able to get themselves a 2-0. I'm still hesitant to say that NIP look like the favorites. It's very much like, oh, hey, great, NIP look good. They look better. But I'm still keeping my eyes on like Giants, Schalke, being like, these are strong teams, and you need to be more consistent. This communication needs to continue to improve. Otherwise, you will be relegated, because that is some tough opposition that you will be going up against.
I think the interesting thing for me, you can never know with Challenger. Last split, we thought Schalke were going to dominate everybody.
That is very true.
I completely agree with you with the strength of them, but, you know, RB, Wind and Rain also looking strong. And remember, theoretically, if the standings lock now, Mysterious Monkeys would be that other team in the promotion tournament, and they've been looking on the up and up as well. So lots of tough competition as we head towards that promotion tournament in a few weeks' time.
Well, speaking of the Mysterious Monkeys, they and Unicorns of Love are preparing for the second series as we speak. Will we see another upset today? We're going to find out in just a minute.
Sprocket has already rose. With the help of the River Scuttler, he's able to get around. Ninjas in Pyjamas once again find first blood. What did? EQ starts firing. The curtains are called. Shot number 3. Tags Jan. Oh! Kills him.
You know. Oh, what? Yeah, I don't know. They're fighting us. So.
Justice Punch comes down from Betsy. Sparkle goes over the wall. He knocks EQ in. Yonan rather. Yonan's taken down. That was a great play from Sprocket. That is able to take down Bright Stalker. Shook still alive. Shook stays alive. Betsy finally comes in to take him down, but at the cost of his entire team. The Ninjas in Pyjamas are doing the unthinkable. Where were you when NIP won their first series of summer?
Welcome back to Mythical Animal Fight Arena, where tonight a monkey faces a unicorn. Who will reign supreme? I have no idea. I was told that they would be fighting. They're very, very, very friendly with each other. Not quite as violent as one may have expected. Well, welcome back everybody to Berlin. We're counting down towards the matchup between Unicorns of Love and Mysterious Monkeys. I'm still Daniel Dracos. Baby. This is Deficio, as you may have noticed from the way that he loudly introduced himself. Couldn't wait for me, could you?
Hi, guys.
Well, Unicorns of Love coming into this matchup, they've been struggling lately. They're coming off of 2 straight losses against ROCCAT and Fnatic. And I think it's interesting to see them kind of start to struggle because they were our best performing team at Rift Rivals, and yet I don't feel like we've seen a lot of progression from them.
No, and obviously we also have to highlight that before Rift Rivals, we kind of had the same issues, and that makes it a little bit more painful. It was like, start of the split, early game was weak. You know, vision control wasn't always spot on, some individual mistakes happening as well, but also as a team just making some aggressive moves when you probably don't have to because you're running like these pure scaling comps. We saw it before Rift Rivals, we saw it at Rift Rivals. We're still seeing it right now, and that is a little bit of a shame because we feel like there's a lot of potential in this lineup, but they gotta fix those weaknesses in the early game.
I think the most disappointing thing is the fact that more weaknesses have cropped up from what used to be strengths. Xerxes, the man on your screen here, we used to pride him, you know, rookie of the split for the spring split. He used to have great early games, but now it's Xerxes, Hylissang having rough individual games. We've seen the same out of Vizicachi. Like, the individual errors keep cropping up in different roles now, and that is not something the Unicorns are really going to be strengthened by at all.
Exactly. So we were still kind of waiting for, you know, the big positive sign in 7-14 from the Unicorns of Love. The Lord Commander Prolly, it did come in with the prediction a few weeks ago that this patch would actually hurt Unicorns of Love because everyone would be drafting team fights. So he seemed to kind of introduce that first, and his prediction was spot on, and the rest of us kind of joined the hype train.
I think the one area that has improved slightly is Exile. When looking at week 7, he got some solo kills against Caps, actually looked to be aggressive and didn't give up deaths without getting anything in the early game, which is what we were criticizing him for. Good performances on Talon. It was a little bit of a different play style for him individually, but that's a good thing for UOL.
It suited him. I actually want to see Exile play more of these like lethality champions if he can. Yes, it's a gamble in the early game where if something goes wrong, it could backfire, but he actually looked really good on his Talon here, also in late game team fight. So I'm hoping that's the kind of style we see him play and not just him sticking to the regular meta like some of the other mid laners.
And if they are going to be a team that relies on late game team fights, going up against Mysterious Monkeys stylistically feels like a good bet for the Unicorns of Love because Mysterious Monkeys, despite it being more of a team fight meta, don't seem to have clicked and functioned on the same page.
Right, the only time Mysterious Monkeys have been able to find good team fights is when Kikis has first split pushed and pulled the enemy team around so Amazing can actually find the opening for team fight, which I don't see happening quite as often. He's gone away from some of these Aatroxes. He's now trying to play the Renekton a little bit more early on. It just hasn't lived up to the hype.
No, there was quite some hype in the start, you know, just when Amazing and Kikis joined because they were looking really good in a few games. We didn't really see progression, which is a bit of a shame, but it is a matter where you can't draft these team fighting comps like we saw NIP just do. If you can actually execute the late game team fights, then you can still beat some of the higher ranked teams. I think the Monkeys have to try and go for that style, and Amazing also needs to step up his individual performance because we have seen a lot of opportunities being missed by some skill shots not landing or some mistimed ganks, and that can't happen for Mysterious Monkeys if they want to get an advantage against Unicorns.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Mysterious Monkeys can strike back here against the Unicorns of Love. Here are Pyra and Vedius to get us into game.
Vedius.
Thank you very much, Dracos. We are just about ready to get started in this one, and oh boy, welcome to the jungle, Unicorns versus Monkeys. Let's go ahead and get into the starting lineups. On the blue side for game number 1 is, of course, going to be the Unicorns of Love. And I think the desk was right, Vedius. Exile definitely was a standout performer of last week.
Oh yeah, he certainly was. Definitely having one of his better weeks, playing on the Talon, definitely showcasing what you can do with some of these mid lane assassins.
Oh yes, indeed. And we'll have to see if anyone else can start stepping up or if the Unicorns of Love are going to put all those eggs into the Exile basket. But on the red side, the other side of the rift, it is going to be the Mysterious Monkeys themselves. You know, in the same like, I feel like Kozku had a decent week as well.
I mean, I'm a little hit or miss with Kozku. You never really know what kind of mid laner you're going to get. Some weeks he seems to have really strong performances, other not so much.
Yeah.
And I feel like that he certainly had a few up and down performances over recent weeks. But given his recent progression, let's see if he can bring it to Exile, who to be honest, has had that same kind of inconsistency throughout the split.
Yeah, mid lane matchup is always something to think about, but at the same time, we also saw earlier in this week the Mysterious Monkeys had a real rough go of things going up against Vitality. That was the two of us, actually.
It was.
We did not see a whole lot out of that squad.
No.
That was unfortunate. I want to see something different today.
It was definitely quite a slow series, but hopefully we see a little bit more action today. We have the Unicorns of Love, and they are famous for their team fighting, so I'm hoping for quite the animal party here
I think
today.
it's definitely going to happen. As we enter picks and bans for game number 1, the Unicorns will be the ones to kick things off. Their blue side ban, what will they take off the board against the Monkeys?
So, conventionally, things on red side bans. I'm seeing a lot of Zac and Caitlyn still very, very strong in the current meta. Different teams have different opinions based on the Elise. And after seeing Xerxes Elise last week, no real surprise, it seems to be the Unicorns that are going to prioritize taking that early game champion off the board.
Yeah, Zac follows through, so really no surprises on that end. It's back over to the Unicorns side. Now, if you are the Unicorns, what do you want to stop the Monkeys from getting? Because we've seen them, honestly, not have a whole lot of success with a lot of different compositions.
I feel like Maokai is a champion you don't want to afford to give over to the Mysterious Monkeys. I feel like he offers too much in terms of ease of engage with the Righteous Glory and the ability to all in. And I wonder if Mysterious Monkeys are going to even ban away the talent. We did see Fnatic banning off Exile. It was something that he had a lot of comfort with, and you can see on your screen how successful he was on that champion. It feels like that in the current meta with lethality, it's something that he has a little bit more comfort on. But after seeing Kane yesterday, maybe he's experimented with a few new things.
I didn't want to say it, I didn't want to put it out there because I just wanted us to be excited and surprised if it shows up, but I heard Deficio talking about some more lethality champions. We talked about how it functions a little bit like a talent. It definitely seems right in the Exile wheelhouse, but we are several ticks away from that possibly happening.
You've got to remember as well that when Exile joined the LCS, he was kind of an OG assassin-style player. He was bringing out the LeBlanc, he was bringing out the Yasuo, and it didn't work out as well, but it's definitely a style that he likes, and it's something that if he gets the opportunity to, I'm sure he'll grasp at that.
And of course, for a long time, he kind of went in a lot of different directions. The Unicorns kind of developed him into a better mage player across the board, but he got a little stubborn, sticking on the rise when it was no longer a big thing. But it's not about Exile in this first phase because the Cho'Gath was left up and open, and that is an insta-lock-in for the Unicorns.
Now, we have seen both Chachi and Xerxes play the Cho'Gath. I feel like that if you're the Mysterious Monkeys, you need to get yourself a Maokai early on. You could even get yourself something like an early Rakan or maybe Xayah. Get Yuki and Dreams a powerful bottom lane. Largely because last week they didn't have the best of performances. They were dying a lot in the 2 versus 2 up against the Mysterious Monkeys, and I want to see them step up, especially with so many power supports already banned away.
All right, so now that they've got those pieces to the puzzle, what are the Unicorns of Love looking to answer with? We know that Samix does like to play the Xayah himself. Do they want to take it away here?
Ooh, I mean, they could. I think that Tahm Kench will definitely be a high priority pick, largely because of how well he does against the Rakan. They could even go for the Kennen. Would certainly be a Hylissang style of champion, but also got to remember Braum is also available. So interesting that they're actually going to shift towards this Jhin. We already saw it earlier in the day. It's very, very popular over in North America, but it's not the lethality builds that we're usually seeing. You're actually seeing a lot of high crit builds with very early Essence Reavers and rapid fire cannons and more of that scaling teamfight Jhin rather than trying to get that early snowball cannon Jhin.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye and see if Samix follows in those footsteps. Now, this is actually going to be his first Jhin of the summer. If I remember correctly, back to the spring, that was one of the champions he was bringing out so much damage on. We'll see if he's able to get back into it. Now, Monkeys do not want to give any chance over to the Unicorns for shenanigans.
They actually banned the Kane, wow.
Yep.
So an element of respect there. I wonder if they will follow that up with a Talon ban as well. You can see some stats on your screen for Yuki. The CSD is the most important one. For a very long time, early on in the split, Yuki is an individual. He was having a decent performance, regularly kind of considered to be like the star almost, and that keeping Mysterious Monkeys' hopes alive. But recently, he has not been having the best performances. Teams have been shutting him down. With the Xayah Rakan lane going into this Jhin Braum, I feel like he's setting himself up for success. There's a lot of room to make early plays, and I'm excited to see what this Mysterious Monkeys bottom lane can do.
Yuki can get back to those carrying ways for the time being, though. Unicorn's still contemplating their final ban. It's going to be Gnar that they remove from Kikis. Now, remember, Kikis, of course, has been another Mysterious Monkeys win condition in the past, helped them to two of the series they already have had, but he has a big champion pool, so I don't think he'll be too fazed by that.
So with the Vladimir ban, makes me think that Unicorns are looking for something like a Syndra for Exile. Usually that's where we most commonly see the Vladimir picked up, but Mysterious Monkey is going to very quickly lock in a safe mid. No, they're just going to go back to comfort.
Oh! We should have expected it. The Talon lock in for Exile. He just says, that's fine, I'll take it. Throw me the Gragas as well, so we should be seeing Chachi now on this Cho'Gath. I mean, they could still run the Gragas top, but this makes more sense.
You're definitely right. The Gragas in the jungle, Cho'Gath up in the top lane. That's why they banned away the Gnar as well, because they knew how much of a rough matchup it was. So final pick for Mysterious Monkeys. They could go for a Jarvan, does okay into the Cho'Gath. We have been seeing some Shens being picked up too. Oh, but they're actually going to go for something a little bit more team fighting and can hold his own a little bit in lane. But I actually don't think this is a great matchup for Renekton, and we can talk more about it in game. But in terms of comps, a lot of fighting. Pyra, no real surprise, a play-by-play's dream. You have a lot of engage from the side of Mysterious Monkeys with the Righteous Glory on the Maokai. You're going to have the Talisman of Ascension on Rakan. A lot of running at their opponents, forcing a lot of fights. But Unicorns, they're trying a little bit more of a disengage composition. They want to buy their time. They have the Gragas ultimate, a lot of CC from the Cho'Gath, disengage from the Braum. And while they still can force their own fights, they actually want to stop, deny the engage, and then hope that Mysterious Monkeys overchase, and then they go for the re-engage using the high mobility of champions like Talon.
Oh, we have seen Monkeys get caught into a trap a couple of times, but I very much doubt this will be much like the Vitality series where the Monkeys just couldn't quite get things together. It's all about fighting often and early for this team, and we'll see if Unlimited, the comp that he has drafted for this team, is going to be able to come up with enough to take down the Unicorns of Love. It's definitely going to be one hell of a brawl. With Unicorns, it always is! But it will be a battle of mythic proportions with the Unicorns and Monkeys on the Rift, and we want to hear from you guys at home, of course. Give us your tweets. At LOL Esports is the place. Hashtag UOL win or double M win if you believe in the power of the Monkeys.
And Mysterious Monkeys, definitely not looking good for them right now. They lost to Vitality already this week. They need as many wins as possible. They want to try and catch up into that safe spot. Whereas Unicorns of Love, they want to join HDK at the top of the group. So must-need wins here for both sides.
Must-need indeed. We'll find out who reigns supreme between the Unicorns and the Mysterious Monkeys as we hit the Rift for game number 1. Well, I think I know where the fan vote is going to go, Vedius. With the Unicorns and the Love Hurts crew, it usually is very one-sided.
Typically, saw someone there with the body pillow, and I'm pretty sure I stole that earlier, so I don't know how they got their hands on it.
Apparently it's been passed around, Vedius.
It does seem that way.
All right, Unicorn's going for the 5-man invade, finding out Amazing, throws a sapling, forced the flash early on. That's not how you want to begin a game.
A lot of respect being shown from Amazing, realizes, you know what, if that Braum Q hits me, I could die. So instead, I'm just going to flash away. I refuse to be chopped down this early on into the game.
His bark was clearly worse than his bite.
Oh, very
at level
good.
1.
Very good, Pyra.
I'm glad you like that. I've been working on my old witticisms, Vedius.
But let's talk about the early game, right? Because from the side of Mysterious Monkeys, there's not a huge amount of... Okay, they actually have a few options, because you have a Renekton, and you also have a lot of playmaking potential down in the bottom lane. The problem is, typically in this Cho'Gath versus Renekton matchup, what you'll see is the Cho'Gath, he'll take a lot of points in his E, he'll look to just push and push and push and push. And the thing about Renekton is he wants to be super aggressive in laning phase. He wants to be in your face, he wants to be trading, and normally Renekton wins because when he goes in, he stuns you, he hits you with a Q, he dashes back out, and he's fine, he's safe, he's going to win out on that trade. But Cho'Gath gets a lot of sustain from his passive. He has a lot of wave clear, and every time that Renekton jumps in, the ability of the Cho'Gath to chase is actually very strong. So Cho'Gath is one of those few champions that can actually go very even, or at the very least hold their own against a Renekton, which means that some early gank assistance from Amazing would be very valuable to get this Renekton snowballing in the early game.
I was about to go in on that because it seemed like the Monkeys' game plan for a long time had been trying to snowball off Kikis, and this is a team composition that can fight very well, but do they still want to put their attention up there, up top early on? I guess we have to track Amazing and find out.
Yeah, and Amazing's early gank pressure will be very important, but we've also got to look at Xerxes, because when we talk about these early junglers, he is an individual that has not had the strongest of performances. All eyes for a very long time have been on Exile, but when you look at Xerxes, his goal difference at 15 is often negative. His contribution during the early game is not that strong. And when they played up against Fnatic, he was a big part as to why they ended up losing that series, trying to be over-aggressive, trying to make all these extremely over-eager plays that ended up in disaster and resulted in Fnatic taking that overall series. So I have big question marks around Xerxes and what his goals are in the early game and whether or not he wants to try and focus back to a more conventional style, which is scaling towards those late game team finals.
Yeah, we certainly have to watch him, and those numbers definitely didn't look like the kind that netted him that Rookie of the Split award in the last split. Of course, his entry into the LCS was certainly an impactful one, coming from the Turkish Champions League and helping lead his team to victory there, but he's clearly been falling off as of late. One thing we definitely want to check in on, though, this game is going to be the mid lane, of course, because Exile, he locks this into the Orianna. It's a fairly safe pick for Cosq, especially by his standards, but Exile...
Did he just dab?
Yeah, he did. He's got style, man.
Oh, I never knew that he dabbed.
Locks talent in.
Very old school. He should really update to a fidget spinner or something. Anyway, talking a little bit...
Have you been on the internet too much lately?
Maybe. So, we want to see early ganks up top lane. Amazing. Level 3, now poised and ready to try and shut down Chachi.
All right, okay, they get the stun off, and in goes the Twisted Advance. Kikis is going to dice his way out. Sapling's on a little bit late. Do they have the damage to follow through? Chachi's still got a flash. He's not going to need it either. He gets out alive.
Wow, really good two-man knock up there from Chachi. Completely dissuades Amazing and Kikis from the continued followed up, but slight pressure advantage going in favor of Kikis. This will get the teleport out from Chachi too. So now, Mysterious Monkeys, they have this TP advantage, level 6. They may look to try and make a play happen. Amazing, he's still hanging around though.
Yeah, he hadn't actually gone back yet. Chachi was quick on the teleport finger. He is getting pushed in for the time being, but this is what's going to happen with that Renekton. As you explained, it's maybe not a great matchup because of the sustain, but Renekton's still able to push, and he has that farm advantage. But there's always a timer. And as you know, the late game Cho'Gath is going to be pretty deadly. So if Unicorns get a longer game, this could be a good one for him.
The thing you always have to remember about the Unicorns is they are still that team that they usually have a slow early game. Pretty casual, pretty relaxed, and then around the 20-minute mark is where they really kick the action off. But I'm keeping my eyes once again on the bottom lane. I feel like both those guys are looking for a bit of trading early on.
Yeah. Well, Yuki and Dreams, they drafted the Zyricon early on. It's clearly comfortable for them. You pointed out that Yuki had been a point of success for the Mysterious Monkeys when he was able to kind of just unload damage in fights. You can see that Amazing, even though he's down here clearing camps, he's emphasized being able to get places quick with the Moby Boots early on. So he could be making a move down there soon too.
Good spot there, Pyra. Typically, when you go for early Moby Boots, that does say, I want to gank a lot. It gives you a lot of mobility throughout your jungle, gives you a lot of freedom, and it's really good if you could shut down this talent in the early game. We haven't talked much about it, largely because Fisher and I talked a huge amount about it in the last series, but typically what you want from a talent is an early snowball. Lethality is all about the name of the game. The thing about Lethality is it's great when the targets have low amount of armor, because it's flat armor penetration. Once they start stacking it up, it gets a little bit difficult as we see a bit more trading in the bottom lane.
Grand entrance and a battle dance out of Dreams. They do trade well. Samix is the one who takes a bit of damage. Hylissang stepping in front to help him heal up there. That last shot on this Jhin. Samix is still staying relatively healthy, and he's actually been able to out-farm his opposite number for the most part. Sitting on those boots start, too. That's something we didn't really talk about either. He's emphasized mobility himself.
Yeah. Largely to just get that additional bit of sustain. It helps with your trading pattern, too. We have seen some Doran's Ring starts from some Jins over in North America to help with the bouncing grenades because of its great ability power ratio. Outside of laning phase, it's not that valuable, but that's not what we're seeing today. Likely he's going to rush some early Moby Boots, but right now he's getting engaged once again.
Yeah, but Hylissang is there to get the block on. So Dreams and Yuki continuing to try and trade it out. It's even on the farm game. Down towards the bottom, we've yet to see the junglers make an appearance. But we're only 6.5 minutes in. No need to rush this one.
Yep, no need to rush indeed. I'd love to see Amazing try and make a repeat appearance up top as the ulti gets used.
Kikis, he's got the dominance on. He is the big animal right now. Chachi's throwing down the Rupture just to make sure he doesn't get followed through too deep onto. Still both flashes for both top laners with the teleports both down as well. But Amazing, he's busy clearing out the wave.
Okay,
the wards, I should say.
So I just want to take this opportunity very quickly. We've got to look at the builds. Because I want to look at Cosq and see he's gone for a Blasting Wand along with an Amp Tone. Now, in my head, this is kind of like he's edging towards a Rylai's. Now, this is a bit of a gamble, because the thing about Talon is he snowballs really well, and once he's got a few levels under his belt with some early lethality, oh, he hits hard. So, solo queue players at home, I highly recommend rushing some armor. Either go for the armor boots or just get a very early Seeker's arm guard. Really good tool for mitigating that early laning power that Talon can have once he gets a few levels under his belt. But by going for the Rylai's, if that is the build path that he decides to go for, it will definitely give him a lot of health and a little bit more utility to prevent Exile from having that level of burst.
That was not the most effective Ignite, Hylissang.
He stopped their backs.
He did stop their backs.
This will allow Samix to get back to lane sooner. They will be able to get onto the tower faster. This is a big tempo advantage play that UOL is trying to make right now.
Yeah, Dreams, he's going to be body blocking here just to make sure Hylissang can't interrupt Yuki any further, but he takes a lot of damage for it. And in the end, here we go. So Samix will be making it back to lane. He's got himself a shiny new set of shoes with those boots, as well as the BF sword. So this should definitely help him out, try and get an edge over Yuki. But Yuki's also got a BF, so that's at least matched on damage for now.
But he will get back to lane a little bit later, so this will continue the early advantage that Samix has been able to build up for himself. The great thing about Jin is usually early on in laning phase, he's still pretty strong. But now you're starting to see this trait actually go in the favor of Chachi, getting a lot of early armor to deal with the Renekton. Now Exile.
Shockwave pulls in Exile. He's going to instantly top his ult on and look over to KazQ. Parkour's over, but Dreams is there to intercept. Oh, predicts it with the knockup. And is Rakan going to finish it for first blood? I think so.
Great roam there from Dreams. Right place, right time. They get the kill down onto Exile. And that'll be first blood going in favor of Mysterious Monkeys.
And this is the kind of proactivity we wanted to see out of the Monkeys against Vitality, but now they're bringing it up against the Unicorns. I want to see how this continues here. 9 minutes in the game. They're making moves. Xerxes and Chachi are up top. They get a bop on to the Croc. Chachi's moving out, barrels on, and that's it.
Bit of a pressure play there from the Unicorns of Love. They see the gank happen mid and they want to try and make something happen somewhere else on the map. Let's have a look back at how this happens here in this replay. So, Mysterious Monkeys, they spot out Exile trying to clear out the ward. He doesn't flash away from the ultimate. A little greedy from Exile, but I love the pathing that he takes, thinking that he's safe, utilizing the walls and mobility, but he just doesn't expect Dreams to come out of nowhere. And if you think back, if Hylissang had never delayed the recalls of Hylissang, of Dreams rather,
he delayed his own back too.
He never would have been in that situation. So it's all Hylissang's fault.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I guess you can always blame the support.
But let's go back to these mid laners, right? We got to talk about it because now Exile is behind. It's a really big deal for Talon to not be behind in the early matchup, and the fact that KazQ has been able to get what looks like to be an early Rod of Ages into this matchup, very similar to what we saw from Caps when he played up against the Talon, will be very advantageous for him. But let's just talk a little bit more about the mid laners as well, because sure, I wanted to see a little bit more from Xerxes. I questioned what kind of Xerxes was going to set up in the day. Would he be early game focus or would he be team fight? But Exile has received a lot of flack, and so has KazQ. And that's because these two statistically are the worst performing mid laners in our league. You can see 10th, 8th, sitting very low down on the ladder of other mid laners. A lot of their deficits come from early laning phase, but also just their ability to get kills and how regularly they die in the game.
I feel like that honestly reflects worse on Exile, right? Because he's the one with the more tenure in the European LCS. KazQ came in after a long time in Challenger, but didn't get the same level of experience. Maybe that'll change. Here we go. They go in all on top of Exile. Insta-flash away. The Thorns are out, but Exile is already back under tower. Monkeys tried for the collapse, but couldn't find it.
Coordination was a little bit off there. 2 flashes used from the Mysterious Monkeys, but really good setup there from, or really good escape rather, from Exile. And they want to try and shut him down, try and prevent this Talon from getting into that snowball state. Mysterious Monkeys being extremely proactive in doing that so far. And it will allow KazQ to healthily transition into his itemization later on.
Yeah, speaking of itemization, you talked about the possible Rylai's. Of course, it looked like he changed it up or had a different plan in mind because he's working his way toward a Rod of Ages instead. So not so much on the armor, but at least he's going to have some sustain there.
Yeah, personally, I'm not a massive fan of it, but this was something that we saw Caps do as well. It does give you a lot of health. Will attribute to more of a scaling sort of Orianna build, but I think the big thing is that you lose the cooldown reduction that you typically get from the Morello Momicon, which is extremely important on a champion like Orianna because she is so teamfight centric that being able to spam those skills as often as you can, give shields, move your ball around, is super, super important. So I wonder if he will build towards the Morellos a little bit later on, but he needs to get that Zhonya's completed ASAP to mitigate a lot of the burst power that Talon does have.
Especially considering the Dustblade of Drakthar has been completed on Exile's side, and we could start seeing things shift in their favor. For the time being, the Monkeys are the ones that do control this gold lead. It's been an extended laning phase because nobody's made a big swap or a big push.
Yep.
I want to see if that ends up changing here. Now, Yuki's going to be joined by Dreams, but he's trying to take the express path, and Hylissang cuts him off.
Remember that it's not the end of the world for the Unicorns of Love to scale. Jin scales pretty well based on the build path that he decided to go for. Rush of the Infinity Edge into the Rapid Fire Cannon. Very similar to what we see over in North America. And Chachi, he's on Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath scales well. He scales with health. He does a lot of damage later on, especially to any target that he can get onto, really, because of the amount of true damage that he, in fact, does do. And this could be an issue for Mysterious Monkeys because Renekton is in the head. Yuki and Dreams weren't able to snowball any kind of bot lane lead. And we'll have to see, because right now, an extending laning phase isn't that bad for the Unicorns of Love.
Now, and Dreams, he ran right into the gank squad of the Unicorns of Love. The rake comes out, and Hylissang throws on the Winter's Bite. That's the finishing blow, as he's able to pick up 1 kill for himself, and now they are proxying behind this wave. Xerxes Exile stopping anything from happening by way of defense. Kozki will get some free hits on the mid tower while the Talon is away, but he's back soon enough. And this is where we'll start to see things open up for the Unicorns.
And you have to praise the Unicorns. They had really good vision around the bottom half of the Mysterious Monkeys jungle. Exile now going into Kozki.
Oh boy, Twilight Assault, and he throws the rake back. Kozki down to half his health. He has his barrier, already used it. In comes Xerxes, shockwave on himself, but it's gonna be the Sombrero, and Exile picks up the kill. Meanwhile, Samix has to flash away. twirling his gun with style, but can he get away? It looks like it. Hylissang is there for the defense. Yuki coming out, just able to clear some wards, and that's it.
This is why I like to see early armor on those mid lane champions against Talon. He has a lot of burst, especially once he completes that Duskblade. He doesn't need, I mean, he scales extremely well with items, but those levels contribute so much in terms of the base damage that he gets as well. When you have no armor, you just get popped off. And you can see he's not even level 11 yet. He doesn't have the second point in his ulti, but the bleed is what people really underestimate in terms of the amount of damage output. When you combine that with the slow that he gets on the Rake, on the Duskblade, Ignite 2, and when you're in melee range, you get a massive crit on your Q. So much damage available, and you don't have any armor to support it.
Exile, he wants to get this ball rolling downhill. Really got the cooldown off the passive on Duskblade. See if he wants to go down bot, but nobody's taken, so it means Hylissang and Samix are going to be able to free hit this one away, and that should be first brick for the Unicorns, opening up this gold game for them. If they can turn this into a dragon as well, they could really be well on their way to some big plays. Now Kikis moves in on to visit Chachi back up top-wise. Chachi, though, he's been able to survive this laning phase. He has a gold lead built up for himself, and now Exile, he's stuck under tower with Twilight Assault. He has to make his escape. That's going to open up the chance for the Mysterious Monkeys to get themselves a tower, so they're back in the gold game as well.
Like the move from Mysterious Monkeys. They realize that their bottom lane tower has gone. They cannot defend it after losing Dreams and all the vision that they lost. They felt like they needed to make some kind of answer. And the one thing about Talon is he has very little wave clear. So they just grouped up mid, take the tower. And this will open up the map a little bit more, give some more freedom over to the Mysterious Monkeys. But they're still in a gold deficit. And Unicorns are in a great spot because their bottom lane is scaling nicely. Their top lane is scaling nicely, already with a completed Righteous Glory, which I absolutely love. Because one of the big criticisms I had of Xerxes was that he didn't buy Righteous Glory enough. So his top laners decided to do it instead. And Exile's off to a great start, given that he's 1-1-1 and he's already got a buttload of lethality.
There we go. So the carries are starting to do exactly what they need to. And Kikis, he keeps trying to make it happen, but you just can't deal with the Cho. He's getting bigger and bigger as the time goes on. And I feel like Vedius, what can the Monkeys do right now other than just try to force some crazy fights?
Well, you nailed it, Pyra. That's what they got to do. They got to force some crazy fights.
Cool.
I think right now, they're trying to make a crazy fight happen top.
Oh, slash dash. There we go. Dreams is in. He gets the knockup. Chachi, though, he's sending out the spikes.
They can't kill him.
They just can't do it. He's too big. League of Tanks. This is how it goes.
But these kind of plays needed to be happening at like level 7, level 8, where Renekton had enough early power to be able to kill the Cho'Gath. Now, he's got too many levels into his abilities where his CC is extremely strong. He's got a lot of health under his belt, but now we have seen Amazing get caught.
Oh, no. He flashes out, throws the Nature's Grasp. Kozki is there as well, but there was no follow-up damage, unfortunately. So Amazing has to burn a key summoner as well as his ultimate.
And now their eyes are on the dragon. Unicorns of Love already grouping up, getting some deep vision down. Maybe they just want to force a fight, classic Unicorn style.
Why not if you can get away with it? So, Double Charm is on, but there's no follow-up damage. There's a Shockwave on to 2. Hylissang, he's taking up the entirety of it, and Dreams will be able to take him down. But meanwhile, the curtains have been opened, and Exile is going to be making his grand entrance through, hopping and skipping and throwing those blades out. Roots down. Chachi, they get the hop over. It doesn't matter. A double kill for Exile.
And Unicorns of Love, when they have the choice between taking an objective and forcing a fight, naturally, they choose to go for the fight. They find a successful one, they get themselves 2 kills, and they walk away the victors.
And this is why people love the Unicorns of Love, Vedius. Who needs objectives when you can just get them once you've won the battle?
Kill him, Pyra.
That's the best objective.
Get the gold through kills. 4-2 now is the kill score, 2,000 goal lead, and now they get the objective.
Exactly.
You know? It's a safe, secure Pyra. Reliable strategy, group up mid, make the fights happen. And so far things going splendid for Unicorns of Love, as we do see how the fight happens. So Mysterious Monkeys, they just want to push out mid. They're expecting Unicorns to go for the dragon. Oh, they don't. Instead, they try to force a fight. It's 3 members. Gragas isn't even here yet. Cho'Gath still hasn't TP'd into the fray. They even lose Hylissang at the start of it, but then it's at this point, Exile is able to get onto Dreams. He's able to chase up Kozgu, and one Mysterious Monkey's all split apart because of the delayed TP from Bizachachi. That's where the fight suddenly goes in their favor.
Yep. Well, you know, usually when you see a pick like a Talon, as Exile goes in once again onto Dreams, he'll be able to get the deletion off. Man, he's really trying to show up caps for that best assassin EU.
Blood for the Blood God, as Exile picks up another one. Now completed the Ghost Blade, even more mobility, loads of chasing, loads of lethality. Do you know what we said, Pyra? If you don't have that much armor, his stabby stabs really hard.
Yeah. If you don't have armor, the stab stabs you through.
Exactly,
right? I'm glad we've established that.
Because you need it to stop the stabbing, right?
You know how I knew that,
Go, tell me.
I played a lot of Assassin's Creed.
I too played a lot of Assassin's Creed.
So did Exile, apparently.
Looking to continue his assassinations.
All right, he gets a hop on. There's amazing. The barrel comes out. It's just going to knock the bird away. And Exile is unstoppable at 19 minutes. The guy's got 5 kills.
5-0-1. You're starting to understand why Fnatic chose to ban this champion away from Exile. Certainly seems to be one of his comfort picks. Something he's having a lot of success with. And he's been able to build up a lot of his own leads, but also Mysterious Monkeys, they've just slowed down. You know, I'm very critical of this Renekton pick. I feel like Jarvan would have given them a lot more teamfight value later on into the game, but they do still have pretty good team fighting as the game progresses. Yuki scales very, very well on this Xayah. You have an Orianna in the mid lane whose power spike will be delayed a little bit by going for something like a Rod of Ages and the Sonya's Hourglass.
Which he's halfway towards, or at least getting closer.
But it will get better later on. There's still a lot of power there, and if Exile dives into this fight and he gets CC'd by Kikis or Amazing, or he gets charmed up, he will be obliterated in an instant. So that's the still win condition there for Mysterious Monkeys.
Yeah, you know, we talked a lot about Exile, and he definitely has been the flashiest member of this team right now. But I feel like stepping into the shadows here is Samix, because he's been consistently throwing down damage, picking up assists. He's going for this crit Jhin build, and he's sitting on 2 items of it at the moment. It's not going to be too shabby, especially considering the Monkeys haven't been picking up as much armor as they should be.
Yeah, you're quite right. Samuel Fernandez, someone that if you ever speak
Don't forget the fort.
Yeah, if you ever speak to Roman, he's very passionate about his AD carry. And you're quite right. Often we don't talk about him, but that's because he's not really the guy that makes all the plays. He's not super flashy, as you correctly identified, and he doesn't need to, because you have Exile for that. He's more of the cleanup AD carry. He's that consistent guy that will deal the damage, and it is very impressive how he has developed so much as an AD carry. Whereas for Mysterious Monkeys so far, we're still seeing Yuki suffer a little bit. He fell behind very heavily once again in lane. Not quite that staple performer that we normally see. As the UOL squad once again group up in the middle lane and consider looking for another fight.
Well, I think that is always a safe prediction. Unicorns looking to fight it up the middle. And they said on the analyst desk that it may lose them their competitive edge because everybody's drafting these ARAM compositions. Well, the Unicorns, they did it without even appearing to do it, as Xerxes runs into 3 here. That's unfortunate for him. A little bit bad positioning. However, even with the big barrel and the flash out, he may still not get out of this one. Mysterious Monkeys, they do not want to quit on this, but how much are they willing to invest? That's quite a lot, it would appear. Even Yuki and Kozgu were coming to the rescue, and now they will finally get that kill. But meanwhile, Exile splitting up top.
It took them so long to get the kill onto Xerxes because their only real damage was Kikis. Yeah, you had a lot of CC, but if there's not enough follow-up, then it won't result in anything. And this will give Exile the freedom to push up top lane. He's not going to commit to the tower. Instead, UOL, they're looking to try and force a fight.
They're looking to try and force it out. And Dreams, Kozgu, they're not going to be accepting this one. They'll back away for the time being. They know they can't afford to take a fight. They might lose and let the minions just keep on pushing in. But I want to go back to your bit about Samix too, because in the spring, he was one of the big Unicorn success points, still not one of the flashiest players. Playing this Jhin consistently and having big damage numbers on it, looking great as an AD carry. And honestly, it's all the more impressive considering, you know, you got to go back some years ago and remember that this guy was a top laner in the original iteration of the LCS for Giants. I mean, he's been around, but he role swapped. He was never considered to be one of these incredible top carries, but he has been slowly building a reputation.
And I gotta stroke my ego a little bit here, Pyro, because I did say last split that I believed Samux to be one of the best performing AD carries. I gave him one of my MVP votes. I got a lot of hate for it, but I'm glad that he's stepping up to the occasion now as UOL find the fight.
Let's see if he can do it. The floor starts things off, and now the tower is on the menu. The shockwave, it's not going to pull anyone in. The barrel knocks them all back, and in comes Kickus around the side, but he's stymied here as he tries to get a stun off onto Hill, saying he does it, but Chachi with a Feral Scream around and a Blade Storm, or a Feather Storm, I should say, as Kozky's going to get one kill. Yuki was looking for another, but he's forced to burn both Flash and Heal. The roots are on, and the Unicorns are scattered to the winds without their support. It looks like the Mysterious Monkeys might be able to find a fight. No AD carry, though. Yuki, he was zoned out of this one, and now the tables are turning once again. A two-man rupture. In comes Xerxes, turning things around. Yuki's already back to base. And there is the curtain call. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots on the tree. The fourth, he's just out of range, but the rupture still hits, and they want to keep chasing. The spikes do it. Chachi with the kill.
But it's only a 1-for-1, Pyra, after that incredibly
exciting 1-for-1
extended fight. Mysterious Monkeys equalize the kill score, and as long as they can defend this tower, this is fine for them. They don't lose anything major. But UOL, they have this tendency to take these risky plays. Samux has no mana. They're going to try and force the Baron.
It's 24 minutes on the clock right now. Amazing is down for another 15 seconds. Kickus has his teleport. It would have to be a fight because there is no smite. Let's see what the Monkeys can do. Kozky, he doesn't have his shockwave up. They need to buy some time, but the Unicorns are looking to fire down this. Instead, they turn their attention over to the fight. This is exactly what the Monkeys want, but they have to survive. No, the smite goes down. And now Unicorns, they wanted to turn it, but the Monkeys knew when to quit.
And Kickus, he didn't TP into the fight. There was no smite available for Mysterious Monkeys. And in the end, they make the play work. But let's go back to how this all started. This was a risky play, trying to go for the dive rather than just commit to the tower. And it's difficult to siege when you have a Jhin and a Talon. But I feel like at this point, UOL, they just need to be a little bit more patient. Instead, they're trying to make it happen. Number of members get out with their lives, but then they split up, and that's where Mysterious Monkeys collapse. They use a lot of flashes, they use a lot of their engage tools, and they even lock up Samux, but they cannot get the follow-up because of how tanky and how much utility Chachi does provide. At this point, Mysterious Monkeys, they need to disengage. We don't have time because we're back in the action.
Yeah, back to live right now with the Baron. Unicorns looking to push on tier 2 in the mid. Doesn't mean too much, though. Mysterious Monkeys have been able to push them back, but that gold deficit, it's not getting any smaller right now. 5,000 plus in favor of the Unicorns of Love. And Exile, he's back to his split-pushing ways. There's now the best of wave clear, but he's able to rake through the rest of the minions. Gonna need Yuki and Kickus and Amazing here to just stop him. Meanwhile, the Unicorns fancy the fight. Hillisang jumps on in, throws a Winter's Bite. That's the end of it. They're just trying to run Mysterious Monkeys around this map. Man, that Cho'Gath is getting bigger and bigger by the minute.
Well, those stacks just keep on stacking. He's building himself a mighty house. And at this rate, he will become an unstoppable fort that will somehow steam through the rest of Mysterious Monkeys.
That was very prosy, Vedius.
Yep.
Yeah. Would you say he's a brick house?
As long as it's got wheels, that's all that matters. And tiny arms in very classic dinosaur fashion.
Well, he's very mighty, that's for sure. 2 Righteous Glories, by the way, I should say. Xerxes has as well. So they are going to be running at Mysterious Monkeys very quickly.
Feeling very righteous they are this fine day.
Will it be glorious? That's the question.
That's the real question.
3 men on this dragon, so that is number 2 for the Mountains. It's been easy for Unicorns to take both of them this game. That means they can wreck through those towers even faster. It's looking really grim for Monkeys in game number 1. They want to try and turn this one around. That window is pretty shut. Maybe cracked just a little bit. I don't know what they'd have to do to keep it open, though.
Well, Mysterious Monkeys, the one thing you can always rely on for the Unicorns of Love is they will fight you. And while they aren't certainly good at fights, there is still the potential to turn a fight around in your favor. They just have to find that right one. If they can get onto Samux, maybe shut down Exile early on, they can swing things into their advantage, but a lot of poke now coming out from Samux as UOL continue to rotate between mid and bot.
Okay, they're looking for Kozky. Curtain calls open, Shadow Assault, and oh, they just combo on top. He goes gold in the last shot. He's going to miss, but the barrel is not an Exile. Turns it right around, and a Shockwave pulls him back in time. He's rooted down. And let's see if they can take down Exile. In comes Dreams. Kozky has already fallen. They turn everything to him to get a shutdown. Mid laners traded. However, the Unicorns, they might be the ones who are caught out here. Samux is forced to flash away. No curtain call available to turn him. And now it looks like Chachi's going to get an nom 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 onto Kickus.
and Xerxes leading the charge. Amazing Dreams, Yuki all silence, all back to the safety or not of their turret, and Shogath eats the monkeys. Amazing is the last man standing here, and I think I've seen this horror movie before, Vedius. A double kill over to Samix.
Unicorns of Love demolish the Mysterious Monkeys. They have the Baron buff. They have a minion wave behind them, and they may very well look to end the game right now.
Easy peasy would be the way it goes, but instead they're going to respect those cooldowns. Everyone's coming back up, and they will settle for taking the fight and the inhibitor. And here is that again from the beginning.
This play itself is absolutely fine, right? What they want to do is force Koski back, maybe even get a kill. The setup is good. They've got the fourth shot as well, the ulti too. But Koski with a really good shockwave into an Orianna shield. Things look so good. He's almost able to defend himself, but he ends up dropping. So now you trade mid laner for mid laner. And keep your eyes on Kikis as well. Watch how he flashes onto Samux. Instant root, but no follow-up. And once Chachi joins the fray, it's this fort that you just cannot get behind. He's just standing in the way, making things impossible for the rest of Mysterious Monkeys to get onto the carries, and then Chachi effectively becomes the carries as he chows his way down through the monkeys.
Yep, now Yuki and Dreams on a hasty retreat right now. Tier 2 up in the top side is only at half its health, and Unicorns, they keep on steamrolling this gold lead ahead. They've got 4 members here, and Samix is bringing up the rear. Instead, they let the minions get taken down. And actually, Kikis is going to be pushing on the bottom side. Monkeys only have 1 tower, so that's why that bottom is still standing. But Chachi, he wants to turn this around. A Rupture separates them up for the time being. Amazing, he throws the Nature's Grasp, but Xerxes is in the backline. Featherstorm comes up, and it's going to be a lot of blades. Exile coming to join this party right now. However, the Shockwave stops down. Second, Exile's down, but Samix had the curtain call. Do they have the damage? The Monkeys sensing weakness in the chaos. Xerxes, he's going down as well, and now Koski lead the charge. He had Shockwave already used that one, and Chachi's in the front. Does he have the sustain? Amazing gets the root down onto Samix, and he able to Bramble smash him down. Koski's gonna fall as well. This is a bloody brawl. And I don't know who's going to win this one. There are only 2 Unicorns left. Make that one, but it's Chachi.
And it's so conventional for the Unicorns of Love to do this. Chachi, he's still alive. He's still just bimbling around,
You're never gonna kill this guy.
Kill. I don't think anyone can kill anyone, Pirate.
I think Chachi can kill everyone, but I'm wondering how far he goes. Let's watch, shall we?
He's still going.
Dodged. In the end, the tower defeats him.
So, Unicorns of Love. I think the play itself was fine. I think the way in which they try to force that fight, they know they have a lead, they can definitely win it. But time and time again, you see these execution errors from the Unicorns of Love, where they just overcommit for the kills. They try too hard to make a play that they've started succeed. And you can see here, the flash, the knockup misses from Chachi. The root doesn't land. The knockback comes through, but there's no real fall. At this point, you disengage, but no. They go underneath the tower, they feel confident enough they can get the kills. Exile ends up getting shut down by a great shockwave from CosQ. The flank comes in from Kikis onto Samix as well. Xerxes still underneath the tower. And this is the late game fights we were talking about, Pyra. You know that the Unicorns will fight you. They're not interested in playing the slow macro game. They won't move from lane to lane. They will always try and get leads through kills. They will try and get objectives through kills. And that means that there's always this opportunity for the Mysterious Monkeys to find an avenue back in, because their team comp still does really well in team fights. So when they overcommit that hard, you can find these windows to turn it against them.
Yep. Now, the real mission for the Monkeys will be to take down the giant Void Monster if they can finish the fights like that. Honestly, the big difference between those early fights and the ones we're seeing now, though, I feel has been CosQ and his placement of the Shockwave. Yes, it wouldn't do nearly as much damage before, but when he's on 3 items and you can get it in the right place at the right time, that is a game changer. Now we'll see if he can bring it to bear here.
Amazing. Very, very risky play. Amazing. He's got the ulti.
I mean, that's a double Mountain Drake Unicorns. They should be able to secure this one up, and they're going to get the smite down, but now can they win the fight afterwards? Exile's going to get charmed up, knocked up. Shockwave pulls him in. It's just one, though. Do they have the damage? No. Exile finally will go down. It's CosQ that gets the kill credit. Meanwhile, Kikis is causing havoc in the back, and he flashes out as they were buying time. It's Chachi and Xerxes, and that is a 3-man silence. Nothing that the Birds can do right now, as Chachi on the front line might just be the difference maker. Samuel Fernandez Fort taken down. Amazing. And it looks like the dreams of the Monkeys are starting to fade here, as Dreams himself, his health bar was nearly taken down to 0. CosQ trying to dodge, but you can't dodge them all, and the Unicorns take the fight.
So, So much is happening in these fights, but it does look like that the Unicorns of Love, they still are able to win out. They will be able to get the superior number of kills. They walk away with the Baron, and now they are running it down mid. They have some minions available to them. Samux and Vizichachi looking poised to take that Nexus.
And the worst time for a pause. Oh, man.
Oh, allows us to catch our breath though, Pyro.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I've been going a little crazy in this one. But that is the Unicorn plan. Get the fight, run it down mid. All according to plan?
So, I'm sure we'll get a replay of the actual Baron fight, but basically, while it is risky, you have Cho'Gath. So you have the ultimate available to just nom it down. You've also, you know when you're going to get that guaranteed crit from Samux too. So there's like a lot of burst damage from the Unicorns of Love, and one of two things happens. They either rush down the Baron and they get it, or they force a fight that goes in their favor because they know that they're strong enough. So I think that while there's always an element of risk doing it, I think overall it was a fine play. It just very much came down to whether or not they were able to execute, and this time around they were. But again, Exile, he goes to this flank, and he gets shut down very quickly. Mysterious Monkeys, they look like they were ready for it. But they use all their damage on trying to kill Exile. Then they have nothing left for all these tanks that are just slowly chasing them down. And Renekton, he doesn't have the same sort of kill threat as a Cho'Gath does. And so while he's sitting on top of Samux, Samux is actually kiting and fine, and he almost actually gets the kill onto Kikis. Whereas Chachi, he tanks up like 3, maybe even 4 members, and he's just like, and eventually he's able to almost kill Yuki.
Yeah, specifically that sound effect.
That was, yeah, that was
a theatrical interpretation.
I'm a Cho main, as you can tell.
Well, I'm glad to know that. Now, just to update you guys on what is going on, there's a mouse issue relating to Yuki. So while League officials are on stage trying to get that one resolved, I'm told we'll be jumping back into the previous fight and seeing the action unfold once more. And yeah, that definitely needs a second breakdown, I feel.
Yeah, so here we are. Now, what you'll notice is here, Chachi, using his CC to just keep people away. He has the nom-nom, you have the crit, you have everything, so they make the play work, but then a great collapse onto Exile, shuts him down very quickly. He doesn't get the same kind of burst. And just keep your eyes on Kikis versus Chachi, right? Because Kikis, he has to flash away because he doesn't have the power to kill Samux. Whereas Chachi's literally tanking up 3 people being like, I take no damage, I'm not afraid of anything, I have all this bonus health, I have all these bonus stats, and I'm just buying time for my backline to eventually kill whoever's in their way, and then I will eventually win the fight. So you're just seeing the difference in late game teamfight power between a Renekton and the Cho'Gath. And this is why I just come back and I criticize the Renekton pick. I wonder if it was best. I feel like that he picked it full lane, and even then, he wasn't really able to do very much with it during the laning phase.
Yeah, perhaps the Monkeys needed to go something a little more scale-centric. I mean, the build in the Orianna was that way. The dual laners worked that way. The Maokai worked that way. The Renekton definitely seemed to be a little bit out there, and that's something the Monkeys will have to think about going into Game 2. Now, they're at death's door here for Game 1 because the Unicorns are inside of their base, but of course, in the pause moment, people coming off a cooldown, maybe we'll see one last desperate fight.
Well, we may very well do. In order to do that, Yuki will need a mouse. So I've just been informed that his mouse will be swapped out. They're going to confirm the settings, and then they can go for that final fight.
He can dodge skill shots.
Yes.
I've been told when he has a mouse.
A necessity from personal experience. But things definitely looking bleak for the Mysterious Monkeys in Game 1. While the Unicorns of Love have certainly taken a few risks this game, I feel like a lot of the time we've still seen them stick to their style, which I think is the big thing. We haven't really seen much of a shift from what we saw from Rift Rivals. I still think that we're seeing the same kind of Unicorns of Love. And while certainly Exile seems to be having better performances when he's allowed to play things like the Talon, I think it's definitely a big comfort pick for him. You just have to wonder, right, is it concerning that Unicorns of Love haven't really changed anything about their style, or is it fine, right? Or are they just getting better at perfecting? Because I feel like they are playing a lot of these fights very well. But still, is this something that can be punished by some of the other stronger teams?
Yeah, I think that is a really big question because it's hard to take things away from, a bout with the team that's at the bottom of those standings. And when you compare how the other teams are fighting it out right now, you'd think that they might be able to shut this style down a little more effectively. Everyone was clearly watching that Fnatic tape and seeing if maybe they will just respect the Exile talent in the future. Maybe not. Maybe they'll find a way to play around it. But it is concerning because the other two teams came out of Rift Rivals looking stronger. The Unicorns are the ones that didn't.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. So still 2 weeks left following this one of regular season play, and then we'll be jumping into playoffs. And as we talked about earlier on, the stakes of this game are very much that...
Is that the new mouse?
Looks like it.
It looks pretty shiny.
Oh, no, that's the old mouse.
I looked a little used.
I would argue that it's a little shinier, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess old and new is relative if you've been using it this game or not.
TLDR, guys.
That one could be older, technically.
You're having a visual of how to install a new mouse. Step 1, unplug. Step 2, plug in.
Step 3, test it out.
Yeah, move it around.
Thank you for the demonstration, Yuki. I think he likes the other one.
He's looking at the other one, like judging it, being like, you let me down. For so long, I trusted you. And now you are gone.
Feels bad, man.
Yep.
You can't click. Betrayal. Replaced in the blink of an eye. So Yuki is cold-blooded there.
Yeah, they're just confirming the settings now, and then we'll be jumping right back into the action. Just to give you a bit of a reminder, Yuki's alive, Dreams is alive, Kikis is alive, but Hylissang is stopping the backs of both Kikis and Dreams, and there's only really Yuki left to defend up against a full health Vizicachi, a full health Samux, a level 16 Samux, might I add. There are 2 Nexus turrets standing in their way, and I believe they have the Baron buff as well. So it's definitely going to be quite the feat for Yuki to be able to defend. But they're going to try as we jump back into game.
If there's ever a chance, well, now is the one. So we're getting back into game, and it's going to be a photo finish or a hectic one at the very least. Down goes one Nexus turret. And down goes Yuki. Well, there's your answer. Nom, nom, nom. Goodbye, Dreams. Now we sleep. The Unicorns of Love finish off the last Nexus turret, take down the Nexus, not the back of a real big Cho'Gath. And the rest of the Unicorns of Love. No, the inhibitor respawned. Oh, we got trolled.
Hopes are still alive for the Mysterious Monkeys. Unicorns of Love, they can't end the game yet. Are they going to run away? No, they're going for the finish, Pyra.
So many false finishes. All right, just hit the Nexus. It's all you got to do. But no, they want to take the fight into Kosku. He goes golden, buys some more time. Gets knocked in, buff. The shockwave is not enough, but he does get a kill. And it's not going to matter. GG, well played. The Unicorns of Love going 1-0 up in the series.
Looks like the mouse did not help Yuki in the end. Still ends up getting obliterated by Vizicachi. And it will be a Game 1 victory going over to the Unicorns of Love. Classic Unicorn style. They find fights. A few of them looked a little bit risky. Some of them could have gone horribly wrong. Mysterious Monkeys did find a few avenues back into the game, but they could not hold onto the leads. And I feel like a talent ban is next on the list for Game 2, Pyra.
I think that would make a whole lot of sense, Vedius, and the talent certainly was a big part of it, but lest we forget that Cho'Gath had 12 stacks by the end of it, so he was already capped out on how big he was going to get. Chachi in his hands, there was not enough pressure up top early on to stop him. The Monkeys will have to go back to the drawing board. And it is always the Unicorns when it's just a strange finish for one reason or another. This time there was a pause, there was some weird stuff going on, but come on, it's always the Unicorns.
Yep.
I don't know why,
You know, they're always going to give you an exciting game, that's for sure. And we did, in fact, get a lot of fights. Overall, 31 kills in that game.
In 33 minutes.
In 33 minutes. Not quite a kill a minute.
This is what I expected, though, from patch 7.14. I thought maybe things were going to settle down and people were going to take the much more conservative route. But no, the Unicorns said, not today. You wanted ARAM, we'll give you ARAM.
Yeah, and you can see right now, Unlimited trying to boost the morale of his team. There's still the possibility that they can come back. But for now, Unicorns of Love lead the series.
Unicorns of Love, they took down Mysterious Monkeys in Game 1. So let's send it over to Dracos and the boys. Thoughts on their win?
I'm Dracos. These are the boys. My thoughts, I love Unicorns of Love and the compositions they build because to me it's like, hey, here's everything that's horrible to play against in solo queue right now. Duskblade, Cho'Gath.
No Kayn mid lane.
That's true, but that was banned. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if they would have picked it, but I like that Mysterious Monkeys kind of proactively banned it away.
I agree with the Kayn ban. I don't like giving Exile Talon. Not that Talon is like the greatest champion in the game, but it's the one pick right now that he's actually finding a lot of success on. I think you just take that away and you kind of challenge him, you know, again on finding some of these other picks right now.
Especially when you then pick Orianna, first pick of second rotation. You basically like give him a matchup that he can play it into, and then UOL, we kind of thought maybe it was going to be the Cho'Gath jungle, maybe with a Rumble in the top lane, but they flexed it up. They've got magic damage top lane, which compensates for the AD mid laner, and you can see how Exile has this massive impact in team fights.
Yeah, and I like when Unicorns in that second phase, they banned away the Gnar so they could put Cho'Gath top lane, because it actually meant that, in my opinion, Mysterious Monkeys had no answers for Cho'Gath in the early game or in the late game. What we see a lot of teams do against Cho'Gath, especially top lane Cho'Gath. He's like, you gank him early game, you camp him, you try and shut him down. But it was a Maokai jungle on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. Not exactly the best at just completely annihilating lanes, unless you have a lot of damage in that lane already. And then also late game, like, there's no HP damage coming in. It's Orianna, it's the Xayah, so they couldn't really deal with Cho'Gath at any point in the game.
And that early game was so influential. The fact that Amazing had to use this flash level 1, like they invade him in the jungle and just one Braum Q makes him flash. Suddenly that top lane gank, they don't get the kill. Chachi just walks away in the early game. And as you said, like if you can't take him out in the early game and your composition doesn't have anything to deal with him in the later game, you are not dealing with that Cho'Gath at all.
And I think we have to praise Vizichachi. The Cho'Gath was pretty much on point in a lot of these fights, and whether or not you can say that Mysterious Monkeys needed to dodge some of these ruptures, Vizichachi definitely hit the vast majority of them in the early to mid-game fights, which continuously set up the team for success. And on top of that, the talent snowballing in the mid lane. This is it's a good look for Unicorns.
Yeah, that is a very good look for them. Was very much the standard Unicorns of Love game, where it was just team fighting around the mid lane as often as possible. I think they could have played more to the side lane with the Talon, who was extremely fed with like full lethality. No one was going to stop him. But they opted into pure team fighting, which actually gave Mysterious Monkeys a few ways back in the game. But that's why I think the Cho'Gath just came in and made it almost impossible. And also the fact that Chachi is so good at taking all the damage he can possibly take, step out at the correct moment, you know, get some HP back either by going back to Fountain and then TPing right back in, or at least letting the next guy kind of go forward from Unicorns. Like, great team fighting from him.
Chachi's opposite number, Kikis in the top lane for Mysterious Monkeys. You mentioned some of the windows from the team fights. Kikis made a couple, flashing onto Samux in 2 fights back-to-back in the late game, taking him out, and that reduced some of the damage. But you saw the impact of this infinitely scaling Cho'Gath doing max % health damage with the E just walking through fights 1 versus 3, and Mysterious Monkeys are running away. And that really is the danger, is despite the fact that Kikis is making these individual plays, it's not enough for Mysterious Monkeys as a whole.
Too far down, I feel like, simply because the Talon got so many early kills as well, that's kind of the crazy thing, because like Mysterious Monkeys are in a lot of trouble when they can't shut down Cho'Gath and they can't shut down Talon. Both of them kind of snowball out of control.
Yeah, and
which means Unicorns can win team fights.
Exactly, and when we look at this mid-game team fight that we're going to bring up, it's not like this was, the greatest call of all time for Unicorns Love, but they did know that they had that massive lead. They knew that they could punish just about anybody, and they do put it to good effect.
Yeah, this they go on to CosQ, didn't quite get the Zhonya's off immediately, but buys enough time for him to survive through. And look, Exile has dove behind the tower. This is the 2nd or 3rd time that Unicorns would do this type of play within the game. And watch for Kikis. Vedius highlighted how he gets onto Samux, and this was the first time really where Samux is now on the back line, trying to just run as far away from the fight. But Chachi, so strong. Look at how tanky he is. This health after he pops that Gargoyle Stone Plate, the ruptures connecting every single time. He's in no threat.
We had so many team fights looking like this one, where it was extremely back and forth, like a few kills in favor of Unicorns in the next fight, a few kills in favor of Mysterious Monkeys, and that was my only like concern or criticism with this game, was that a team who actually got the early game advantage with a Cho'Gath and Talon, in my opinion, should be able to fairly cleanly actually take over the game, because there's no answer for the Cho'Gath, and there's also no answer for the Talon in a side lane. But instead, it became just team fight, team fight, team fight.
That's true, but they did find the win, and they're definitely proven by the KDA.
And the damage per minute, that is disgusting.
Look, the Cho'Gath, they couldn't kill the Cho'Gath.
I will not take anything away from Vizichachi's Cho'Gath performance at all, but the fact that Mysterious Monkeys actually found some fights that could have made them, or potentially put them back in the game, I don't think that should have happened with how fed Talon and Cho'Gath were in this game.
And while I agree, I just want to point out that I remember, I think it was Origin Power of Evil, Varus 1200 damage per minute was, I think, the highest damage per minute we had ever seen for any individual player. I'm sure it's been surpassed since then, but 1,000 damage per minute for a full tank, the Cho'Gath, is insane to me. I feel like people have to ban this champion away.
I mean, they gave it as a first pick. I don't think they got a whole lot in return, sadly, for the Monkeys, because they picked the Maokai, which was fine. But then they picked Rakan, and Braum was there as a counter pick for Hylissang. So it's kind of like they didn't get enough value to give away the Cho'Gath in good faith and say, yes, this was great, we trade him for 2 OPs, because they didn't actually get 2 OPs in return.
All right, well, definitely the case. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, the players will return to the Rift for Game 2. Excited to see if Cho'Gath will make a return appearance. Stick around. We'll be back shortly.
All
Exile.
Shockwave pulls in Exile. He's going to instantly top his ult on and look over to Kazju. Parkour's over, but Dreams is there to intercept.
Oh, predicts it with the knockup. And is the ROCCAT going to finish it for first blood? Hopping and skipping and throwing those blades out. Roots down. Chachi, they get the hop over. It doesn't matter. A double kill for Exile. Now it looks like Chachi's gonna get an nom onto Kikis. And Xerxes leading the charge. Amazing Dreams. Suki all silence, all back to the safety or not of their turret.
Gentle flash, guys. We are going for Jin. Okay, we can show us now.
We're getting back into game, and it's gonna be a photo finish or a hectic one at the very least. Down goes one Nexus turret. And down goes Yuki. Well, there's your answer. Nom. Goodbye, Dreams. GG, well played. The Unicorns of Love going 1-0 up in the series.
All right, welcome back to Berlin in this fight between Mysterious Monkeys and Unicorns of Love. Now, the Mysterious Monkeys unfortunately lost in game number 1, and they really got to step it up if they want to stay alive in this series. Just a few steps too far behind the Unicorns, Vedius.
Indeed, they would. So Mysterious Monkeys, everything on the line now. They are 1-0 down. They need to win. They want to be able to make it into that safe spot, Pyro.
Yeah, they want to stay alive.
Yes, they do. Thank you for reiterating what I said.
Exactly.
But Mysterious Monkeys, they will be on the blue side this time. That means they have the priority over things like the Cho'Gath. They did go for the Maokai, and we saw some early game presence from Amazing, but he didn't really snowball off the back of that. So I want to see more ganking. If you want to invest in that Renekton, go. Get him ahead. Get the champion rolling. But maybe just go for something a little bit more teamfight focused. Something like the Jarvan, maybe even a Kled. We saw a great Kled come out from Wonder in their series yesterday against H2K. So I think that there are options there for Kikis, but I want to see him move away from trying to win his lane all the time, because Chachi's definitely not the kind of player that is easy to win lane against.
Yeah, and speaking of Chachi, for goodness sakes, just ban the Cho'Gath. We don't want to see that one again. That was R-rated by the end of it all. As we enter up into picks and bans, as you pointed out, Monkeys this time, they'll be on the blue side. We'll see what they decide to get rid of as things kick off. It looks like they don't want to allow the Unicorns recon, so they ban it away.
Sorry, this music makes me feel like I'm defusing a bomb.
Well, we might be by the end of the series. You never know.
We could very well be.
With Unicorns of Love on the Rift, I am never going to rule anything out.
That's very true. Now let's try and diffuse this draft, shall we? Focus on Caitlyn from the Mysterious Monkeys, even on the blue side. A bit of an interesting choice there. Unicorns of Love, expecting to see something like the Zac, but they could do a bit of a bait and switch here. Leave it open, then force Mysterious Monkeys to early draft it, then they can get themselves the Cho'Gath. Nope, they're just going to stick to stand.
All right, standard so far for Unicorns of Love. It's back over to Mysterious Monkeys. They've banned out some bottom laners. What else do they get rid of at this point? They want to take Samix off the Jhin and keep it on the bottom side? I mean, there's so many power picks still up and available, though.
Maybe the Talon ban away. They could also ban something like the Maokai or the Cho'Gath themselves. Braum could be another focus. There was a lot of focus on supports last game. Instead, they're still going to ban away the Kayn. Why, Mysterious Monkeys? Let him play it. Come on.
I want to see that. Well, we might see the Talon twice, but yes. Unicorns of Love, though, they've got one more to go. Now, do they ban the Cho, or do they let the Monkeys play it?
Excellent question. I wonder if they just try and go for some kind of a trade here. Bear in mind that Unicorns of Love, one of their most popular bottom lanes is the Rakan Xayah. So whatever Mysterious Monkeys pick, which is very likely going to be the Cho'Gath, they can now get themselves something like a Maokai and a Xayah, very similar to what we saw from the Monkeys in Game 1.
All right, so that all said and done, it looks like Kalista might be the choice for the Mysterious Monkeys, and they do in fact get a hold of it. It was banned last time by the Monkeys themselves, but it instantly gives over the Cho'Gath to Unicorns of Love and the Thresh. Oh, they cut the blue wire, Vedius.
Damn. All right, so these picks are coming out thick and fast right now. The Kalista, increase in popularity across the world, considered one of the strongest AD carries in the current meta, largely because of her mobility. The fact that tanks can be kept at arm's length for as long as possible, because you then can drag your support back to provide that additional peel. The amount of engage potential and laning power that you have with the Kalista is just something that a lot of teams value. But you're also giving away that Cho'Gath to Vizicachi, who had a spectacular performance. He was just unstoppable. And the Unicorns of Love, they get themselves another comfort bot lane, moving away from that Xayah Rakan.
So the Jin's locked in for Samix once again as we enter ban phase 2. Nars off the board, away from Kikis, but Monkeys have already put a lot into Yuki. Here's some front line, throw in the Alistar. I want to see what they end up pairing with it, but Unicorns, they might be predicting they can remove even more front line away from the Monkeys as Talon is finally banned out.
So a lot of respect being shown towards the mid laner of the Unicorns of Love. Question is, does he have any more secret picks? Thinking about other lethality mid Zed. Maybe. Jace, another one. I don't know if that's necessarily the avenue that Exile wants to take. Orianna would be a safer pick, and thinking back to Spring, Orianna and Ryze were two of Exile's most successful champions, so maybe they backtrack, maybe they go old school. Nope, they're saying, you know what? I'm not going to give Kosku, because to be fair, Kosku had a pretty good Orianna game.
Yeah, it was keeping Monkeys alive in some of those fights, so we won't have that option anymore, and now it's back to Monkeys to decide what they want to do. Now that Kayn ban, of course, often thought about the mid lane since yesterday.
Yeah.
But I feel like it still could be a ban against Xerxes, right? Maybe they've seen him play against it, play in scrims as well.
Remember, the jungler still has not been locked in yet. We're looking at early rotation for the Gragas, for the Unicorns of Love, most likely. Remember that there's still the Corki available, very safe mid laner, a lot of poke, a lot of siege, paired up with the Jhin too. You could always go for that, very, very safe. And then you're opening up Kosku to go for something like the Syndra a little later on if they want to prioritize that. But was just about to say it. Gragas still likely high on the priority. Unicorns pretty much getting the same draft that they had in game 1.
Yeah, there wasn't really anything wrong with the composition. We criticized them for going in a little bit too deep when they didn't need to, but this time around they built up much the same. It's over to the Monkeys to see how they want to round this out. Kalista for the damage, putting a lot on Yuki, but also a big beefy front line. They have the engage, and now they're going to give KozQ a comfort pick of his own.
So there's the Cassio that we were just discussing. Not only is it a comfort pick, but I also feel like that given the mid laners that have been banned away, it is the strongest left available. You could go for the Talia, but I do think that as an answer, Cassio does absolutely fine into that matchup as well. And now we're looking at top laners for the Mysterious Monkeys. Not quite the engage that I was looking for. I'm really disappointed that they are not picking that Jarvan. I think Jarvan would have been so good in this composition. But instead, they're going to go for the Shen. Perhaps they're looking to invest into their bottom lane early and try and snowball through that lane.
Now, we'll have to keep an eye on if that's where they end up going. It kind of let things go by the wayside for a little bit, but for the Unicorn side, you mentioned it, and it looks like it's going to be the case. The safe pickup for the Unicorns of Love in the mid lane for Exile, it will be the Corkster.
So, nothing too outlandish from either sides. Everything pretty standard. Really good siege, really good team fighting, really good scaling from the Unicorns of Love. No reliance on trying to snowball the early game like you had with the Talon. So if things progress a little bit longer, the Unicorns of Love are fine. Mysterious Monkeys, though, they have to make a play early on in the bottom lane with this Kalista Alistar. Jhin has such low mobility that if they get caught, there's so much all-in kill threat. Cassio will scale nicely, Kalista not so much. So I want to see them making early plays, transition into a 20-25 minute mark where they are super active, where they have that 2-item spike, and try and snowball the lead, because any later than that, and the Unicorns of Love scaling will be tough to try and stop.
Not to mention the Unicorns, they are masters of those late game team fights, even when they don't have a comp that suits it. It's going to be very tough for the Monkeys to try and climb out of this one with a win on the board and send it over to game 3 as Sheepy and Unlimited will shake hands to walk off the stage for what could be the final time, the final game of Week 8 here in Europe. We will find out how it all goes down, but once again, keep telling us who you think is going to take the win. You know what to do. You guys know how to vote. I won't tell you again. But the Mysterious Monkeys, they've got tools to make plays early. Level 6 is going to be all important. But for the Unicorns of Love, the masters of team fight, that is a monumental task that the Monkeys will try to overcome.
So we're just going to pan to the dramatic shots of both teams. Now the crowd will cheer as we jump into game 2 of Mysterious Monkeys versus of Love.
Well done. That's a pretty good play-by-play, Vedius. I better start working on my game knowledge.
Yeah, you better.
All right, on to the Rift.
Wait, before we start, Pyra.
Yeah?
You know there is a rule.
There is a rule, and it relates to Alistar, right?
It does.
It does.
Pyra. We're thinking along the same lines.
All right, is Dreams thinking along the same lines?
That's
what
the
I want to
real
know.
question.
We have to keep
We're not
tracking
going to spoil it for the crowd. I'm sure they're already aware, but we're going to keep following Dreams. This will be a very pivotal moment. This is going to hinder the effectiveness of Mysterious Monkeys.
I'll go back to Dreams.
No, but they know. They know.
There we go.
They have it ready. If they see a sign of it, they will let us know. But for the time being, it's looking like a shaky early game for the Mysterious Monkeys, Pyra.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the timer's running out. Oh, there we go! We got the cowbell.
We got it. Dreams setting his team up for success with the early playmaking of the cowbell. Even got Yuki dancing a little bit. The crowd's getting involved.
I mean, there's something to be said for setting the team up for success, Vedius, and the Monkeys are gunning for it right now, and the crowd's loving it.
We even got a pit.
We got cowbell on cowbell. I've not seen that before.
All right, so let's actually jump into the game now. Hylissang setting up some kind of an early play. We do see Samux hanging around as well.
Hook?
I can very quickly check. Looks like he's gone Flay first.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad he didn't go all in on trying to make the level 1.
No, they just want to get a bit of vision down.
I wouldn't put it past Hylissang.
When the Mysterious Monkeys are stunning, because Hylissang doesn't want to allow the super leash to occur. You remember how fast the clear speed is of Maokai, and so he just wants to get in, try and interrupt if he can. Maybe steal away the damage from that little sapling. And they've done so this super leash will be denied for amazing. And this is a big thing from teams across the world that you have to recognize, is that once they see these things happen early on, teams will adapt, they will learn, they will find ways of answering. And who'd have thought that the easiest way to counter this super fast clear speed from Maokai is to walk into the jungle and say, no, I will weed your little saplings, I will pull them from their roots, and I will deny this super leash.
And they don't even have to worry too much about losing anything for it, because Yuki and Dreams, they weren't in the lane either since they got denied from that push. So it actually evens the playing field on those junglers right now. Xerxes gets the smite down a little early, getting the health back for himself. And we still want to keep an eye on Amazing and see if he's able to make some big plays. But this time down in the bottom is what we wanted to see. Not so much up top. You don't really need to be snowballing the Shen.
Well, I'd also really love to see the Shen make plays down bottom as well, because that level 6 mark is something that Fnatic were very good at. Just utilizing the Shen, you're always expecting to see this bot kind of play, but Mysterious Monkeys, I don't know. Usually we've seen a lot of investment into the top side of the map, trying to get Kickus rolling. Now, he's not on the carry. A lot of the emphasis will be on Yuki. And the issue that they're struggling with right now is that they're already falling behind the laning phase. Thresh, really good laner, already level 2. Jhin, surprisingly powerful as they get a good knockup.
Oh, Samix, he's getting a little low here. He throws out the Flourish, though, and gets a root out onto the Mukau. Bouncing grenade. Going to do a little bit more damage on the backside. Now, Amazing, he steps up top, but there's a ward to spot him out. Pings are flying. Chachi knew exactly what was up. Let's check back in with Chachi, though, too, Vedius. I feel like he had such an incredible performance in game number 1. Is he going to be able to live up to it? That's the question.
Well, he's playing Cho'Gath, so it's difficult not to.
You're saying it's easy?
Yeah, I am, in fact.
I mean, he did a lot of damage. Look at that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Chachi, 1,000 damage per minute. You heard the analyst there talking a lot about it. That is a lot for a tank.
And it's a lot even for a Cho'Gath. I mean, lest we forget, there have been a number of top Cho'Gaths here in the European LCS, and the next most damage is only 696 per minute. So he's doing double time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I got some stats in my ear, that's for sure.
See a bit of a trade down bottom lane.
All right, Dreams. He's got it for just a second. Their spears sticking out of Samix and Hylissang, though, so they can't afford to keep trading into Yuki.
Like the respect there from Mysterious Monkeys. They don't hard commit to it. They just take the trade and back away. Now Amazing looking topside.
Okay, let's see what Amazing can get done. Double buffs are on. Chachi is way too far out right now, and Kickus, he gets the taunt off, dodges away from the Rupture. Chachi, nowhere for him to go, and that's gonna be first blood, unassisted to the Shen.
Great start for the Mysterious Monkeys. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And visit Chachi. He saw the initial gank from Amazing. He was prepared for it. He was ready for it. But then he could not handle the return gank. Chachi taking, or sorry, Amazing taking this long-winded path all the way around. And he ends up getting that, or he ends up forcing Kickus. Forces Visit Chachi into an uncomfortable situation where he ends up giving away the kill.
So Visit Chachi spends his teleport, gets back up in the lane. Meanwhile, Kowski was trying for some trickery in the mid, and Exile throws down the Gatling gun to push him back once again. So he'll be taking his back early on, but for the Cassiopeia, that's not where they need to be making the early plays. Looking more for the bottom side. Xerxes actually getting inside the Mysterious Monkeys jungle and spotting it out.
Well, he did see Amazing up top, so he knows that he can get some deep vision down the bottom side of the map. With all the pushing that's going on from Dreams and Yuki, I thought he may look for a gank bot. Instead, he's looking mid.
Okay, still flash and heal available for Kozku. He burns one, sends out a Twin Fang as a parting shot, but Xerxes, he burned his flash as well. That's a 1-for-1 trade on summoners.
I think that was really good from Kozku, but I also think he stuck around the lane too long. He didn't have any mana. The wave was in a really unfortunate spot for him. He couldn't clear it out. Because he didn't have any mana, he had no vision control over the bottom side of his map. And he just hit, that was a greedy play. It did end up costing the flash of Xerxes, but it means that should Xerxes make a return gank, Exile and Xerxes are in a prime position to try and shut down that Cassio early.
But Amazing, he's going to be going for some early ganks as well, just like last game on this Maokai now. He's got the roaming boots. And we'll see if Xerxes is going to be able to match roaming up towards the top side. Ward is there. Kickus is going to get the spot on. He actually fancies his chances here. Thinks he's going to be able to make an escape. He has flash, doesn't want to necessarily have to use it. Pulls back the blade, flashing forward. Rupture, it's going to still land, and there's the body slam as well. Kickus finally burns his flash. But will his hubris be his undoing? Chachi with the kill.
Kickus holds his flash a little long. He decides to stick around, and instead he ends up losing his life. So, Xerxes now being a lot more active in the early game. We wondered at the beginning of the series what kind of a jungler would show up, because he's talked a lot about how he can't really do much when his laners are behind. But now, his top laner falls behind and he chooses to help him out. So he makes his way topside, Kickus sees the gank happening. A really good flash silence means that there's nothing that you can do as a Shen, you can only flash away, your taunt isn't available anymore, and Chachi just hits level 6. So he starts off the game with a bit of breakfast.
Most important meal of the day, Vidius.
Great way to get yourself going.
All right, so Xerxes, he's coming back up towards the top, getting some clears on. Let's check back in with the bottom lane. As you pointed out to me just a moment ago, Samix, of course, decided to go for the Doran's Ring this time, so as stated, it was just a little bit more effectiveness on that bouncing grenade.
Yes, and if we hover over the Jhin, what you will realize is that he's actually taken 3 points in his dancing grenade, along with 2 points in his deadly flourish. And this just goes to emphasize that it's very much a laning tool. It has really good AP ratios. It helps a little bit with the mana sustain. And overall, it is great for laning phase. And usually he'll set it later. It's amazing looks for a gangbot.
Now we'll see. Samix is trying to walk out. Oh, they're bringing the Shen as well. Kick is coming in. Double root is on. And they're going to be able to combo. And there's a Wombo. Kotsky coming out of nowhere. Dreams getting kill number 1. Looking for Hill, saying they just need to pull them Ren stacks out. And Yuki gets a second.
This is a beautiful play from the Mysterious Monkeys. Exactly what we wanted to see, Pyra. Level 6 available for the Shen. Make a play happen in the bot side of the map. They've decided to send 3 members down here, and they will be able to get that first tower and start the snowball of this Kalista Alistar. I love it when teams recognize what they need to be doing in the early game, and they actively make it happen. Beautiful stuff from Mysterious Monkeys.
Yeah, and amazing as well. I really want to give him credit for stepping just outside the line of vision, making sure just outside of the brush he was able to send the Nature's Grasp in. So they really just couldn't see it coming until it was too late. They were all locked down, and you'll get to see it again.
So here,
it was warded.
Unicorns of Love recognize that this play is happening. Hylissang tries to knock back and then bring the Lantern in. But all he actually does is he Lanterns in his AD carry, who ends up getting rooted anyway. So they're just standing there, ready for the Shen double taunt. There are 5 members bot. Was Kotsky needed? Probably not. But they get what they wanted, which is the first tower of the game.
Yeah. And he got to
UOL
assist.
couldn't even trade it back. And, as rightly said, kills and gold shared all across the board.
Yeah, so Mysterious Monkeys, they find themselves with a 1,000 gold lead 9 minutes in here. Chachi, he's pushing Kickus under tower. At least the Unicorns can get the consolation prize in the Infernal Drake. Amazing. Spotted on that ward. No really way for the Mysterious Monkeys to try and contest this. So the Unicorns grab themselves a dragon that'll help them out later on in the game. But for now, Monkeys are the ones that are in charge of the lead. Package is on for Exile. I was about to say he wouldn't be crazy enough to just go all in, and then I'm like, wait, it's Exile.
It is.
He would be. Oh.
Bit of a blind hook there.
Yeah.
There was a control.
I don't think Amazing saw that
Amazing's
one.
really confused. He was like, wait a second. How can he see me when I have a control ward in this brush?
Can't get hit if you don't know the projectile's coming. I guess you can, actually.
There.
All right, level advantage for Chachi here. He's starting to get the bully on. I mean, there's a 20 CS advantage. This is the Cho'Gath. Chachi knows exactly how he needs to play it right now. But Kickus, of course, has been making moves elsewhere on the map, and that's what the Shen is all about anyways. I want to see what else the Monkeys can do because they're pushing deeper and deeper into Unicorn territory on the bot side.
Things still pretty even between these two teams. Mysterious Monkeys hold a good health lead. Oh, look, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh. Yeah, but the tower's helping.
Yeah, but you got to respect the nom-nom from Chachi. That's why Kickus is forced to play back. I'd love to see a bit of jungle attention move up top side. You can already see it starting from Amazing. What's the communication going on between the Unicorns of Love?
Well, we've seen a lot of top laners overextending in this series, and it looks like we're about to see it again. Chachi, he's got to know something's up. The roots are coming in. He's trying for the stealth back. No, he cancels it. All right, the roots won't hit, but the sapling is going to land, and he flashes. Still rooted. In comes Yuki, and Chachi is dust.
There's Chachi. He should have read the play a little earlier. There was no vision bot side. He had no vision in his own jungle. He did not see the rest of Mysterious Monkeys disappear. Or rather, yes, he didn't see them disappear, but now UOL, they're trying to answer here in the middle lane.
Okay. Kotsky, he throws out the Miasma. Make sure the minions aren't going anywhere as he clears through them with Twin Fang. And it looks like Monkeys have managed to answer well to what the Unicorns tried to follow through on. Here comes Hylissang, Exile Xerxes. Hook goes wide once again. Combo on Dreams. Now they're bringing Kickus once again to the party. And Hylissang, he's going to be the first sacrifice here. It's going to go in favor of Kotsky. And now they've got Exile and Xerxes grounded, trying to get back to tower. But in comes Chachi, looking for some revenge from a moment ago. Two-man Feral Scream. Rupture doesn't land. But in comes Exile to try and turn the damage out onto Dreams. But he has got an unbreakable will. Curtain Call opened up by Samix. Does he have the damage to finish it? Amazing feels confident that he can just tank through it. And that's going to be the end of that.
So, Unicorns of Love, they end up losing a single member, but they lose nothing else off the back of it. So, Mysterious Monkeys, great. Once again, great utilization of the Shen ultimate. You can see 3 members versus 3. Jin ends up moving his way to the top side. There's no way he can make it. It's so much easier for Shen to get into the middle of this fight because of his ultimate. And a really good knockback there from Xerxes actually stops Mysterious Monkeys from continuing on, because the moment they see Chachi, they're like, no. Dinosaur's pretty scary, even in this time period. Therefore, they have to disengage, they back away, and with the arrival of Samix, the best they can do, I feel like Kalista really should have stayed top lane, continued pushing onto that tower, but I can understand how he wanted to make sure that he was with his team in the event that the fight continued going.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what to do in some of those chaotic situations, and the Monkeys have had a rough go of things as they try desperately to save and hang on to this turret up top. They are still in a pretty significant gold lead right now. I mean, they have the kills. If you had told me this game was going to be 5-1 in kills by 12 minutes, I wouldn't have said Mysterious Monkeys would be on the winning end of that.
No, but they've done a great job of utilizing this Shen ultimate now. Amazing. He has no idea they're all in the brush.
Oh no, is he going to take the Blast Cone Express? Hylissang didn't even know he was coming right now, and he just instantly turns around with the grasp. The hook pulls him back once again. He stopped, pulled back by the Fate's Call. All right, well, that was anticlimactic.
But Kozku, he's found Exile. Will he get there? No.
Valk away.
I thought he might throw the miasma down. He may have used it a little earlier, but still. Fine now. Both teams disengage. People returning to a sense of normality as the lane has swapped, but now we have Kikis and Chachi in the bottom lane. And the push will continue for Chachi.
Yeah, that is going to be the Shen's job for a while, just to try and stop until he teleports out of there. And Monkeys have been making some good plays, but they haven't even hit those big item spikes yet, right? The Shen, of course, is only sitting on the Tiamat to be able to try and push things away. Meanwhile, it's just a Cutlass available for Yuki. However, they think they can still dive it even with the damage that they currently have. Kozku coming in. There's not a lot of minions left, though, and unfortunately, Amazing is going to get rooted up here. Hylissang, Xerxes is going to throw the big barrel, and now it's Dreams who's caught up tanking the tower. Samix thinks he can take him out. Dancing Grenade, not going to be enough.
But Unicorns of Love, they're just buying time because they know Exile's in mid lane. They'll be able to take this tower down. I like that Kozku trying to move with his team, but he is losing a lot in the middle lane in terms of farm and experience. So as long as Mysterious Monkeys get that top tower, it's worth, but they don't. So Unicorns of Love are able to successfully defend and actually come out with the advantage in the end.
Starting to close that gold gap as well. And ooh, Kozku, if he just walked through that brush,
man.
He would have had the ward.
Everyone's got to check them brushes.
Well, small mistakes. We'll see if it ends up biting them later on. Well, 1-1 in towers is currently the scoreline. We're still waiting for the scale up on the items. Of course, Yuki now has his Blade of the Rune King completed. And Unicorns of Love, yeah, they've been a little up and down when they haven't been the ones in the lead.
But it's impressive that they have 8 wins when they're at a deficit at 15 minutes, right? The fact that they know how to come back from behind.
That's a good point.
One of the traits that the Unicorns of Love have fairly consistently for a long time been able to do. And it's because that 20-minute mark, Pyra, it's nearing. And Unicorns of Love, they always find some way to get that favorable fight.
That's very true. They are the masters of the team fight, and that is probably a big part of why they're able to fight it out in those deficits. Don't really seem to care too much if they have the gold or not. And they do have some item spikes of their own. Trinity Force completed for Exile now. Of course, the Righteous Glory is on Visit Chachi. Mysterious Monkeys do manage to finish off the tower up top, but at what cost? There is another Infernal going the Unicorns' way.
And given that they're looking to scale, this is absolutely fine for the Unicorns. Remember what we said in the draft. This composition's all about getting the late game, and Unicorns, they're going to try and get themselves a bit of an early game lead.
Okay, Kikis, he says, nope, you go ahead and have the tower. I'm not doing anything here. But that's going to be a trade for the Rift Herald. However, I think the Unicorns will be perfectly happy with that one as they finish off tower down in the bottom side after having had the hors d'oeuvres of the Dragon.
This is okay, though, for Mysterious Monkeys, because now with this, they can secure themselves that tier 1 in the middle lane. And when they have a 5-kill advantage over their counterparts, I think that being able to take down all tier 1 towers will give them a lot more freedom to try and force a lot more plays. And remember, they need to keep forcing these plays. They're now approaching that 2-item spike that we so often talk about, especially that Kalista. Blade of the Ruin King done, almost finished the Runettes. And when it does, that's when Monkeys have to fight. They have to. And if they don't build up a lead, then you're going to get into this scaling situation where the Unicorns of Love can just buy their time, be patient, and know that they will have the stronger late game team fight.
It sounds like the next 5 minutes are going to be incredibly crucial here for the Mysterious Monkeys.
They will be.
Let's see if they can make the plays that they need. We'll be watching them very quickly here. Now, Yuki dodges out the Rupture. Now they've brought Dreams and Hylissang, but the rest of Unicorns, they're reacting. Hylissang is fast on those roaming boots, and that tower, there's not a lot of health on it. They could walk and just kind of blow some air at it and it would fall down.
Yeah, Mysterious Monkeys, go mid. Use that Rift Herald to find the Unicorns on Sonium's top side.
They want to take the fight, though. Landis is out. Oh, he's going to follow it. That's more than an amazing bargain for it. Now the Thresh box is on, but he's thinking outside of it, and that may not be a good thing as Kikis gets the finishing blow. Xerxes and Visit Chachi on the retreat path.
Kozq running back down towards the mid as Exile is already looking to lead the charge of minions into this tower. Instead, he backs away to take care of the Raptor camp. That was a bit of a hectic move, but Monkeys come out with 1 kill.
Another good utilization of the Shen ulti right there. I love the fact that Kikis is trying to use it as often as he can to just punish these small positional mistakes that Unicorns of Love are making. Now the Rift Herald has grouped up mid. They've got a minion wave on the way. And Mysterious Monkeys are poised to start sieging down, maybe even onto this tier 2.
Yeah, they might just do it. They've got Kikis and Amazing in place, and the Rift Herald's going to lead the charge here. Samix is incoming, and so are the rest of the Unicorns, but this tower is already gone. Instead of pushing their luck, they decide to leave it to the Unicorns. They've already had breakfast, why not some seafood for lunch?
5 mid from Unicorns without Amazing's ultimate, along with, well, a lot of ultimates are down for the Mysterious Monkeys, so they don't want to gamble it. So here you see, this used to be one of the big things about Maokai was that back in like Season 2, if you ever ganked your mid lane, you would use the root, and then you'd flash underneath the tower to drag it with you, right? And that's how you could get yourself an early double buff. But in this situation, what it actually allowed is Amazing to get on top of Hylissang, and then with the Shen on top of him, they're able to very quickly get themselves a bit of a pick and the mid tier 1. So Mysterious Monkeys playing this early game very, very well. Again, we're just keeping our eyes on those items, Pyra, because we always want to make sure that for Mysterious Monkeys, they're slightly ahead. It's so important for their win condition that when it comes to these big fights, they have the item advantage.
Yep, and you can see after that kill, Amazing used some of that gold value, pick himself up in Aegis. And he's been involved in just about every one of these kills, so he has been a critical part of the Monkeys' early game. They got to give him credit, considering, you know, in all honesty, Amazing's had a rough couple of weeks, and this is one of his better performances.
Amazing, definitely stepping up his presence in this series overall. He had a few early ganks in game 1, but he didn't really turn it into anything. This time around, though, Yuki as well having a much better performance. We criticized in game 1, fell really hard, fell behind very hard during the laning phase, but after getting that Shen gank down bot, after gaining a few kills, he's looking poised and ready as we see both teams now starting to move up mid.
Well, Dreams, he got caught out, but it's okay. Fate's call brings back the cow. Dreams is perfectly fine for the time being, but the Unicorns have decided they want to go mid a little bit early. Baron will be spawning in 20 seconds right now, and these guys might just be crazy enough to do it. They have 2 Infernal Drakes. Do they feel like they can force a fight out on Mysterious Monkeys with the kill lead, with the gold lead, such that it is? They might just feel like they can. No Hurricane build just yet. Not for Yuki, still sitting on that deal. I don't think he's back just yet. Now Samix and Kikis on the wrong side of things. It's going to be a quick dodge out by Kikis, and instead he's going to be going on a run, see if he can get back to his team in time. Hylissang trying to cut him off at the pass between the 2 towers, and I've seen this a few times.
But look at what Mysterious Monkeys are doing. They've already grouped mid. They're getting the wave. 4 members sent up top lane to try and punish Kikis. And the Mysterious Monkeys are trying to press their advantage. They push in mid-wave. They're now rotating around bot, getting some deep vision in the Unicorn's bottom jungle, and they're setting up for the next dragon, which will be another Infernal. Don't want to risk giving Unicorns of Love that 3rd dragon. Remember how good their scaling is. Having all that additional damage from the Fiery Breath dealer is definitely not something I want to deal with.
Oh, for sure. You give away 3 Infernals, that is not great if you're Mysterious Monkeys up against the scaling Unicorns of Love composition. We wanted to see them making some early plays. They haven't been able to hit on all things, but they've certainly given it a good go. Flayback, Hylissang can't quite find a mark there. Still looking at those items. Of course, one guy who's definitely going to be no stranger to scaling is Kozq on this Cassiopeia. He's still sitting on that tier of the Goddess. 5 stacks on his Rod of Ages, so he's not getting any weaker. But they need things to start coming up. They need to be stronger. They need to be able to force these fights, and now it's all back to mid lane. Kick us up in the top side.
So I really want to see Amazing get a righteous glory, because now they need to be making plays happen. Kikis has his ulti back up. They're grouping up 5-man mid. Notice that UOL don't have 2 items completed. Mysterious Monkeys do. This is the best time for them to fight. And they're not forcing anything yet.
Because Kikis still pushing up in the top side. They think they're going to be able to get this one. But Unicorns, if they recognize this, they might just bait out the teleport. They're pinging for this dragon.
Well, Kikis, if he trades this tower for dragon, I don't know how worth that is. And Mysterious Monkeys, they don't want to give it away for free.
Instant boxes down, but so come the Roots. Is it going to be a little too little, a little too late? Amazing looking to hop over the wall to get the steal out. He comes in a little bit too late. He gets nommed by Visit Chachi. That's 3 Infernal Dragons, and the Monkeys are looking like they're going to fall. Kikis comes a little late because Yuki is already down. Kozq forced to burn both of his summoners. Chachi is going to be left for dead, but he did his job, and now the Unicorns are coming back in for round number 2. Pull back in the Moo Cow and turn up a slice of beef here as Exile's going to fall. Amazing gets one back. It's a bloody fight, but the Unicorns look like they're going to take it. Flashing over, curtain call, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot, and Samix does it!
And Unicorns of Love, time and time again, find that fantastic fight to swing the momentum back in their favor. Mysterious Monkeys, they were a little too slow on the trigger. Their focus was on the dragon rather than winning the fight, but they tried to outsmite Visit Chachi on this Cho'Gath. Now they have the teleport available. They have the damage they believe is enough to go for this Baron, but Amazing is still alive. Let's see if this works out for the Unicorns.
Looks like this is going to fall fast. They already have those 3 dragons. They're ready to conquer Westeros, Veti. Let's see if they can conquer the Mysterious Monkeys. Splitting focus, Hylissang sends the hook, but he's the sacrifice for the start of this fight. And all of a sudden, things aren't looking too hot here for the Unicorns. It's anybody's Baron, and Amazing smites it down. And wouldn't you believe it? They're going to clean house. Down goes Chachi, a triple for Yuki. What the hell was that?
A massive team fight win for the Mysterious Monkeys, Pyra. They had just lost the fight at Baron. We thought that with the 3rd Elder Drake gone, there would be nothing that they could do. But UOL, they get greedy. They think that they can go for the Baron, but they don't respect that Amazing is still alive. And Yuki, he's already on his way over to that big objective. Time and time again, we look at the Unicorns of Love and we think, why are they making this decision? And when you speak to them, they're very much like, we felt like the decision was the right one at the time. Let's try and understand. They have the Cho'Gath, who has his ulti ready. They know they can win this smite fight, but it's all about the execution. Hylissang just separates himself from the team. Amazing is able to dive onto a no-mana Jhin. Yuki is just freely dealing all this damage onto the back end. And to top it all off, they don't even secure the Baron. They do not get it. The combo wasn't good enough. And Mysterious Monkeys win the fight, and they win the Baron.
Well, that certainly breathes some new life back into the Monkeys right now, and it buys them some time. The Unicorns of Love, that was just a huge mistake from this team, and they may still end up taking the game if they can stop the bleeding, but they're going to have to make moves fast to do it because the Baron Empowered minions are on this tier 2 down bottom. Monkeys looking to get themselves a 4th, and they realize they can just do it with 3 members right here, sending the Shen up top and the Maokai in the middle, but Chachi is looking to get some revenge.
Pyra, do you remember what we said? That about 20 to 25 minutes, Mysterious Monkeys need a lead with their composition if they really want to stand a chance.
I believe I do.
Now, could you identify what kind of a lead they have right now?
Okay, let's see. Carry the 2, square root of pi. That's a big lead.
That is indeed a big lead. And now, with the Baron buff, they're poised and ready to start pushing into the base of the Unicorns of Love. The big thing they have to deal with is the amount of poke that is available on the side of UOL. So Mysterious Monkeys, I think they need to use the zoning ulti from Amazing to try and force UOL back off from the tower. Instead, they're just going to siege him down. Let's see, where is the Shen hook lands?
They've got the Moo Cow. Do they have the damage to finish him off? No, he's pulled back in by the Fate's Call. Chachi was eyeballing him. Wanted to add some beef to his diet. And here comes the curtain call right now. The Monkeys are out of minions, and they might just be out of luck here, but the Grasping Roots are coming in, and they're all grouped up for just a second, but there is no follow-through damage, so the Monkeys won't push their luck. Amazing, played back. They find him once again. And he goes back. Oh, bringing the Shen to the party this time, but the barrel is a powder keg to knock them all away, and it's a taunt landed onto Samix in the back line. Amazing with the Bramble Smash. Finishes him off, and Kikis will grab Exile on the back half of that fight. Meanwhile, Kozq in the mid, throwing down the Miasma, which means the Cho'Gath is going to take the Lantern, but Amazing follows through again. He's right on top of everybody, and he just buys some time for the Monkeys to finish off a turret. This Cho'Gath may be big, but that Maokai, certainly not small right now. As Chachi wants to go in for round 2, Yuki steps in, Yuki steps back. Meanwhile, there's 2 pushing on the top side. Looking great for Monkeys in this game, too.
They win another fight. I thought the once Amazing didn't get a massively successful ulti. Things could go wrong for Mysterious Monkeys. They couldn't really force anything, but UOL, they give Mysterious Monkeys the opportunity to go for the re-engage. They try to get the collapse done onto Amazing, and he just turns it around. Fantastic fight win once again. Mysterious Monkeys, they're going to take down an inhibitor.
All right, they might lose their support for it, but Dreams, he's just buying time, gets nommed. Chachi gets the kill on that one, but it is still 14-6. The minions were still pecking away at the top inhibitor, but they can't take it out, which means it's just one inhib here for the Monkeys. But it's 27 minutes in. That's a huge gold lead.
Oh, for sure. And this is it. You can see Hook doesn't land onto Amazing. Actually lands onto the Raptor. That keeps him alive long enough to allow both Amazing and Kickus to chase that onto the carries, who are completely separated from their tanks. Good job, Chachi, keeping Cosq busy, but he's not the real threat when you have a tree trying to slam down onto your damage dealers. And it just results in a clean teamfight win for the Mysterious Monkeys, along with one inhib, a loss of a tower in the top lane, and a 10,000 gold lead for the Mysterious Monkeys.
Dare I say it, Vedius, but the Mysterious Monkeys have had cleaner execution than the Unicorns this game.
Oh, they have. Well, let's also forget that the UOL threw it a Baron.
Yeah, but that was execution. It was really bad execution, which is why the Monkeys win by default.
It's also a bad decision, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know what Hylissang was doing. He just walked out of the pit and let himself die.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to the UOL guys afterwards. Let's have a look. A lot of items now being completed, Pirate. You seem super keen on.
Yeah, it's going to keep them nice and healthy. I mean, you got to look at those double lockets right now. Just in case they get a little split up, they can kind of move things around. Of course, we talked about Cosq and his scalability. He's still working towards these, really only sitting on 3 items with the Seraph's Embrace now finished.
That's a lot of damage.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's a lot, but still, at the same time, like, he's not going to get any weaker. And of course, the Lord Dominic's regards for Yuki, which means he will be able to take down a lot of those tankier members a little easier.
So if we could just very quickly look at the golds, one thing I do want to highlight is that Samix is still actually pretty strong. Having completed his Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, and Rapid Fire means that he will be able to deal a lot of damage. But against the front line, it's still not going to be that much. You can see the gold gap between him and Yuki, along with how much better Mysterious Monkeys have been performing this game overall.
Yeah, Cosq's got a pretty significant lead over Exile as well. I mean, the Monkeys definitely have all the tools to try and close this game out. The only thing I'd be worried about is if they just don't optimally use those ultimates, get caught out in the Unicorns with the 3 Infernal Dragon, just turn it around.
You're quite right. Like, they get a lot of free stats from that triple Infernal.
Yeah.
That's something you always have to be respectful of. And with the Baron gone, sieging will become a little harder, but they're going to try. Here they go.
All right, pull it in. Box is down for Hylissang, but Dreams combos on top of him, and they don't even worry about the Thresh. Hylissang is the first casualty of this fight. Cosq coming in a little bit late. Chachi leading the front line of the Unicorns, but the tower is on the menu, and so is Dreams. He gets pulled back at the last second by Yuki after the eat is on. Curtain calls open up, but the tower's already gone, and Amazing
Yuki
trying to two-step it out. Yuki looking for Chachi, nearly gets enough Ren stacks to take him out, but it's not going to be the case. Instead, Chachi lumbers back to the safety of his tower, and a flash forward for Samix, nets himself a pair of snake boots, but Chachi's flanking here, looking for Dreams, gets knocked back, pushed, he might just have one more eat soon, there he goes! Never mind, he just got the knock up as Samix takes down Amazing. Xerxes is going to get the spear stuck in him, and Yuki trying to do some work. He dodges out the rupture. Kick is coming in, looking to take down the Corki, but Chachi's on top.
He's doing it!
Double kill. Can Yuki do it?
Run, Yuki, run!
On hopping. I do not believe it. Yuki's out alive.
This is why the Callista's considered so strong. The fight's not over yet. Kickus, I think he's going to die.
I think that is hashtag worth. It doesn't matter what you say. Samix is going to come up big once again. Yuki's even able to take some wolves out of that one. What a style move from the AD carry of Mysterious Monkeys.
Beautiful play. So much criticism thrown towards him after his recent laning performances and lack of impact. But my word, he gets his hands on this Callista and he is doing work. We have to just keep track of Yuki at the second half of this fight, but focus on the beginning of it. A lot of ultis used just to get the kill down onto Hylissang. So MM still playing underneath the tower. UOL still feeling poised and ready to go for the re-engage. They have a lot of their skills available. They nearly shut down Dreams. But then this is where things really start to get a little bit dangerous. Sure, you force Chachi back. You're able to shut down the inhibitor. But then Mysterious Monkeys, they want to try and disengage. And at this point, you really can't. Flank TP is going to come in from Chachi. Oh, we don't have time. Baron's been started.
Yeah, we're back to live right now, but there are a lot of Ren stacks sticking inside that Baron. Xerxes, he is getting occupied for the moment. Can't throw the barrel in time, and it's smited away, or taken by the Rend, I should say, of Yuki. Kickus on the front line, pushing the Unicorns back once again, and there are 2 downed inhibitors here. Baron buff on all 5 Monkeys. And they're heading up towards top.
I can hear Dreams yelling at the top of his lungs. very vocal member of the squad. You can see how well they ride off of this momentum as they look to siege onto the nexus of the Unicorns of Love. It could be upset day today, Pyra, as Mysterious Monkeys with the Baron and 5 members look to try and get the win.
Well, they're going to have to watch the Unicorns on their bottom side because the minions already took out one tower there. Chachi trying to be on the front line once again, but this game could very well come down to this. The curtains are open. Kikis, amazing. Coscu, they're tanking it up and backing away. The Rupture comes down. Exile is looking for something on the front side, but he just simply doesn't do enough damage. Minions in all 3 lanes here. The Unicorns backs against the wall as Coscu has his spell shield on, available to stop out that hook of Hylissang, so it will not be the snake pulled in for now. And Mysterious Monkeys, they just keep on pushing. That is 1 inhibitor taken, but no unnecessary risks. Keeping it nice and safe.
So a lot of poke being thrown out from the Unicorns of Love. For those of Baron empowered minions that the UOL squad are struggling to deal with. Here comes the ulti from Amazing.
All right, they've locked up the Cho'Gath not once, not twice, but they knock him up once again. Can they take him out? He is so big, and he's getting it eat onto Dreams, but Yuki is bigger with those Ren stacks right now, and this will be inhibitor number 3. And they're going bowling. Dreams gets one knock in, gets one knock back. Down goes Samix, and down goes the Unicorns. Hope of closing this series out. It's going to be the last Nexus turret falling, and the Mysterious Monkeys have done it. After a big victory for the Unicorns in game number 1, a big Baron mistake allows them to turn it around, and we're going to game 3.
No one was really expecting it. People thought that this would be a bit of a return for Unicorns of Love. They haven't had the best last few weeks. They thought, you know what? They'll come in today, they'll go up against Mysterious Monkeys, they'll get a clean 2-0 out, then they can ride off of that momentum for the rest of the split. But Mysterious Monkeys, they come back swinging. They pick this Shen composition with the Kalista. They start off great. They have this fantastic early game. Once they lose that fight around the dragon, you think, oh no, this is where they've fallen behind. They lost that crucial team fight. They needed to keep the snowball going. They don't. But then Unicorns of Love say, let's do Baron. And then that's really where things are just turned around. And that's where the start of the Master Yuki demonstrates his skills.
I'm serious, man. I'm getting flashbacks to that game in the promotion tournament that got him into the LCS, where he just gets a pentakill inside the Baron pit. The guy has got some serious skills. And honestly, like, an impressive performance from him and the whole team all around. It was obviously enabled by a big no-no from the Unicorns of Love, but all the same, got to give some credit to the Monkeys.
And it's just part of the reason as to why we see Kalista being such a high priority, right? We thought, oh, maybe you do focus on the Cho'Gath, maybe you give away the Kalista, but because it's so reliant on getting an early snowball, but they picked the Shen around it, they played the early game exceptionally well, and Mysterious Monkeys, they played to their win conditions, and sure, that Baron did make things a little bit easier for them, but they reacted to it very effectively, and they come out with the win.
Now, Mysterious Monkeys have tied the series against the Unicorns of Love. Is this the day of upsets, Dracos? Tell us.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I have no idea. That was an insane game. I do know, though, that we have to praise Mysterious Monkeys. Playing so well around a composition. I saw Shen locked in. I thought this game was over. I'm like, Shen can't kill other tanks. He's like the worst tank to have on your team, but Mysterious Monkeys just executed it so well.
I think with Shen, they got a champion where they could actually play aggressively around the Cho'Gath lane, and they did. They could have done the same with the Renekton last game around, but they failed some of the first few ganks. This time around, though, the first few ganks are very successful. Kikis also plays the game extremely well on this Shen.
Yeah, you look at that first gank, and yes, Chachi's pushed up too far. That's a Chachi tactic that always happens, but Mysterious Monkeys always go topside as well. Those are two things that happens in every single game. Is Kick is an amazing and Chachi
You're a very nice person. You call it the Chachi tactic. I like just constantly pushing forward. A little ambitious, though, I think we can safely say.
Very true. I think at this point, like when you play Mysterious Monkeys or Vitality, who also likes to gank top every game, you should just adjust your early game a little bit and actually focus on early vision on the top side for the level 3 gank, just to try and spot Amazing to avoid this from happening. Because while it is a Chachi special, 100%, every time it happens, we all kind of go like, it's every game, dude. It's every game. Like, sometimes early vision could prevent these kind of things from happening, but at the same time, I think Moby Boots Rush from Amazing 2 games in a row, worked this time around. You need to be super active with early ganks for it to pay off, and he was.
Definitely was the case. Now, as we look towards the mid-game, though, things were definitely not super clean from Mysterious Monkeys. I want to look at a fight that happened around the Dragon. Unicorns Love looks like an advantage for them to start, but then I feel like Unicorns Love just get a little bit too greedy.
I felt like at this point, Mysterious Monkeys have done so many things correct, and this was the first time I was kind of like, ooh, this fight backfired. And a lot of it is Yuki jumps into melee range of all of Unicorns of Love, and Cosq then finds himself on the other side. Like when you are playing these like 3 tanks and 2 squishies, obviously the whole idea is the 3 tanks are in front of the 2 squishies, soaking up the damage, and you're all just kind of hitting frontline each time or waiting for some carry to get out of position. Yuki was the man who was out of position right here, not because of Unicorns of Love, because of himself. He actually jumped straight into the entire Unicorns team.
And this is the point where we're like, okay, Unicorns, this is their time to shine in this game. We know they have the scaling with the Corki. Everything should go well in their favor, but you still can't underestimate the fighting strength of Mysterious Monkeys. Yuki again singles out Hylissang on the side of this fight. Honestly, a lot of the team fights going wrong through Hylissang in the Unicorns of Love. And Yuki played a pretty good game, actually, considering we've been talking about him for a while, but I think this is the kind of standout performance that, as a player, we want to see more from.
Exactly. Like, there's been some really good team fight games from Yuki. Yes, okay, the first team fight around the Dragon, you jumped the wrong way. You end up in the middle of the team. That's not good. The fact he actually turns it around literally 30 seconds later is very impressive. Like, he just goes in and says, no, that was a mistake. This is how you're supposed to play team fights with Kalista. And he just dances around. And later in this game, he had multiple of those fights where he was just...
He was unkillable.
Yeah,
he really could not get on top
as
of
a Kalista. And he managed to single out Chachi and always find his way to kill Unicorns. I'm losing my voice.
It's fair. It's exciting. It's hype. I want to look at the next replay here as we see our Mysterious Monkey on screen. You took off your mask. You're not quite as mysterious, Mr. Monkey. But this fight, I feel like, just shows how well Mysterious Monkeys knew to utilize their composition.
And another setup, though, from Hylissang, where he's kind of baiting the rest of his team. And Exile takes the Lantern in towards the rest of his team fight. And suddenly Amazing manages to just get in the mix of Exile and Samux. Look, the front line is so far from the back line for Unicorns that Samux and Exile are on a platter.
Yeah, notice on the last fight around the Dragon, the carries from Mysterious Monkeys came in too close and they died. This fight, if you're actually engaging on a Maokai, you do Maokai a favor. He's like, oh, actually, great. I do want to take this fight where I'm right in front of your carries. So it was obviously a Shen ulti onto Amazing, straight onto the back line of Unicorns of Love, and suddenly it's perfect for Mysterious Monkeys.
And I talked earlier, like, the Shen's not going to hurt any of these other tanks, realistically, at this point in the game. But a Titanic Hydra sure as hell can hurt a Corki and a Jhin. If you're going to walk into melee range of these champions, if you're going to set up fights like that, things are just going to fall apart.
Yep, if you do engage on the enemy tank, I recommend not grabbing the Lantern so you appear next to the same tank, especially also with that Shen ulti coming in. That was a great team fight from Mysterious Monkeys with the perfect setup, and Kigis was my MVP from this game. I think his Shen was actually great to look at.
I think that's a hard, it's because Yuki was also great. Amazing also had a ton of good engages. It's definitely debatable, I think.
I agree on the Kickers. Maybe it's going to take some magic from a former Unicorn to get a 2-1 win against the current Unicorn.
All right, well, on that note, Mysterious Monkeys need one more win to take down the Unicorns of Love. We'll see if they can pull it off when we come back for the decider.
Chachi is way too far out right now, and Kikis, he gets the taunt off, dodges away from the Rupture. Chachi, nowhere for him to go, and that's going to be first blood, unassisted to the Shen.
Slice of beef here as Exile's going to fall. Amazing gets one back. It's a bloody fight, but the Unicorns look like they're going to take it. Flashing over, curtain call, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot, and Samux does it!
Dragons! Nice, fucking good.
Trust!
Amazing smoke.
Oh shit!
Struggling to do it. Here comes the ulti from Amazing.
All right, they've locked up the chill gap not once, not twice, but they knock him up once again. Can they take him out? He is so big, and he's getting it eat on the dreams, but Yuki is bigger. A big Baron mistake allows them to turn it around, and we're going to game 3. All right, the players are gearing up for the deciding game in this series. The Mysterious Monkeys have yet to take down one of the top teams. They finally got a chance here, Vedius, as they are one destroyed Nexus away from beating the UOL.
And continuing the day of upsets, NIP, spoiler alert, did in fact win this series earlier in the day.
Someone's going to watch the VOD like 3 days from now and just be like, damn it, Vedius.
Sorry, guys, I did give you that spoiler alert.
Watch that one first.
Paused it.
That's okay, it happens.
But now Mysterious Monkeys have that opportunity, and the Unicorns of Love, it's frustrating, Pyra. They're still making the same kind of mistakes. They take those gamble plays, right? And having spoken with them, they always say, it was the right move. We made the right decision, but it was poorly executed. And I'm like, yeah, you know, if your AD carry has no mana, you don't have your mid laner, and you don't fully understand where the enemy AD carry is, I don't know if that was the right move.
Well, let's see if they learn the errors of their ways as we enter pick and ban for the final time tonight.
Well, now they are on blue side, so at the very least, Mysterious Monkeys very likely to ban away the Kalista, so a pick that Yuki definitely had a great performance on will be taken away. And Unicorns can look to get themselves an early Talon if they want. And it's a question of whether or not Mysterious Monkeys want to try and ban it away, because Unicorns, they can just early pick the Cho'Gath. I think it would be smart for Mysterious Monkeys to ban that away right now.
Yeah, the Caitlyn was the one that they banned, and of course the Unicorns on their side, they got rid of the Alistar and now the Thresh. So 2 support bans targeted Dreams. Last time, remember, on that cow, he was doing well. And remember, the Cowbell, that was the key to success.
It was. We now have undeniable proof that Cowbells do in fact result in success. So Kalista was the choice of bans, exactly the same bans. I'm expecting the same sort of picks here. They go for the Cho'Gath. Now, what they could do, Mysterious Monkeys, is get themselves an early Gnar. Make sure that Kikis has a favorable matchup, you still have strong team fighting, and then you can round things out with the Maokai as well, so that you still have that strong topside presence coming out from Kikis and Mesa.
That's always a possibility. Now, the Maokai was a large part of their success, so they will lock that in. And it looks like they might be opting into the Braum early pickups. They really want to make sure Dreams has something he can disengage with. No, it's the Rakan again.
So they are going with exactly the same draft that they went with in Game 1. If we've got anything to go by, it'll be a Jhin Braum coming out from the Unicorns of Love this time around. I think this is a bit of a gamble from the Mysterious Monkeys. I think the Braum would have been a much safer option, but Mysterious Monkeys are saying, you know what, we value the engage more than the ability to peel and disengage. So let's see how it works out for them coming into Game 3.
2 more seconds. Unicorns really letting this one go down to the wire, and they lock the Talon. Exile just says, I don't care what you're playing, CosQ. I'm going to delete people.
Always a risk early rotating the Talon. What we saw come out from Caps was the Cassio. Not only is it one of CosQ's comfort picks, but also we saw him have a great game 2 with it as well. So I would not be surprised if Mysterious Monkeys went for an early Cassio themselves.
All right, so the Unicorns have decided to pick the Xayah away, separate the lovers in this one. And what are the Monkeys going to pick up? Do they take the Cassiopeia, as you were alluding to?
So this is fascinating now, because if you go for the Cassio, then the AD carry pools become very limited, and you don't have many great choices for what goes well with the Rakan. Ooh, and the Vladimir coming out as well. Okay, so we can talk a little bit more about this matchup later on, but this is definitely a proactive move. Remember, early on in the day, we saw the Vlad come out in the second rotation of bans from the Unicorns of Love, and then they picked the Talon. So it's definitely considered a counter pick, at the very least, by Exile, and it's something that CosQ has brought out during the regular season. So again, we'll expand more upon it once we actually get into the game.
Yep, Braum is now banned as we enter ban phase 2 on the Mysterious Monkey side. And there goes the Gnar. So Monkeys, all bets on that. Vladimir focusing instead of the top on the mid lane. We'll see what they decide to ban away again. Do they hit Hylissang's pool? And it is the Taric. 2 fabulous bare-chested men banned out.
I'm fascinated as to what AD carries now. Oh, okay, Varus, perfectly fine all-in champion. Okay. I think it works just nicely. You don't have the same sort of reliable follow-up in the sense that you have a huge amount of ability to close the gap, but you've got decent range, you've got the ulti to follow up, you've got the E to do a fair amount of burst damage. I think it's absolutely fine. You just can't take advantage of the long-range shielding and mobility that Rakan would typically have with the Xayah.
Yeah, can still combo up and make those big plays, however. Just not quite as effective. Now over to the Unicorn side, last couple seconds tick down, and they lock Kench for Hylissang. Last time around, he was dying pretty quickly on that Thresh. This time he'll have more of a health bar and shielding to work with, and would they do it?
Oh, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. Oh, wait, what am I
toy with
talking about? Of course they're not going to log it in. They've already got the talent.
I was going to say for Xerxes.
I got debated so hard,
No,
man.
I mean, they could do it for Xerxes, right? But, like, it's going to be Gragas. It's boring.
God damn. You got me so excited there, Pyro.
I thought it was going to be for Xerxes.
No,
seriously.
it's never going to be for Xerxes.
All right, well, it's Gragas.
It is Gragas.
Okay.
We still have a talent, though. We can't complain, Pyro. We still get to cast.
I mean, it's like, what, his 4th game on it now? It's old news.
It's old.
Kayn is the new hotness here in the LCS.
Very true. It's very, very true. So, rounding things out for Mysterious Monkeys. Nara is banned away. Oh, okay. So they could shift things up here.
Ooh, okay. The focus might be on Kickus after all, as the Jax is locked in.
So, I think this is an awful pick.
Okay, tell me why.
Because I think that you're putting too much emphasis on trying to build this split push composition when I don't think that you should. Because what Unicorns of Love have demonstrated time and time again is that when 1-3-1 was a popular meta, they were really good at answering it because they would just group mid and kill you. They've also got an answer in the form of Talon. Now, while Talon doesn't necessarily do extremely well against Jax later on, you will not have an easy laning phase against a Cho'Gath as a Jax. If he goes for something like an early Blade or an early Gun Blade, then he'll be fine. But I think you should have just drafted Teamfight. Like, I don't know what the reversion to Jarvan is, man. I think it would have been so good in this composition. You have Vladimir, you have Varus, you have so much tools to engage, and then you have so much follow-up. What's a Jax going to do when he gets into the fight? Like, you cannot dive onto Azire. Talon has too much mobility. Your only options are really focus the front line, and Jax doesn't really do percentage health damage. So I think it was a selfish pick. I think he's tried to pick it because he wants to be a carry, and I don't know if it'll work. I have my doubts, Pyra.
Yeah, well, it has definitely been a series for doubts, absolutely. But it is a gamble for the Monkeys as they find themselves on the precipice of taking down a top-tier team in the Unicorns of Love. And on the other side, the Unicorns were hoping to bounce back from a disappointing Week 7, and instead, they might be the team to fall to Monkeys, which would not be great for their playoff prospects. So there is a lot on the line in this Game 3 to close out Week 8. We will find out how it all shakes out. For the 3rd time, we're going to be heading on to Summoner's Rift.
Of love.
There are a lot of animals in the crowd as well. All right. Well, we're certainly in for some action. This series has been nothing if not full of kills, Vedius.
It certainly has been. We've had a lot of murder on the Rift over the last few games. Finally, the crowd rallies behind the lone Unicorn Yeller.
I mean, there's definitely some Monkeys there.
There are indeed some Monkeys fans.
We saw the one backstage earlier on.
We did, like the actual monkey.
The very mysterious
or
monkey.
the flying monkey bat thing that Trevor alluded to.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen Wizard of Oz, right?
I have indeed seen Wizard of Oz.
I know you're a young man, but I didn't know if you were...
Follow the yellow big road.
I mean, you need an R in there, but I'll give you that.
And also tap your little red shoes 3 times, and you can go home.
I mean, this has definitely been a game worthy of Oz, I would say. A lot of weird stuff going on.
Yes. I always... was it the Tim that wanted a hat? Is that what he wanted?
No, the Tim wanted a
heart. Sorry.
You're almost there, but you're not spelling it right, Vedius.
Oh, man. Words super difficult today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of those series for sure, and you can see it. In both games combined, we've had 33 and 31 kills for both teams, so they've not been shy of action. But we do got to zero in on this Jax pick. You were not a huge fan of this in the pick and ban. What can the Monkeys do to make sure this does get them the win?
Snowball. Just so many ganks need to happen top lane. All I want to see is amazing gank after gank after gank after gank, trying to get this Jax ahead. It is so important to get him rolling, get him a bit of lifesteal in this matchup, because all the Cho'Gath is going to do is push, 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 push. And there's very little that you're going to be able to do to really handle it.
Yeah, no kidding. So we'll see what they're able to get done here. In the meantime, Samus and Hylissang are getting pushed back just a little bit, but Hylissang, of course, once he has that gray health, it won't matter too much. Level 2 is now on for Yuki and Dreams. And we do want to keep eyes on Amazing once he finishes off his red buff. If he heads back up towards that top side, try and get that kill out. And of course, in the mid lane, there's going to be action in every lane, I feel like, Vedius.
So yeah, let's talk about this mid lane matchup, because Vladimir is being used as an answer to the Talon. And some people might be wondering as to why the Vladimir does in fact counter this. So it's extremely difficult at any point in the game for Exile to all in on this matchup. We don't have time because the gank's happening top lane, Pyra.
All right, Leaf Strike Flash, and there it goes, Xerxes. He tried to come in a little bit too late, not able to get it happening, but now that's the first trip up by the Unicorns jungler. Amazing is nowhere to be found as of yet.
So already Summoner Spell down for Kikis. Vizichachi landed a great knockup. Things already looking a little bit dire for that Jax. Now, it's still very early on in the laning phase. I want to see Xerxes make some kind of return gank in the top side of the map. But let's see how things progress. There's a bit of division comes out from Dreams in the enemy half of the jungle.
A bit of division in the crowd. Starting to see the Monkeys fans coming out in force, and with good reason. These guys have certainly had better performances over the weeks, and still not the cleanest of executions. We thought all hope might be lost after the Vitality series that didn't really show us a whole lot, but the Monkeys have come out swinging in this series today. Even off the back of a few Unicorns mistakes. That's got to inspire some confidence when you can close out a game against one of Europe's best.
Yeah, I was impressed with the Mysterious Monkeys early game, in game 2, the utilization of the Shen, the fact they hit level 6 and they immediately ulted bot lane, the fact that Maokai ulti was ready to try and lock up a lot of the low mobility members. I thought it was really well played overall. And I want to see them try and repeat that kind of early game success. And they can do it, but they just need to invest in the top side of the map. I'm super skeptical of this Jax pick. I have no idea what he's going to do in these team fights. I personally think he's going to be pretty useless, but we'll see. You know, I've been proved wrong before.
But we've seen a lot of useless Jax in team fights.
Yes.
Let's be honest here. And they're playing for a defensive start, right? Because like there's 3 Doran shields. Obviously, there's some level of standardness on there. As the crowd is extremely excited for one Mysterious Monkey to be going through, but the rest of them on the Rift right now, it's going to be a holding pattern until we start to see those plays. Amazing a little bit occupied at the moment instead of trying to make a play up towards the top. Looking at clearing away the Scuttle Crab.
He is like the flying monkey from the Wizard of Oz.
Where are the wings, though? Oh, they don't have wings. Man, it has been a while since I've seen it. I just assumed they had wings.
Well, all right, let's focus in back on the game. We've had a lot of interaction with the crowd. We've had a lot of monkeys appearing. So far, we're seeing
unicorns appear.
Yes, yes, we do. That's exactly right. We want to see the unicorns step up. It's very important for their fans that they do get the win. Knock up.
Stepping forward, it's Dreams. He went in. Semix is spit back out, and there's the tongue onto Dreams to stop him up for just a second.
You can see Rakan getting a little annoyed by the fact that Semix is literally eaten in his entirety and put into Hylissang's mouth.
That was a very explicit way to say that.
But also the other thing to say about this mid lane matchup is, look at the amount of harassment that Kozku is throwing down onto Exile. He's being forced to use all of his mana on just clearing away these waves. He has constant sustain, and once he has that empowered Q, he can just go all in.
Emo Plague and in comes Amazing. Let's see if they can go for him here. He's going to hop the wall. Parkour's there. There's no more follow-up damage, but Amazing was on the way. Amazing just hasn't been able to find the gank so far this game. He's 1 level down on Xerxes, sitting at level 5. See, back to the bottom lane. It is Dreams who gets pushed back as he battle dances. Yuki pushing in on this tower. Of course, the Varus range certainly going to be superior to what Samus can bring right now, and now Amazing and Xerxes will run into each other. The barrel's there. He's going to let it expire, but it takes most of the Raptors with it.
Unlucky for Amazing right there. A lot of the experience is going to be lost. Now Xerxes makes his way back to the top side. There's a big minion wave. Amazing is reading the play. Wants to be hanging around. Chachi level 6, though.
Oh, boy. Chachi waiting and waiting and waiting, and all of a sudden, in comes the Cho'Gath, insta-flash out of Amazing. He's not messing around.
Yeah, good flash. You have to, because you know that if Chachi's willing to go for that kind of play, there has to be some support from the rest of the Unicorns of Love. So Amazing, he doesn't want to risk it, he just disengages. Now, he's gone for the early Mobies once again. He's looking to get some early ganks. Kikis is not that far behind in terms of farm. So I want to see where they try and make plays. They have options in the bottom lane. They have options in the top lane. Mid is a little harder, because Exile now being level 6, he has quite a lot of escape tools.
Quite a lot of swords, too.
He does.
He is a big fan of blades.
Well, he isn't a, you know, that's in his title, right? Like, he's just adding to the collection. But yeah, he's going to turn that likely into an early Duskblade of Draktar.
Up in the top side, Kikis, he needs to be able to start dealing the damage. The Counter-Strike comes out, and he actually dodges away the Rupture. Chachi's forced the wrong direction. He does have Flash. Oh, he failed it! Kikis looking for first blood. Donk! And in goes Kozku, looking for Exile. All of a sudden, the action is unleashed. The pool's on. Exile's parkouring away, but in comes Dreams, forcing the Flash out. That was a quick bit of action right there.
And Exile was invisible so long.
Oh! Well, that's one way to get licked. Hylissang finding a kill for himself. Now the barrel bops Dreams back in, even though Raptors want to get involved. An acquired taste, stacks are on. Dreams is going to be left for dead. In all of the craziness, he tries to two-step his way out.
Someone help him, give him the shield.
There's nobody there coming for him. Oh, this feels bad, man.
He's dead. Oh, not yet. Oh, no.
Oh, no! This is why you don't piss your girlfriend off, folks.
Samux, he's the one that ends up getting the kill in the end. So, let's backtrack. At level 6, Jax has a fair amount of damage. And if you use all your CC trying to clear the wave, Kikis can all in you. Now, this wall is very difficult to flash, but he tried to flash at the long bit. You see that little pointy out bit there, Pirate? You don't want to flash into that. And you can see the disappointment in Chachi's face where he's like, this kind of sucks. Now, Kozgu, I believe he had his ulti up, but he actually didn't use it. And now we have another gank up top.
Yeah, we're not going to stop to pause for analysis here because the Cho'Gath, well, they're trying to snowball Kikis, and he gets kill number 2 with this time with a little help from his friend.
So this is perfect for the Mysterious Monkeys now. Yes, their bottom lane will fall behind a little bit, but the fact of the matter is this Jax is starting to get going. TP is unavailable for Chachi. Kikis is equal in farm, but is ahead in kills and is already working towards that Blade of the Ruin King. And I think this is the best thing to build against Cho'Gath because you naturally stack health. The percentage health damage is going to be super valuable. The lifesteal will help you in the 1v1. And this is great for Mysterious Monkeys, playing exactly towards their win condition.
Yep, snowball the Kikis. Keep him on ahead for the 3rd time in this series. Amazing on this Maokai. With the roaming boots, has made it count. And Unicorns, they may have made a few things happen in this game, but the Mysterious Monkeys game plan is all coming to fruition. We'll see if they can keep it going. We're 9 minutes in right now. There is a gold lead for Mysterious Monkeys. They have tower number 1. Dare I say, this just might be working.
Well, still a lot of the game left. We've seen Jaxes get leads before, then they group up and team fight, and then their effectiveness rapidly declines. So we'll be keeping my eyes on Kikis. Many times during Challenger Series, the go-to strategy for Fnatic Academy was get Kikis ahead and watch him win the game. And that worked many times, but when you play against LCS players, you also have a lot of talented individuals that can match that kind of carry potential. Samux being one of them that we often look at.
That is very true, but at the same time, Kikis was one of those players that him being in Challenger always raised a lot of questions. Like, why wasn't this guy in LCS? He got his chance once again, and he's making big plays now. Speaking of big plays, Samus and Hylissang trying to make it happen down bot, but Yuki and Dreams, we're ready.
And UOL, they want to try and make a play onto Yuki. He did have a fantastic Game 2 performance, and Exile is roaming around the bottom side of the map, but Yuki definitely a play we want to highlight coming into this final game because, man, his Kalista was good. 9-1 and 9. So much better in terms of the laning phase. His damage per minute nearly matching that of a Cho'Gath, which is insane in the current meta.
Yeah.
But the amount of mobility, his kiting in a lot of those fights, very, very impressive. And this is good for the Mysterious Monkeys because we wanted to see the return of the consistent Yuki, the guy that maybe he wouldn't carry your game, but you could rely on him to have a pretty solid performance. And it turns out that not only can he have that solid performance, but he can also carry the game.
Yeah, and if you notice, he can do it while drinking his coffee too. He's a man of many talents, Vedius. But this is so big for the Monkeys. Like, at the end of the season, you're 2 games back on Vitality. You want to avoid the relegation battle in your first LCS split. If they can beat the Unicorns, there is definitely a chance that they can keep this moving forward because everybody in the bottom of that table is going to have to face off against the top-tier teams in that group. Monkeys, it's a big statement battle for them.
And it's also good for other teams in Group B, right? Because they're recognizing the weaknesses that UOL are demonstrating that they have not been adapting post-Rift Rivals. And while there certainly are strengths, Exile seems to be so much better right now in terms of his consistency and his champion pool. Other members of the team are not matching up to that.
That is the unfortunate thing for the Unicorns of Love. One thing that's great, though, for the Monkeys, Kikis, he's got his Blade of the Ruin King already. Kozgu holding the line down mid, still with that CS lead, and now Exile is caught.
No flash.
Oh, he is going nowhere, trying to hop that wall. He does, but Kozgu following over. One more parkour. He's burning, but Kozgu is right on top of him. And he pulls out the last bits of blood. Kozgu coming up with a kill.
And remember, the thing about Ooh, this mid lane champion is Dreams. He's going in.
Oh boy, Battle Dance and the quickness is on, and they've got the root up as well. Amazing. This collapse from Mysterious Monkeys just seems incredible, but unfortunately they didn't have the follow-through damage now. Not respecting how much the tower could do as Samix tags in. Featherstorm is on, looking for Kozq. He's able to find him, and the Unicorns turn it around.
Fantastic barrel from Xerxes right there. Completely splitting up Mysterious Monkeys and forcing them to be in a really awkward spot that allowed Unicorns to get this turnaround under the tower and keep their mid-tier 1 alive. Overall, though, really good initial play from Amazing and Kozq, getting that kill down onto the Talon. You want to shut down that early snowball, put him behind as much as you possibly can. But now, the Rift Tower will be started. I don't think Mysterious Monkeys are going to try and challenge.
Nah, not necessarily worth.
Nah, mate.
It's all about trying to defend him. I mean, I would say, like, maybe, but nah, they got this.
Oh, they're going to walk away. They will take that. This will be great for taking that mid-tier 1 later on. So let's have a look. Over the wall, he gets spotted on the water in the river. Unfortunately, Kozq can't be dealing any extra damage, so he flashes over the wall to try and hit him. And because of the bonus movement speed that he has from his mastery, that allows him to chase him down and get that kill. And just keep your eyes on what Xerxes does with the barrel hit. So the collapse comes in, and then he gets this great barrel onto Yuki, Kozq, and Kikis. And that just separates Kikis and Yuki from dealing all the damage. Kozq's got no skills left. And then UOL, they just come in for the collapse. And Kozq ends up losing his life because he gets split off from the rest of the team with a really good ulti from Samix. And ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
Yes, indeed. All right, so 3-3. It is now a slim lead in the gold for Mysterious Monkeys. But they have that X factor, they have that Jax. They've started the snowball going. He's taking his place down bottom, and maybe the mighty Cho'Gath has met his match, Vedius.
Well, maybe. I love the Blade of the Ruin King rush. I think it makes so much sense against the Cho. UOL, though, they are setting up around this dragon. Kick is very mindful of how many members there are. And the ping is going down onto that tier 2 in the top lane. They're saying, look, we see what they're going for. We're willing to sacrifice this, if we can get that tower in the top lane.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to leap strike away, so even though they commit quite a lot here to try and get down on the bottom side, they will not get that kill onto the Jax. Tower is going to easily fall, but there's a big wave of minions approaching the top tier 2. Yuki is already at it, going to be joined up by Dreams. And the objective trades continue. Mysterious Monkeys, though, I feel like for the first time in this series, in games 1 and 2, it wasn't quite the same. They're the ones who are making the plays first.
They definitely seem to be pretty proactive right now. Here comes Exile, though. Does have his
wall, looks for Dreams. Quickness is on, he gets charmed up. But Exile is fast. Unfortunately for him, Dreams is faster.
Oh no, Yuki, you have no flash, but Mysterious Monkeys, they choose to disengage. They don't want to run the risk of overextending. So Exile, he will not be getting any kills today.
Yeah, this Talon is still a pretty deadly pick once he starts rolling on those kills, but you got to look at that first number next to his Duskblade, a big fat 0 right now. 16 minutes, that's not where Exile wanted to be, and they early picked this Talon.
It was what they did against Fnatic in Game 3. Exile was even able to get a second solo kill over Caps on the champion. But he's not quite having that same level of success as UOL coming mid.
Oh, bad time for Kozq to go in, but he's got Pool on. Chemo Plague is taken. Exile takes the damage from that, but not the most optimal as the Rift Herald is coming in. Shachi gets stopped. Kikis cancels that teleport, and looks like they're going to get another kill for this Jax, but the Cho'Gath is angry. The 2-man Rupture knocks up. Blade of the Rune King is there, and Kikis should be able to get the finishing blow. It actually goes the way of Amazing, but meanwhile, the Rift Herald was wreaking havoc in the mid, and it's able to take down a little bit more damage on that second tier.
That was actually an exquisite play from Kikis. The fact that he is able to interrupt the TP so that Chachi cannot get away means that they don't actually have the TP advantage. We'll have to look back at the replay. I was so focused on what was happening mid in the setup.
Looks about even.
That I didn't actually see where Kikis came from. But the kill goes over to Amazing. Mysterious Monkeys, they do lose the mid tier 1, which is pretty bad for them, considering that they're playing up against Talon. Preferably they want to try and get that before him, because this is going to give him a lot more options to run around the map now. See if he can get back into that snowball state. Look for some squishy targets.
Yeah,
let's have a look. So here we go. So they actually just used the TP to get the punish onto the Cho'Gath. He's expecting the TP to come out, and so, he doesn't even flash in. Really good play. And the thing is, the one thing that Kikis doesn't know is when the ulti is coming back up for Chachi. So rather than risk it, he just disengages here. You see, doesn't want to bother getting eaten, and allows Amazing to get the kill. So I think that was pretty smart.
That is one way to get the outplay. So a little bit of help from Amazing now. Mysterious Monkeys are onto the mid.
We're going to dash out, respecting the damage that Exile can bring. Chachi is still starting to roll forward, and it looks like there are 2 unicorns on that dragon as well.
Or at the very least, making their way past the dragon, going on a romantic breeze through the river. Romantic stroll through the river, rather. But a lot of deep vision coming out from the Mysterious Monkeys side. If we can just have a look at some of it, you can see a lot being set up around the blue buff, along with just on the Raptors. So a couple of entrances covered from the side of the Mysterious Monkeys. And the Unicorns of Love, they're matching it with their own vision, covering mainly the top half, setting up for that Baron, which will be spawning in about a minute and a half.
Yep, vision gained by them. And, you know, I want to go back to a point we had in an earlier game. Because the guy who has gotten the kills for Unicorns, well, I'll go back to it in a minute.
Is it Exile?
It was, but it wasn't this game. Kikus flashes away. It's Samix, actually. He's got 2-0 on this Saya. How is he going to be able to help them turn the tides in the later stages of this game? Because Zaya is not a half-bad team fighter.
No, she's not at all. I think she's an excellent team fighter. She scales extremely well. Her ability to self-peel with her ulti. Hang on. Fight in the bottom lane.
Yep, it's Chachi v KazQ. Feral Scream. Oh, he gets hit by the end of the Rupture. Tides of Blood. Ignite is on. Exile kills Kikus off screen while it all happens. And KazQ's going to run right into the Tahm Kench, but Hylissang is unable to save the life of his mid laner.
He can win this 1v1, though.
The Swallow. Can KazQ do it? He's locked up under tower. That is a slow pool, and the Tahm Kench is sticky right now, trying to get that lick on, and he does it. Just keep on going, but he is a sustaining Vladimir. This could be a long fight.
Oh my god, this is a very long fight.
Let's jump back in with the mid. Forget what's going on bottom. Tower goes down. Hey! Observers got juked.
I was not actually expecting him to get that kill there.
Splat.
But Exile, whoa, Exile died, Kikus died, all kinds of deaths happened.
Yeah.
A lot to recap, we'll get to that in a second. Let's look at the current state of the game. UOL, they've grouped up as 2 members, now 3 in the middle lane. They have a wave, they don't want to push it though. So let's have a look at exactly what happened. So Kikus, remember, he just got ganked. He just used his flash from Exile and Xerxes coming up top. Oh, he goes to the 1v1. Wow. And because of the invisibility, he ends up dying. And then Amazing's like, haha, I have Moby Boots. I don't care if you have flash, I kill you.
That is a fast tree.
Yes. And this is the 1v1 that we did in fact see. I feel like KazQ maybe should have used his Ignite a little earlier. But still, he ends up getting the kill. And the moment he sees Hylissang here, he's like, I will kill you. This sucks.
And then we get the fast forward.
Yeah, he gets thrown underneath the turret as well. Really good play from Hylissang.
All right. Today we learned Catfish greater than Vampire.
And he's going to get a slap into a gobble, into a bleh.
Can't pull out of that.
As Paul would say, bleh.
Well done.
That's an old Tekken reference for you.
That's a pretty good one, man. It's been a while. But there's been a lot of kills back and forth, so it kind of feels like a fighting game right about now.
Oh, it certainly is a fighting game.
Well, we're 21 minutes into this one. No one's looking at the Baron just yet. It has been all about trying to move around and find the side fights. Once again, Kikus 1v1 and up against Chachi in power. Strikes keep on coming. He leaps forward. There's a lot of minions there, and Chachi's going to have to zone him out with the Rupture.
Every time we get these 1v1 fights, in my head, I've always got the Mortal Kombat music playing.
It's the best music for 1v1.
Here we go.
Yep, quickness is on. And test your might. It's Xerxes and Hylissang looking to turn their attention over to KazQ. Barrel's going to knock people, and it is chaos on the Rift right now. Yuki's going to get away from this one, and there's a lot of roots going down onto the Unicorns, and they have caught out Exile. Nowhere for him to go, and Dreams with a Gleaming Quill is going to finish it off, and Chachi takes down KazQ, and his 2 mid laners dropped already. Hylissang swallowing up. Amazing! And they're able to shred the bark off that tree. He knows there was nothing for him to do. A double kill over to the Cho, and the Unicorns, they eyeball the Baron.
And this is the power of their composition, their ability to turn fights in their favor. Not only because they have the numbers advantage, but because of how where they are in the game. 2 items finished for Samux. Big Righteous Glory finish for Vizichachi. There's no jungler on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. They're gonna lose this Baron. The question is, can Kikus get that tier 2 tower in exchange?
He's trying. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Goes the... Whatever the hell Jax actually has, I can't remember. It's not a real weapon. But the Baron's going down. Kikus keeps going. He's going to be able to shred it. In power, once again, the backs are there, but he's got it at the end of the day. It's a lamppost. That's what it is.
So Mysterious Monkeys, this was the weakness of the Jax. He's not that great in team fights, and Mysterious Monkeys, they overextend in the middle lane, and they try to make a fight happen. when they really shouldn't have. So Yuki, he's able to stay alive here, which is a great setup for him because Talon, usually really good at killing low mobility AD carries, but Kozku's just left on the sidelines because Amazing's trying to peel for his AD. There's no support there from Kozku, and if Kickers had been in this fight, maybe they could have actually turned it in their favor, but instead his focus was on getting those towers, but they ended up losing a Baron for it. So Unicorns of Love, they're still behind in the gold, but in terms of the pressure, they definitely should have the advantage because now they can just group mid and try and force another play.
Yeah, 4 towers taken up by Mysterious Monkeys, starting to make up some of that gold difference here at 23 minutes. However, the Unicorns with this Baron, it's 7-7 in kills. It could be anybody's fight for sure, or it's clearing out. A little bit of a bait here, but the sapling toss is going to reveal Vizicachi, Xerxes, and Exile trying to make plays. And Hylissang and Samix were not too far behind as they chip away at the vision of Mysterious Monkeys. Kozku zoned away by those minions. There's that last outer turret that the Unicorns have yet to crack. Up in the top side, they should be able to do it, as there's really no way they can mount the defense. But for Mysterious Monkeys, it's all about Kickus on that bottom side. Can they buy time for him?
I think it's dangerous for him to just hard commit into this bottom lane, though. Yeah, I think this is smart. Back off here with the rest of your team. You just got to stall out this Baron buff for as long as you can. Even if you lose a tier 2 here and there, it's not the end of the world. You still have the side lane advantage. Trinity Force has been completed for the Jax as well. And it's just important that Mysterious Monkeys don't get goaded into going into a full 5v5 team fight. Use Kozku to play on the side lane. Use the Vladimir, knowing that he can win out on these 1v1s. He's now got the Zhonya's too, so he should hold his own against Exile. Yeah. I think Mysterious Monkeys, there are plenty of win conditions available, but it's a matter of whether or not Unicorns of Love can force them into the fights, and if they can utilize their own win conditions of fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, fight, fight indeed. That is how to describe the Unicorn style. Now Samix, he's not looking too shabby for items either. He has himself a Phantom Dancer, a little bit more defensive, so he's trying to get away from some execution damage. And now, the Unicorns are looking to push their way into Tier 2. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Samix and Hilly were coming to the party. In comes Kozku, Blade Caller's out, instant exhaust, and in goes the Jax. And we've seen a Jax fail at those team fights before, and Hylissang gets the lick. Meanwhile, tower goes down. They've isolated Amazing from the rest of the pack, and the Unicorns do right what they do best. Take those fights and run it down mid. Kozku trying to finish off Vizicachi, but Hylissang says, what do we say to the God of Death? Not today, monkeys.
What did we say, Pyra? Mysterious Monkeys do not want to be goaded into a fight. This is the Baroned up Unicorns of Love squad that is poised and ready to force the 5v5, and it is Mysterious Monkeys that try to make it happen. Samix with the beautiful ultimate to stop any follow-up crowd control from the initiation of Kozku is what turned the fight in their favor. And just keep your eyes on that AD carry. What you'll see is the flash on, immediate silence, and he does not get stunned up. He gets rooted on the back line. You think he's going to die? No. Xerxes with another great barrel, and then you have Hylissang saying, I don't need to provide peel anymore because they can 2v1 Amazing. Just beautiful fight executed from the Unicorns of Love, getting onto those primary targets and making sure that their own carries stay alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mysterious Monkeys got a little baited into that one, and sometimes monkeys seem like
they just went in, Pyro. They just tried to fight for no reason at all when they didn't need to. All they had to do was
they saw the Unicorns wanted to do it, and they said they could take it, but that was a bad idea.
It was such a gamble.
So Unicorns have the gold lead now. They've got the tower lead as well. And off the back of that Baron, they were able to do quite a lot. As Amazing does nab back the blue buff himself, but this is starting to get a little hairy here. They just can't provide enough of a front to stop Unicorns from breaking down the front door and allowing Kickus to go through the back.
It's a tough call now for Mysterious Monkeys. What can they do? Because playing side lanes isn't really an option anymore, because now that your base is exposed, it's super easy for Unicorns to just be like, yeah, if you leave side lane, we're just going to run at your base. So they're always going to be forced into these fights, and maybe they can win a team fight, but it's going to require some exceptional execution from the side of Kickus and Kozku. And all UOL have to do is be patient, because they will slowly walk their way into the base. Every time Mysterious Monkeys force the fight, they have so many disengage tools, and they just have to ulti the right skills, and they'll walk out scot-free. So I think that things definitely looking really good for the Unicorns of Love.
But it is worth noting how the Unicorns got into this situation in the first place, Vedius. It was not necessarily being patient. It cost them when they decided to go for that big Baron play last game, and it was turned around by Monkeys. It's a different game today, though. it would appear, and the Unicorns not taking too many chances here, firing down with their siege on this tower. Booted up, Xerxes, he's able to dash away at the end of it though. Waves cleared. 1v1 once again. Pickus. Does he fancy his chances up against this later game Cho'Gath? Gargoyle Stone Plate alongside the Righteous Glory and a Bramble Vest. I don't know if that's what you want to be hitting.
Ooh, Bramble Vest. That's actually really good into the Jax as well. Gonna apply those Grievous Wounds now. Amazing, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he wishes he had one of those himself. XL hopping the wall here. Samix pulling back the feathers with the Blade Collar, and they can just afford to wait, keep on pushing. XL running from mid to bot constantly.
Keeping those waves pushed in. You can see Mysterious Monkey's being spread thin, but Jax returned to the top side. They can't afford to push. Oh, instead they're going to
try.
They're going to try. TP is available for both top laners.
Yeah, we've seen Kikis interrupt one before, but he may not win in a 1v1 versus Chachi here. There is a level advantage, of course, for Kikis, but I'm not so sure about that one. Meanwhile, Samix Xerxes, they found no one at home to defend this turret. So they take tier 2 down on the bottom, and Kikis, of course he can't keep going. Look at that Cho'Gath.
Yeah, he doesn't want a hard commit. But look down in the bottom lane, you can see Yuki.
Oh, they're going to swallow up here, and it's going to be Yuki taken out before Dreams can even hit Hylissang. That's going to be a quick pickup, and Monkeys are going to have to hold on for dear life here as the Unicorns are knocking at the door.
007 scoreline for Xerxes. He sneaks his way into the Mysterious Monkey's base. They get the pick onto Yuki now, 5v4. They're going to rush it down.
Teleport for Chachi in here. They want to end this one right here, right now. Into the root he goes, but it doesn't matter. He's perfectly happy. Kikis with the Counter-Strike. Not going to find anyone here as the Hemoplague is on to 2. They're rooted up, though. Chachi, he just doesn't care right now, and they're going to be able to keep on pushing. As soon as the minion wave arrives, but they don't want to go in without any backup.
So Mysterious Monkeys, they throw everything and the kitchen sink at the Unicorns of Love. They end up catching it and realize, well, hang on, wait a minute. Why are we trying to siege onto this base when we have no minions left? And that was the primary goal. Mysterious Monkeys, you're trying to delay, wait for Yuki to respawn so that Mysterious Monkeys can still play towards the later part. But I don't even know if they have much of a late game left. Sure, Vladimir gets stronger and stronger as the game progresses, but so does Samux. And so does this Cho'Gath. It's going to be even harder to kill this frontline Exile. He's going to make it even easier to kill these squishies. Let's have a look here. Yeah, Yuki, he just gets ulted on. He's just trying to clear the waves. There's nothing you can do.
A lot of deaths off screen this game, and it certainly has been a drama. And a lot of quick picks here, and we might see a few more as Chachi looking for Amazing, forcing the flash out. In comes Xerxes. Man, he is real fast right now. Amazing, nowhere for him to go, but the quickness is on. He's going to take the Blast Cone Express. Amazing trying to stay alive, but meanwhile, Exile is going to shut down Yuki. Kika is still bothered on the bottom, trying to push this one in, but the time might be running out for the Monkeys.
The red buff going to re-heal Exile as the Baron is prime and ready. Kika is sitting in the bottom lane. The best thing he can hope for now is trying to get an inhibitor.
Oh, he's got damage. Can they interrupt this Baron right now? There is no Mountain Drakes empowering this, but they certainly have the damage. They have the Cho'Gath. They're going to be able to finish it off. Let's see if they give anything for it. One inhibitor tower, but no inhibitor. Kikis walks away.
Yeah, UOL, they're going to get back too quickly. You're now starting to see why I question the Jax pick. Like, later on into the game, sure, it's certainly getting super hard for Yuki to stay alive.
Here's Yuki Death Cam.
Ah, okay, this is also great utilization of the Tahm Kench ultimate. Constantly dragging players around the map, being like, hey, do you want to kill Yuki?
He got denied on the parkour.
It's okay.
I mean, it's really troll.
They got the kill.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so Unicorns flexing their muscles. This is their territory. We're post 30 minutes on the game. They turned it in their favor. That is a big Baron for them right now.
Yeah.
And once again, they can just keep pushing. As soon as they find a squishy member, it's really easy for them to collapse on. That Abyssal Voyage is nearly up, but they will probably not even need it. There's a bear inhibitor in the mid. Prime for the taking.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love. They're feeling strong. They're ready. They know they can win these fights. And that means the Mysterious Monkeys, they spent so long trying to stall the game out. And now they have to stall even longer. But UOL, they will not give them the time of day. They're more than happy to make these fights happen. Double Righteous Glory, we talked about it a lot. Here we go.
All right, Amazing. He is caught up for just a second, sends out the roots, but there's a lot of damage there, and Samix is going to get it done. Hylissang in Exile, looking for something. The rest of the Monkeys had already retreated, but it's a 5v4 situation.
And the big tank for Mysterious Monkeys is now dead. TP is not available for Chachi, but he's going to go clear out. They know that the bottom wave is slow pushing. Exile going to go catch the wave up top. They can play on all three lanes right now. The Unicorns of Love. They have everything that they need, and they have been punishing Mysterious Monkeys so effectively time and time again. Many of these fights they have been playing spectacularly. You just have to look at Samix. This man has had a great series so far. His use of ultimates, his positioning, has been what allowed the UOL squad to be able to get so far where they've done this series.
Quiet carry. Able to dish a lot of damage here. Of course, just still stacking it up with those feathers. Now they're onto the top turret. Exile waiting in the wings to see if he can make something happen as Kikis tries for a desperate charge, but he gets found out instantly. And they turn around now, once again onto Exile. Can they take him down? No, he's swallowed up by Hylissang. Exhaust was burned on, and it doesn't matter because he's got a bad case of Hemo Plague. Can the Monkeys find anything? Two-man knock-up here. Featherstorm Blade Caller pulled back out by Samix. It is a 4v5 right now, and the Monkeys, they think they might just be able to do it. Amazing goes in. Chachi's gonna get the knock-up. Oh, Chachi's gonna get the eat. I think he liked the taste of that tree right now, and that Cho'Gath is running wild. That might be the difference maker here in this game. The Monkeys getting swallowed up. Samix with a dominating kill. Dreams without any allies, and they're gonna go straight into the base.
They just cannot get onto Samuel Fernandez Fort. They're able to win the fight, and they're looking to end the series.
Unicorns of Love. It was a long one. There were questionable decisions. It was far from the cleanest League of Legends we have ever seen. But I just got one thing to say to you, Vedius, and everybody at home. Are you not entertained?
Unicorns do get the 2-1 in the end. Kikis on that Jax was off to a good start, but I feel like that mid lane fight where Mysterious Monkeys tried to force it, they did the classic, Pyra. Let's use Jax in a team fight, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, you need to be able to take those four-mans. Unicorns, trials and tribulations for this team, and a very unexpected, bumpy road for them. Week 7 to week 8, back into the group. They're going to need to clean up some of those mistakes, but for today, they can hold their heads high because they managed to take a win over the Mysterious Monkeys.
Yep. And you can see that they're still sticking to their style. Very much team fight.
They definitely do.
Getting Exile on a comfort pick where he can have a lot more success. And he nearly cost them that fight at the very end of the game, getting caught out. But the rest of his team is still able to carry through. Xerxes definitely having much better performances in that final game as well. 0, 1, and 11 on that Gragas.
Yeah, I think I've got to give a lot of credit over to Visit Chachi, though, because, yeah, he made some mistakes. He didn't always flash the right walls. But when it mattered, he was there to eat the right person.
Oh, he was, yeah. Whenever Chachi was around, he always had to be careful of snack time. And all 3 games he played the Cho'Gath.
I hope he's full.
Well, I should hope
He was
so
chowing
too.
down.
He certainly was.
Yeah.
But his scoreline, not quite as impressive as it was in game 1, but as you rightly said, his impact is really what mattered. And you can't really show that in the scores because he was eating the right targets. The knockups that he was always landing, the silences onto those key figures was always very impressive to see.
Yeah.
And I feel like that Unicorns of Love as a whole, there's definitely a lot of things to review. But
yeah,
overall,
there's a lot of VOD to watch.
There's
for sure.
definitely, they can still be pretty happy with how the series went over.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you've kind of pointed out, alluded to it a couple of times, but we do want to talk about our player of the series. It was Samuel Fernandez Fort. The man, the myth, the legend. He carried quietly a lot of the time, but I mean, he was racking up a lot of kills and not a whole lot of deaths, and he was earning them.
Yeah. Throughout the split, he has been the consistent performer of the Unicorns of Love, slowly climbing his way up to join players like Sven and Reckless, who have been considered for such a long time like the pinnacle of 80 carries in Europe.
Yeah.
I feel like that you could definitely make the argument that Samix is on his way up there if he's not there already.
Something to your MVP vote, certainly from last spring. I mean, I think like he has been there. We just don't always see it, and the Unicorns don't always win, so it's kind of hard to tell.
That's very fair. That is very fair, and he has been doing a great job on the Xayah. I was a little skeptical about the Xayah Tom Kench lane. I thought that it was a little, how well is it going to work out? But they did a fantastic job. It was 7-0-5. Overall, he played exceptionally well, and I was very impressed with what he was able to do in this game.
Certainly, and man, what a week. After an action-filled one, it's time to check out some of our highlights. So here are your LCS big plays, brought to you by Acer. Starting off, Fnatic, they secured a 2-0 win against Misfits Gaming yesterday, and Caps really found his rhythm on the Shadow Reaper. We'll see how that one all went down. That was such a great play. It's still building up, and obviously it's allowed Fnatic to get not only a map control over the place, and Hansama, oh baby, you dead, and Kane is enabled.
Why are you top lane? You have one job, you're Ash. Don't go to side lane. Kane will kill you. Stay safe.
Yeah, this is not a fun game if you're in
No,
We're about to
no.
find out again. Oh, it's half his health bar. Just like that, the Umbral Trespass is on, but Maxlor is here. The babysitter can't keep the baby alive.
God damn
and
it,
Caps is getting another kill, but he might give his life for it as the rest of Misfits have reacted. No, he's gonna flash. He's gonna shadow step, and would you believe it? Caps is gonna get out.
Oh my God, okay, so much credit to Caps because he's playing it so well.
Deficio was mad about that one.
Yeah.
Now, in the same series, Soaz came up with a great Gnar engage to secure the victory. Misfits Gaming ran about as fast as they could, but there was no escaping the Fnatic monster. We just cannot fight just yet. And then they look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's 35 minutes.
Look at the Soaz flank.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Hold on, he's almost got Mega himself. There's a nice stun here. Soaz, Power Evil's got to watch himself. Oh, a big Gnar throws them all back. There's flashes flying. And in come the Kittens once again. And now the Jarvan's in front, but a Shockwave pulls in too. Maxlor a little low. Alfari taken down by Reckless. And Fnatic, they jumped on this one. And Misfits, they were out 3 members just like that. Yeah.
Really impressive fight there from the side of Fnatic. Soaz has been also one of the more consistent performers on the side of Fnatic, and love the different champions that he has been playing and the impact that he had in yesterday's series.
Yeah, he was definitely coming up huge towards the end of that one. Now, we saw a very thrilling finish to Game 1 between the Ninjas in Pyjamas and ROCCAT. NIP's base was in ruins as Faxi attempted to finish off the Nexus.
Minions pushing in for NIP, but no one is there to actually take the minions and use them. There's the Foxy backdoor!
Foxy is teleporting into the Nexus! He's starting to throw the boomerangs! Where are Ninjas in Pyjamas? The recalls, they're interrupted! Wadid is down! Shockwave stalls the rest of ROCCAT! Now Foxy in a 1v1. He's gonna get tired in a second. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. Minions pouring through. This will help out shortly. Foxy's got no flash available. He's being walloped on by Prophet. Taking a lot of damage.
The minions!
They're coming to help. The minions are on the Nexus, but ROCCAT have not done it.
They're not going to do it yet. They're so close.
It's not going to happen. There's no minions today.
My prediction was so close.
The Nexus is the target. There's enough support here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've killed Wadid. They're looking for Hjarnan. Foxy's left alive. The Nexus is a focus. And NIP win their 3rd game of summer.
Oh man, what a game!
I love how in that whole replay, the only thing that Deficio cared about was my prediction.
Dude, this entire week has been him just being like, WTF. All right, that's going to do it from us here at the caster desk. Let's see what UOL's mid laner has to say after the series.
Thank you very much, Pyra. I also have a very special guest. I am here with Exile, but I needed to speak to Romain. We've had some strange goings on today on the Rift. One question for you before we get into the full meat of the interview. What's your feelings on other animal mascots beefing on your turf? What is this? We gonna have a fight club soon?
I love it. I think it's great. I think it creates a backstory, and a big part of the job as a manager is backstage and university earth. So the fact some managers are going a bit to this mascot position, it's fun. I love it. It was really cool.
It's very fun for us as well as we're viewing. All right, Romain, off you pop. Trot back to the rest of the unicorns. We can get on with the serious interview. That's enough of the monkey business for now. So, Exile, thank you very much for joining us. After a back-and-forth win, 2-1 on the series, I want to talk about the Talon that you brought out. We saw it last week against Fnatic. How come you're the only EU mid laner playing Talon right now?
I think that the lethality buffs have been a bit overlooked by all the tanks. Also, we saw it with Caps playing Kane, right? That lethality is insanely strong right now. Especially the champions that profit from Dustblade can make it really work, the lethality buff. And yeah, I think that overall Talon right now can push the wave first, usually in any matchup, level 7 or up. So I think that Talon right now is a pretty good pick.
Looks very strong, especially when you got your hands on it. You took down Caps with the Talon last week. I want to talk a little bit about his Kayn. We were talking before this interview, it was banned in the series. Is that something you've got your eye on as another mid lane pick?
I didn't believe that Kayn was that strong in this patch right now. I think that Kayn is a really strong pick in the next patch, however. But after I saw the Fnatic series, I was really impressed from how Caps played Kayn. He played it more like kind of a poke style of champion, where he just goes in the wall and presses W. Yeah, and I think that he made it work really, really well. And I think that Kayn in general right now, especially with the buffs coming in, I think that the champion is going to be a really powerhouse in the mid lane.
Looks like those lethality champions are quite good in your hands as well. I do want to take a little bit of a different turn in the interview to some of the struggles that Unicorns have had over the last week or so. A 2-1 series against Mysterious Monkeys, who are in that bottom spot. Losses to Fnatic and ROCCAT. What do you attribute some of this rough patch for the Unicorns?
Right now, I'm not too sure, because I think that as a player, I've struggled a lot in the past few weeks. Especially at Rift Rivals and actually even before. And a lot of criticism has got to me to some extent. But yeah, in the end, it's just that you kind of have to look forward and look what you can keep improve. Right now, I think I'm doing better than before. But however, I think that there's still a lot of ceiling to reach that I will aim for.
Certainly a lot of ceiling that we've seen out of the Unicorns, and we've seen some of the adaptations you were talking about. More about your role in the team just beyond being a mid laner. We've heard from the Unicorns that you assumed a bit more of a communication role, maybe a leadership role in-game. What's been the hardest part of that for you, if that is in fact true?
I think that everyone of the team is shot-calling a lot in the first place. But I think that just when we brought in Cirxa and Samox, then we kind of had to go over a lot of stuff in jungle and AD carry because they were new to the competitive environment. And this is where I caught up a lot as well about jungling and in general the map. I think we improved our play from how we played last split and the split before. And so just whenever I see an opportunity that we can go for, then I just try to call it, as everyone of the team is doing. So I think I'm just doing the part that I see I can do. And yeah, I try to bring this to the team, because in the end, if you see a play, then it's your responsibility to call for it.
I'm looking forward to seeing how over time this improves as well as we head closer to playoffs. And importantly with playoffs, this win means you are now tied in series with H2K again at the top of Group B. I want to end on a positive note for you, Exile. So one last question. What is one strength you have or the Unicorns have that you think H2K doesn't have that'll let you hold on to that top spot?
I think that H2K have been performing really bad in terms of team fighting. I think that they struggle really hard, and on the other end, I think this is the strength of us. So I think that if we get out of laning phase well, which I think that we don't have a too hard time against H2K, then I think that we can just take them down by team fighting and playing the map superiorly.
Certainly seems to be working out. Some of these late game team fights against Mysterious Monkeys were impressive from the Unicorns of Love. That'll do it for us here after a victorious series for Exile and the rest of the Unicorns. We're going to head over to the post-game lobby.
Welcome everybody to the post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Deficio and Unicorns of Love coach Sheepy. Welcome, Sheepy. Glad to have you after a win instead of a loss. Feeling good after that one?
Yeah, well, I'm happy we won, of course, because we also had like 2 losses in a row. So now winning feels good, but I think the way could have been cleaner. But yeah, in the end, happy that we won.
Well, one team that has had a harder series than you, my friend, is Ninjas in Pyjamas, but they did find their first series win today.
And it was clean.
They did it.
Game 2 was clean, man. I was actually, so game 1, obviously this happened, the Nexus rush. There was
Every time I see this, by the way, I get the G2 flashback, of us like, oh, if I just did one more auto attack,
how many ULCS games we've casted where this happened, where the team almost managed to kill the Nexus? One of his first games was...
Yeah, I got 3 last year. I think I've gotten 1 this year.
Yeah,
we're definitely on a roll.
At least there's one of Unicorns of Love in a split.
Of course, for sure, every split. Game 2, however, I think NIP looks super good, man. Great early game from Shook. Hiku got the early kills, even won the 2v2 lane with the Jhin, and they actually managed to win every single team fight right after. So, really good game 2 from NIP. Ooh, disaster for ROCCAT.
Yeah, definitely not where ROCCAT wants to be. Of course, NIP not 100% out of contention, we do have to say. But with ROCCAT losing, it does now lock G2 into playoffs. So G2 are really happy that NIP found a
I'm
win.
sure they were very nervous about losing that playoff spot as well.
Probably. I mean, shaking in their boots, right? However, NIP, yes, praise them. Now I want to head to the opposite side. Back to you in your series against Mysterious Monkeys. You won, but it did not feel like the most confident of wins. You kind of alluded to it earlier. It's good that you guys found that win after a 2 series losing streak. But what's next when it comes to Unicorns of Love in terms of improvement and learning from this series?
I think generally we will just keep going with what we kind of had been doing after Rift Royals, which was like just keep practicing, figuring out the meta, play like new compositions from our end, like with the Talon flanking the backline. And I think generally there's a lot of stuff that we approach correctly. I think we're playing the map well, and we kind of know what we want to do, but we always get sidetracked. Like we just keep doing random stuff.
There's one guy calling, oh, I'm killing this guy over here, and then suddenly...
To be fair, once or twice through that looked pretty good. The Tom Kench killing the Vladimirs very slowly, I think, was the satisfying thing to watch.
But that's like a really good example of, you know, the kind of randomness factor, and we're trying to getting down the plays which are looking like random and bad, and you know, but overall the macro play was good there because he is fighting in a 1v1 against Vladimir, and Tom Kench is ultimating, so it's 2 versus 1, and he has exhaust, so it should be fine, but we need to execute it better, and the idea needs to come earlier. So yeah, we'll just push as hard as we can for playoffs.
So for a team that now for basically 2 years have been having a bit of this random factor, you know, with Hylissang and Vizicachi being in the lineup and you as a coach since the start, how do you now practice reducing that random factor? Like, are you standing behind them in scrims, and if they make a random call, you kind of go like, no. slow macro.
That's one. Why is it every time we have a coach on, Probably Sheepy, you're just like, do you beat your players?
Yes.
Do you just hit them every time?
Just make the sound behind him. Like,
this is nowadays entertainment. He's pushing us, you know.
Hey, okay, so how do you actually like kind of reduce the random factor?
I think the leash is very loose in like the Unicorns of Love, not in terms of, you know, but I mean what they can do. And the nice thing is all of them are playing like daily basis champions and figuring new stuff out. So we can always take something that we're doing that looks kind of random and try to implement it. And I think that's the edge that can take you over other teams. So a lot of stuff that looks random to us or looks random to other people, we can implement, and then actually it gives us the edge. Like let's say we play against SKT and we're playing like good macro and whatnot, and this is like the 10 plays we have left, like that you can always rely on. We have like 20. But getting, you know, always being so focused on what of those 20 plays you should do is extremely difficult. If you have only like 1 or 2 that you can do, you know, it's very easy to play the map, and then it can look easier. But yeah, so in terms of us improving, it's really difficult. I think everyone has like, you know, goes a little bit in the different direction, and that we force them all in the same way. But I think it also makes for a really great place that, you know, only our team can deliver, and I think that's also something fans realize. So
And I think it's exciting. I think it's really exciting. And sometimes you guys do pull off these plays that, for many people on paper, look insane, something that you probably practiced and rehearsed. But at the same time, as you mentioned earlier, there's also some of those plays that fall apart. And I'm wondering, how do you confidently decide that, like, this crazy thing needs to be added to our playbook? Because like SKT are a wonderful team, right? I think that's a good example. I find it hard to believe that SKT, theoretically, maybe not right now, but in the past, the greatest team in the world isn't also going to have, like, hasn't already considered something this, you know, out there and crazy, and hasn't implemented in their style. What makes these plays good, and what makes them unique to Unicorns of Love? Like, what is it about your team that makes it so that another team can't just copy this style and implement it into their own team?
I think we're just too much over the place. I mean, it sounds like a bad thing, but we have really explored like in-depth stuff where other people would probably not look for. I think that SKT and overall Korea seems really strong. I mean, SKT right now also seems to be like kind of falling apart, you know, and having some losses there. I mean, I think they're qualified now still.
I mean, they're fairly safe, but they haven't like locked in, you know, world spot yet.
Yeah, but for example, that's a really good example. Like they seem to be the #1 team always and ever, and now they went in some losses. So I think that the main strength of Korea is that the macro game, like understanding what to do on the map right now, is good. They see that and they analyze that faster than we do, because they just have like all this practice coming in, and they're very, very strict towards that.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe very scary, because that's usually the thing that just wins you games.
And admittedly, I sidetracked us a little bit. I was mostly using that as a as a theoretical example, but good to kind of touch briefly on the struggles of SKT and Korea. But bringing it back to Europe, I'm curious. You've mentioned some of the inconsistencies, and we on the broadcast have mentioned some of them too, and I want to see how those line up. We see, obviously, Hylissang have games like he did last game on the Tom Kench, where he destroys people, and the Tom Kench is executed beautifully. And then we also have these games on the other side where he is hyper-aggressive. Is this just the risk of Hylissang as a player, is that he's going to, some games, make those aggressive plays, and they're going to be brilliant, and they're going to win you the game? Is it that coin flip, or is this, or are some of those more risky plays that backfire, is that an example of some of the things that you're trying to cut out, to cut back on?
I like the way I like to coach that way more than the other way around. Let's say you have a very timid player that you need to try to build up. That's usually a little bit harder than just having like a diamond that you need to like, or like a stone and I don't know, like that you have to shape.
No, stop throwing things at people. Not a diamond you need to polish, but a play something you need to build
And I think
up.
Hilly has like so many tendencies that are extremely interesting to see and that like can flourish really well if you like take the time for that. But he is just going like a lot of places, and I think now he's learning how to use that in a right way, and he's finding like picks that other people would not, and he has like this kind of confidence. And that's so exciting to coach because you can just push with a lot of energy and just with everybody and learn insane amount other than everyone is like, oh yeah, maybe I could have done this here or something. Like, it's way faster, it's way more effective, and it's way more fun the way. And so I think if everyone is like, you know, it's difficult to coach, but I think it's like very giving and it's very fun.
I mean, I just think also to the point you were trying to make earlier about, you know, the macro teams and so on, or like how other teams approach macro compared to maybe unicorns. Like a lot of it for me comes down to discipline in a way. I think one of the big strengths of a lot of the top Korean teams is if they have a check, like a book of saying like there are 5 steps we need to do before we can get deep vision, you know, push out the lane, then move in as 2 or 3 guys at the same time, spot the enemy, all these kind of things, they will follow that really well. I think a lot of European teams are trying to do the same, but it's difficult to not sometimes forget a little step or 2 in there. I think Unicorn's actually one of the reasons you guys can do this kind of play style, because Hylissang is the kind of player as well who is super aggressive. Like, while there's still some discipline, it's not the same kind. It feels to me like it can sometimes be like there are 5 steps in front of us. Right now, Hylissang says, I don't care about those 5 steps because I'm seeing a guy who's out of position, so I'm going to call this guy needs to die right now. And then you skip the 5 steps and you make that play, which surprises a lot of teams. Take H2K as an example. They like to try and follow the steps. So they're looking, being like, okay, Unicorns will push the lane now. Then they will get vision. Oh, wait, Hylissang is over there killing our AD carry. What has happened? You know, and you get these really random, aggressive moves that can be hard to react to because you're not practicing against that style on stage very often.
Shiba, do you think that's a fair characterization of some of the way that you guys like to play a game, that you're aware often of these 5 steps, but you're willing to just throw them aside if you see an opportunity?
Yes, and I like that's like really the most honest word for our team is we have really this balance or like perfect imbalance between doing the steps. Like there is something like in chess as well, you know, where you are like playing around this area right now is very beneficial. Like, why would you move this if you are like under attack here? And we're starting to learn, like, always look what makes the most sense. You know, like there's 50 minions top lane, then top lane has like an importance, and we need to realize this. But we're getting like the extra on top as well, like which is we're not just doing the 5 steps, but every time we're doing the 5 steps, we're looking like for 10 other things as well. So I think it's a little bit scary to perfect, but I think it always makes for having an advantage in some ways. And I think this is the strength of Unicorns of Love, where if we're having like a really good run and like everyone's very focused, we are a team that is like very hard to gouge and to approach. So I think if people are playing against us, they feel that as well, that they have to really be careful. And I think also that our decision making is really good mid to late game. I mean, the Nashor this time was like very, very, very a bad example for that.
Bold strategy.
We call it bold strategy. But I mean, afterwards you see as well, we go like 6-7K behind, and then we're still winning games. And I think that is because people, you know, are extremely active and are extremely good on the map.
Do you think, I'm going to ask this straight away, like, do you think it's a bad thing that European teams, despite being 6-7K gold ahead, are still losing team fights to Unicorns of Love? Is this because these teams are just not as good as maybe they should be, or is it just because you guys are that much better playing team fights?
I think it's like we're always picking champions that can always win in late game if you play correctly. So this is something we're doing really well, and I think that other teams are sometimes giving us a small opening and they think that we're not going to take it, but we're going to take it. And we have people that are looking out for those, like Hilly, if he has Rakan and you make a misstep, he will just flash ultimate W, and then either way we win or we lose, and most likely we're going to have a good fight because he knows when to engage.
Right. I'm curious, is this something that you think that European teams, let's say some of them, let's say for instance, Mysterious Monkeys, do you think that they leave those same openings against other teams and other teams aren't 100% confident in exploiting and going all in on that small opening? Or is it that just sometimes, is it just the games that you're looking at are the games where Unicorns of Love is involved? Like, let's say Fnatic plays G2, Fnatic is cleanly snowballing, G2 maybe does have an opportunity to turn this back, but they don't take it because they don't have the same level of gusto, of confidence that the Unicorns of Love might have.
I think so, because Fnatic's playstyle a bit ago was a little bit more like our playstyle, where they've been looking like very actively to snowball on with tactics that are not conventional. Like usually you group mid-side, you get control and so on. But Fnatic went a lot over side waves and like trying to assassinate people and standing in Fnatic bushes, and that was super interesting. And now they favor more the style of doing that over mid lane, which is more central. So I think that's a good decision for them winning-wise. Like it should pay off in the long run. However, I think they should implement both and make their style even stronger. I think abandoning like something that has some kind of that worked also in some way is not a good idea. It just makes you like weaker. So I honestly believe right now also Europe is extremely interesting. For example, against Mysterious Monkeys, we had so much time to calculate that it felt like very comfortable. But the top teams like Fnatic, G2 are like always pushing you to make a decision, and that is way, way harder because we're looking at like 10 places and 5 from them are like easy to calculate. Like the game is like calculating all the time. But if the team just keeps forcing you, then there's really high chance that you're gonna fail at some point. So against those teams, we have way harder time. Against MM, for example, the best example was we had Nasher, and we took like 3 minutes or 4 minutes to get a bot lane second tier turret. That should have been faster, but they didn't even punish, so we could like just keep on going.
And I'm just curious to clarify again. So do you feel like the difference between the bottom and the top teams is not that these opportunities don't exist, but just the window to take advantage of them is so much smaller?
And I think that the top teams are just looking at the right places. I think the bottom tier teams are not even aware of like where's an opening possibly coming up. And I think that the top tier teams are really looking out for, okay, they pushed mid lane, they're going top side now, like on the entire way they had like vision here, and they make like very intricate plans that follow what the enemy team should be doing, and then you see like fights according to this. But for example, when we studied MM, there was like Dreams was getting caught a lot in positions where he shouldn't have been because there was no relevance to be there, and you see that a lot in bottom tier teams where it's basically fighting for nothing. And I think this is also where a game can get boring if you're just constantly contesting just for the case of fighting, which we did a lot in the past.
I mean, a lot of teams in Europe, but also around the world, and something I try and follow as well a little bit is you look at the risk and the reward whenever you make a play. And obviously there's the low risk plays that gives you a small reward. Like those are not always too relevant, but then there's the medium risk and the high risk plays, and you got to look at what reward you're getting. And I feel like a lot of top teams are really good at making sure whenever they make a play, it's never a high-risk play they are making. They always try and turn it into a low to medium risk with still a great reward in it. So an example of that is, let's say you want to set up a tower dive against the enemy bottom lane. Well, you don't really want to do that if the enemy top laner has TP ready as well, enemy team has a Galio mid lane or something like that. So tower diving is extremely high risk. The reward is still awesome. You get kills, you get tower, great. But the risk is very high. So they wait, okay, hey, we just forced this guy to use teleport. Galio's ulti is on cooldown. Now the risk is no longer high, now it's actually very low. And they then go for the play, they get the same reward. And these kind of setups from the top teams, I feel like they are really good at doing that. And a lot of the bottom teams are not able to kind of put themselves in the same situation. So they end up coin flipping a lot, where they're like 50-50 on the play. They say, let's go for this dive. Don't care about the globals. All in. Yeah. I think Unicorns of Love like to coin flip too, and then try and turn it into their favor by being fast and being the first one to react. And that's some of the times reason we get inconsistent games from some of these teams where they look great one day and then the next day it falls apart a little bit because the plays didn't actually work, the 50-50 plays.
Yeah, and just to step onto this, I mean, maybe that's like really interesting to also see in the future, but exactly the way League of Legends is working right now is the enemy and you are both like having a range of possibilities. Yes. You can do like go bot lane, go mid lane, go top lane. Like people can go 5 people top. You can legit do this. This is like something that needs to be considered. But is it good? Like, generally speaking, no. But that needs to be something that's like discussed and has been discussed in our team as well, and every team as well. So you're basically having like all these options, and I think that the top teams are just so good at selecting the decisions you want to force the enemy into. Like, do you want to defend bot lane? All right, if you do this, then we push mid lane first again. We can get vision bot side.
Yep.
And you're slowly aggravating lead. And if it's a bad team, then they will just do constantly, like, from the two choices, they have the worst one. And so let's say they don't defend bot lane, you just get bot lane turret for free. A good team would like stall that out longer. And yeah, I think that's like the strength, and that's also what most analysts has been saying about like Korean teams. They are just really good at stopping snowballs because they keep doing the right decisions, and they're really good at snowballing because they know exactly what are the good decisions.
Definitely the fair case. Well, we've been talking a lot about top teams, so it's time to turn our attention elsewhere now. Coming into the split, we had some very interesting power rankings. I'd say very different than they are now. So we're going to take a chance to officially put out some of those power rankings. We're going to take a chance to make our own power rankings so we can bring up the standings. The first thing that we're going to look at is based on the current standings. If we did not have a two-group system, we'll see exactly where each of these teams would be ranked. You can see it right now. Fnatic, H2K, G2 Esports, of course, match differential is counted in there. And I want to take a chance to go through each of these teams and talk about which ones we feel are correct, where we think teams should be placed. I think the easiest one for me, honestly, starting at first place, is their thoughts on Fnatic. Are they the best team right now in Europe?
Right now, Fnatic, they are the best team in Europe. I think at the moment, while they did abandon the style they played before Rift Rivals, the new AD carry picks, like the standard AD carry picks for Reckless, has actually given Fnatic a much stronger 2v2 bottom lane, which is something they can utilize effectively. And I think Caps is actually playing extremely well at the moment. So the current meta seems to be okay for Fnatic, and they still look very good.
Sheepy, would you agree Fnatic right now, we don't have to talk about by how many margins, but would you say they are the #1 team in Europe?
I mean, deservedly so, because they have just like the most wins. They have been most consistent. They've been beating like all the teams. So I think it's fair to put Fnatic on the top. And unless other teams show up and beat them, straight up, I think they are comfortably sitting there at the top.
All right, well, that was the easy one. It gets progressively harder from here, I think it's safe to say. Now, H2K is currently ranked above G2 based on game differential here, but who do we think is the second best team in Europe right now? Any takers?
I think G2 Esports are the second best team in Europe. They just played against H2K like a week ago, won that series. I think also G2 Esports are looking closer to the form they had last split, not exactly at the MSI peak just yet, but I think the meta is great for them with Trick playing a lot of tanks. And I also think right now that if H2K and G2 Esports played each other, I think G2 Esports will have at least a slight edge over H2K in different elements of the game. So I think they are the second best team in Europe, and they're the only ones who can challenge Fnatic right now.
All right, do you think that's fair to say, Sheepy? Do you think G2 coming back into form? We know that they're looking stronger. They're definitely winning a lot more games, but second place, where you feel like they belong? Is there another team that you think may be more deserving of second best in Europe?
I think that G2 right now has like this upward drift. I think so too, that the Trick is doing more now in the jungle, having like a little bit more comfortable picks. And I think that G2 generally in the beginning of the split is the only reason we would even doubt them. Like if you would just cut that off, then I think G2 is looking kind of like usual. And yeah, I think the only downside for G2 is that they need to still play more games and like show more consistency, because they have been looking bad in the beginning of the split, and you can't just like put that away. So I think that's right now deservedly so they're on the second spot, but I would really love to see more games from them, and just to see how they fare over a longer period of time. And yeah, I think that's still very, very fair.
All right, now the next 4 teams I think are it's safe to say H2K, Unicorns, Love, Splice, Misfits. This is much more difficult than I think the vast majority. So if you'll amuse me, I'd like to jump to the bottom of the table, and I want to focus our main attention at the middle to round things out. So I want to talk about bottom 4. Is there anything between Vitality, ROCCAT, Mysterious Monkeys, Ninjas, and Pyjamas, based on what we've seen this week, based on what we've seen in the past? Does this look out of order to you? Is it Vitality 6, ROCCAT 7, or rather Vitality 7, ROCCAT 8, Mysterious Monkeys 9, Ninjas, and Pyjamas 10?
Is Monkeys better than ROCCAT right now?
I'm not sure. We just played against them, right? I mean, they took a game of Unicorns of Lost, so...
First place! Straight away.
But ROCCAT took 2, so I
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit hard. I think that sadly, NIP has always been like losing like 1 to 10 is their record right now, I think.
Yeah.
They have been consistently winning early games though, even against the top teams, but I'm not sure if that's a sign of a strong team if you win early and then still lose the games. I think we've been even joking about this, that's a little bit unlucky for NIP that they always, lose in the late game. But it's actually nice to see that they are winning early games. So, but they are 110, so it's really, really hard
to move them
It's
up
hard to move them up there. Yeah, I think ROCCAT showed most promise against top teams.
Yeah.
And Mysterious Monkeys is just like between, not as bad as NIP, but ROCCAT at least took games from top teams, so,
That's fair. I think keeping like this is fair. I actually think there's quite a jump from Vitality to the bottom 3. Some people might even try and make a case for Vitality almost sneaking into top 6, but I think that is difficult to say because we haven't seen them, destroy Splice or Misfits Gaming. So I think Vitality is sitting in the correct spot, but they are a step above the 3 guys above them, in my opinion. Oh, sorry, under them, in my opinion.
All right. Looks like some agreement there in terms of the bottom of the table. Now we get to the meat of the discussion. This is my favorite. So this one's going to be tough, I think, to go through. So what I would like, before we start the main discussion, I just want each of you to take a chance, list your third, your fourth, your fifth, and your sixth in your preferred order, and then we can discuss the differences there, because I think we'll get a little too into the nitty-gritty if you guys start to debate on every position, although we will get the chance. So, Sheepy, I'd like to start with you. 3, 4, 5, 6. How do you think it stacks up in Europe right now?
I think that we have not been showing too much consistency, but in scrims we've been performing really well, also against H2K, so I would almost put us on 3rd place. And I think also when we are watching Fnatic in G2, we always feel that there's like opportunities that we could abuse against them. However, we didn't show that like so convincingly yet. I still think that our series, for example, against Fnatic was totally winnable from our end as well. But yeah, props to always to the winner. With H2K, it's really hard to call because, I mean, they've been doing better, I guess. And I mean, it's a toss-up between those two, I think. For Splice and Misfits, I think they are like deservedly so on those 2 positions. So I would rank Splice a bit higher because I don't know, they just look a little bit more consistent, and also from the past, I think they own a little bit more respect than Misfits.
All right, Unicorns 11, 3rd place. You guys have been having, I think, a little bit of a shakier season. I'm curious, what your rankings would you be? Would you agree? Would you put Unicorns 11 the 3rd best team? Who would you put in that slot?
I would put H2K as number 3 right now. The faith is all in H2K at the moment. I actually think they played super well lately. I know you're sitting right next to me.
Where's the faith?
It makes it hard, but at the same time, I think H2K has really shown that the last few weeks they have looked super good. The team fighting is much better in the late game, also with this meta where you draft a lot of team fighting comps, which seems to really benefit them. And Jankos on tanks is not an issue at all. He's still finding tons of ganks in the early game. So I actually think H2K look very well-rounded right now.
Let's say this. If H2K can find the consistency that they showed in their most recent series, Sheepy, do you think it's fair that they're in the 3rd place, or do you think Unicorns of Love still has that? Because I think the biggest question with H2K has been consistency.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the same for G2. I think if we just like cut off like the weeks, before the last weeks, then I think that they look way stronger than, over the entire split looking. So I think that's why the list right now is really fair. And we're like, we're putting right now how it is. And I think we have also shown some inconsistencies. I mean, the Nash of throw, and some games just, that ends you the games. I mean, we lost also the game, but I mean, against every team, that's like unforgivable. And if that happens in playoffs like twice or like 3 times, you're just out. So we need to really be more consistent with like those major calls. And I think H2K didn't show like this kind of throw, but I think also on the opposite, if we are more consistent with Unicorns of Love, I think we have just shown like more different strengths. And if we can actually tap into that, I think then we can be like one of the strongest teams in Europe. But consistency is really hard to achieve with that playstyle.
To round this out, really to put a cap on this, 3rd, 4th, definitely debatable. Unicorns of Love or H2K. There's arguments to be made there depending on which team can find consistency. But the rest of the list as it stands, we are pretty much in agreement.
I mean, I think the only other thing you could kind of argue for right now, and this is obviously because we don't know how well you guys are doing in scrims, but from pure stage performance the last few weeks, like after Rift Rivals as an example, Splice and Misfits Gaming, I don't think they're very far away from you guys in terms of stage performance. I actually think before this week when we saw Splice and Misfits Gaming lose 2-0 in both their series, quite convincingly, you could definitely make a case for them actually being higher up in the rankings. And Splice, last time they did beat you guys when you guys were actually looking really good. You guys obviously playing each other very soon as well. And if they win that game suddenly and look really good once again, trying to maybe rely a bit more, also rely as much on copy as they did, this week, suddenly I actually think Splice, you can make a case for them being even higher on this list. And Misfits Gaming, sadly to me, are too reliant on just one style and a little too many question marks in terms of their actual execution, especially when they get challenged. I didn't say we should move.
No, don't. He's in their clothes. He's in their clothes. Put him back. Come on.
You
grab the team. I love you.
Whatever, man. You can definitely make the case for it.
All right, so we're gonna let's lock this in. We can say that 3 through 6, incredibly close. I think we can say, regardless of your interpretation, depends on execution, depends on the weeks to come. 1 and 2 feel pretty set, although there is still some arguments for G2 potentially dropping or going up, depending on how they can find their consistency. But overall, I think pretty solid list, pretty solid impressions, especially as we get closer to playoff. Of course, you guys can let us know what you think. Head on over to social media. Give us a shout out. Let you know. Maybe Deficio's wrong. Maybe Sheepy's wrong. Maybe I'm wrong for
Deficio's wrong.
Trying to make a list.
I think Drakus is wrong as the host. Where's your opinion?
The easiest way.
So I didn't put my name on the list.
Yes.
That's smart,
that's so. Yeah. He's just. I put Fnatic in the bottom. Publish it.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, we'll soon have the final results as we have 2 weeks left in the summer split with a close race in both groups. The stage is set for an explosive finish. Well, here are the standings, guys. We'll take a chance to look at them. 2 weeks left. Take a chance to see how each of the teams are stacking up. Of course, Group A feels like how it's going to finish to me. Don't get me wrong. I know there's a chance for ROCCAT. I know there is a chance
They
for
just lost to
Pyjamas.
NIP. There's barely a chance for ROCCAT. Like, I'm just going to say it. Like, they need to find something crazy right now to actually do this. They have to take down teams above them.
But ROCCAT has shown.
They have done it in the past. I know, but
the win streak.
Exactly. They look so bad against NIP today. Like, I can't actually believe they can consistently take down the teams above them to finish above Misfits Gaming. And Misfits playing.
And to be fair to ROCCAT, we've seen them improve, right? We've seen them make massive improvements. We saw it last split, but that was. They had a week off. They brought in, new mental coach to help out the team.
They got momentum, confidence.
Momentum, confidence, great buzzwords. I feel like we're not going to maybe see the same thing this time around.
Great casting.
Group B, the other one on the opposite side of the coin. Sheepy, I'm curious.
Can we get it back up?
Yeah, one more time. Give us one more through it. Where do you think Unicorns of Love are going to finish? Where do you think Unicorns of Love round up the split? Do you feel confident that you guys can take first place back and get the bye?
It's really, really difficult. I think that more important than this question is how is our performance by the end of the split. That's way more important. Like I'm sure we can win games 2-1 and then it's like a little bit here and there because our style is just very hard to handle. And I think that if teams are facing us, they are not like, 100% we're going to beat the Unicorns of Love. So yeah, but I'm way more interested how we're gonna improve because right now it's just not enough, and I just want to reiterate not just looking locally here against G2 and Fnatic and H2K. If we're going to Worlds and we're winning, let's say 3-2 and make it somehow second place and lose 3-0, and we go to Worlds, I mean that's also you're not very confident into that. So I really want to improve our performance. There's this way bigger question for me and way stronger showing. But yes, obviously I think we can make first place, but on the flip side I can also see us losing 2 games if our performance is not improving.
I actually want to ask you because you guys have obviously never made Worlds but been so close multiple times.
Yes, also this is in the back of my head.
That's why I'm just going to say it again. Is this year, or this, let's say the summer split, is that just a failure if you guys do not make Worlds? After making the final in the spring split and, sitting as the top team for such a long time in summer split, is it a failure if you don't make Worlds?
Let's say
I would like to say, I would like to put it not that harsh because, we improved a lot and we did our best and whatnot. But I think that people will take it extremely hard on themselves because that's really has been a goal from a lot of us, especially for Hilly, Chachi and me has been a big goal for a long, long time. So I think we will see that as a failure, and I think Xerxa and Samox and Exa are very hungry for wins as well. So obviously they will see it as themselves as a failure. And even if you don't do it initially and you say, okay, that's fine, then over the time where you're sitting home and you're watching Worlds, then it will be very, very hard on you. But I think that's also a motivating thing, and I can speak from my experience because that has happened to us, So yeah, but. to say it like from my heart, I really, really want to make Worlds. I really want to be a strong performing team, and I really want to improve and take the opportunity.
Yeah, and honestly, it's really good to hear that you think that the team needs to make these big improvements moving forward. It's like just great to hear from a top team that even though you are currently contesting to be a top team in Europe, that you are hungry for more as a lineup. Well, you know, fantastic stuff, gentlemen. I want to turn our attention towards next week and the games that are upcoming. There's still so much to be decided, so let's take a look at the upcoming matches. I think we can go right to Unicorns of Love versus Splice since we have you here, Sheepy. Feels like an opportunity for the team to prove, you know, show that growth, show that improvement.
Yes, and it's really great that we have this match, and I think we have HDK the week after as well. Yeah. So those are really great games to look forward. And also, doesn't matter really the score, but I am expecting that both teams are really looking to like just improve and like show their strongest performance. And when like this is clashing, that's usually making for really great games. And also it means a lot to the people. Like it means really a lot to us to perform well and like play good in those games. So we will really try to improve for this year. So for us, you know, that's the best view I can give. It will be extremely interesting.
I love the fact that Group B right now has three teams where effectively everyone can beat each other and everyone can still take first place. Because obviously getting the bye is fantastic. You're locked in semi-final, you're locked in top 4. You avoid
G2.
You avoid G2, you're going to go to Paris. But then also like looking at, you know, the group here, because third place will most likely play G2 in a quarterfinal. So getting that third place compared to playing against Misfits Gaming, like it's quite a big difference. We just had our list with G2 being locked in second without a whole lot of discussion around it. That is a huge difference when it comes to making top 4. So Splice, HK, Unicorns, like one of those teams will have to face G2 in a quarterfinal, or potentially in a quarterfinal, or Fnatic, you know, if they don't lock in first, which would be unexpected by now. So that is super tough, and it means there's so much to play for in Group B in terms of the seeding.
Yeah, and of course,
the pressure. I just like think about it. Oh my God, yeah, really.
Sheepy, don't crumble under the pressure. We don't just remind you that the pressure is now on.
Not that it's really important, but you know all of those things.
You want to go to Worlds, you know, top 4.
Yeah, so, okay, we have to do even better.
All right, well, let's divert attention away from the pressure of the EULCS. Of course, there are a bunch of teams now fighting to come into the EULCS, and they're going to be playing in the EU Challenger Series playoffs. We're going to see tomorrow Wind and Rain versus Giants, and of course, Sunday, the 6th of August, Schalke versus Team RB. Sheepy, have you gotten the chance to watch any of the Challenger Series? Do you have an impression of any of these teams coming back? Would you like to see Giants or Schalke again in the LCS?
I have not seen too much because there's just too many competitive and interesting regions right now. I mean, what's going on in Korea is super interesting as well. And since NA beat us, I have to watch the games as well, you know, to just learn from the better region. Yeah, so I have not come around to watch many of the Challenger Series games. I think I just watch, you know, whatever pops up, what somebody sends me. But yeah, I think it's great if some of the professional organizations are coming in, like Schalke, for example, back to LCS. It would also be a really great storyline, you know, first, like, not being in the LCS, going down, hanging on to their challenger spot, really showing faith, and then coming back. And also the first time they had like an undefeated record and then they dropped out like this. So I would love to you know, restore a bit of faith towards Schalke if they could make it back. But yeah, it's totally up to them. And if they can't make it, then they can't make it. But you know, that would be a great name to have.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. Well, that was all from us here in Week 8. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back on Thursday with more EU LCS action, but you better be turning in tomorrow for that Challenger playoff.
How many viewers do you guys think it is right now? 5,000. Huh? 5,000. Yeah, not the best match.
Sprattle's able to escape, and second blood will be taken by Sprattle.
Go, Chris! Go, Chris! Oh, it's one hit, man.
Oh! Today! That's a flash engage from Prophet, a great shockwave, it's a shutdown onto Betsy! The glacial prison goes wide, and with Did's quickness, he's buying some time. The Nexus is a focus, and NIP win their 3rd game of summer. But Did, EQ starts firing, the curtains are called. Shot number 3, tags Jan, kills him!
You know? Oh, what? Yeah, I don't know, they're fighting also.
Justice Punch comes down from Betsy. Sparkle goes over the wall. He knocks EQ in. Yonen's taken down. That was a great play from Spartan. The ninjas in Pyjamas are doing the unthinkable. Where were you when NIP won their 1st series of summer?
We'll find out who reigns supreme. between the Unicorns and the Mysterious Monkeys as we hit the rift for game number 1. Hopping and skipping and throwing those blades out. Roots down. Chachi, they get the hop over. It doesn't matter. And Xerxes leading the charge. Amazing Dreams. Yuki all silence. All back to the safety or not of their turret. Down goes one Nexus turret. And down goes Yuki. Well, there's your answer. Goodbye, Dreams. The Unicorns of Love going 1-0 up in the series.
Drag us. Nice. Fucking good. Trust. Amazing, fine.
Oh shit. Can they take him out? He is so big, and he's getting it on the Dreams, but Yuki is bigger. A big Baron mistake allows them to turn it around, and we're going to game 3. Cho'Gath is angry. The two-man Rupture knocks up. Blade of the Rune King is there, and Kikis should be able to get the finishing blow.
Oh my bad. I wanted
of the pack, and the Unicorns do right what they do best. Take those fights and run it down mid.
Nice, this guy.
But I just got one thing to say to you, Vedius, and everybody at home. Are you not entertained?